Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 66, The Notorious Stingray. Yeah, I know what's on your mind, Sokka said, sighing. Maybe I wasn't thinking things through, maybe I was just going with what felt right, but can you blame me for it? If you had seen her back then, you'd understand. And no, don't jump to conclusions. I wasn't taking advantage of the situation. Hell, if I had been trying to do that, I'm pretty sure I would have gone all the way with her and she wouldn't even have refused. Though she would have butchered me by the next morning, I think. Well, maybe not, if she'd enjoyed it, still, that's not it. We didn't do it, so there's no reason to freak out about that. And yes, well, I slept beside her, that much is true, but I didn't sleep with her, alright? I haven't done anything that should cost me my head. Though, well, her father would have my head anyways if he only knew I've touched his daughter. Still, I did what any man with guts would have done. I did what I had to do because I care about her. Hell, I don't just care. I didn't say those things because I wanted to please her for one night, I said it because I meant them all. And these feelings won't die out only after one night, they can't vanish that easily. Believe me, I'm speaking of experience here. I tried to get rid of the feelings and in the end I only made everything worse, and not for myself but for her. I still can't forgive myself for that, it's proof of how pointless it is to fight what I feel for her. I just love her. I do. I have for a while now, and I really don't see why I shouldn't. I mean, she's amazing. In every possible way. Though, well, you know her, you've seen just how remarkable she is. I think I could waste away my days just talking about her non-stop and I'd still be left with heaps of things to say. I can't really narrow this down. I can't just express what I feel for her as easily as that. But I love her. I love Angela. I think I always will, and yeah, she's out of my league, you don't need to tell me that. I know it already. But I really don't care. I don't need to be in her league. So long as she's happy, I don't think I need anything else. It would be crazy lucky if I was the one who made her the happiest she can be, but if I'm not, then I'll just accept it and hope she finds a great guy. She doesn't deserve any less than that, and I'm not being cowardly. There's a lot at stake, and I don't want to get her in trouble, I've done her enough harm as it is. So, stop judging me. I know what I'm doing. Sokka finished his monologue and glared at the one who had been listening to him intently. Naturally, his hawk could only look at him in confusion. It seemed he hardly cared about Sokka's inner conflicts regarding his feelings and his strange relationship with the princess, for he was only interested in the slabs of meat Sokka had been giving him during training today. Yet for some reason, after every new lap the bird made through the sky, his owner would feed him and begin rambling on and on about matters that didn't concern Haki in the slightest. Oh, right, the meat, Sokka said, smiling weakly. Maybe I ought to give you some for listening to me, huh? The hawk seemed excited upon his owner's idea, but Sokka smirked and shook his head before offering his gloved hand to him. That was just a joke, silly, he said, as Haki hopped on his hand. You'll have to fly first and get your meat after you do, alright? You know the drill, Haki, so up into the sky you go. And with that, Sokka lifted his arm and helped Haki take off. The hawk flapped his wings as he flew upwards, just as Sokka had commanded. He was only a black spot on a cloud by the time he took a turn and glided down towards his master again. Sokka smiled proudly as Haki approached, and he held out his hand to help the bird land. The claws latched onto his glove as the hawk's wings fluttered while he found balance on Sokka's hand. And once he was in place, Sokka beamed and gave one of the promised slabs of meat to Haki, who ate it ravenously. Whoa, boy, don't eat me as well, Sokka said, chuckling as Haki devoured his meat. But really. I can't keep my mind off her, Haki. All I can think about is seeing her again. But when would he? They had only arrived at the capital the day before, and everyone had parted ways after that. Sokka hadn't expected to see Angela again that day, but he sure hoped he would on the next one, but she had yet to appear. He sighed and looked at Haki with set eyes, and the hawk responded by screeching so loudly that Sokka tripped and fell while the bird flapped his wings and dropped gracefully on the ground. What was that for? You trying to give me a heart attack, Hockey? Sokka squeaked, looking at his pet indignantly before sighing. Ugh, let's just keep training, and I'll try to stop thinking about her somehow. But his attempts weren't successful at all. After Hockey performed only a few more loops, Sokka began wondering if he should send Azula a message, but what should he write? What could he possibly tell her through a letter? It would have been a good idea to contact her through Messenger Hawk only a week ago, but now he didn't feel like teasing her through a foolish flirty message. He wanted to see her, but even if he did, what would he say? What could he possibly do? After what they had been through, being around her was nerve-wracking. He thought the tension between them would fade away as the limits that defined their relationship were blurred, but if anything, it seemed to have increased tenfold. His heart raced only by thinking of her, and if he saw her he would lose his mind, but if he didn't see her his chest would split in half over the pain of missing her. And why miss her so badly when they hadn't been apart for that long? Oh, these feelings were going to be the death of him one day. And thus, he found himself waiting, even if he hardly meant to do so. Anxiety made its way through him, unjustified anxiety he kept trying to placate by using his common sense. No, it wasn't as though Azula needed to show up just yet, she had better things to do than to waste her time with him. And that she hadn't dropped by didn't mean she was sick of him, or that she didn't want to see him anymore. It didn't mean their relationship had been ruined, though if it wasn't ruined, it definitely had changed beyond recognition now. And since things had changed so radically, did it mean she didn't want to spend time with him because she feared he would be unable to stop himself the next time they were alone? And there they were again, those ridiculous thoughts that were consuming Sokka's mind. He huffed and shook his head, letting Hockey take a break for the day as he went about his own business, trying to occupy himself with any random tasks just to keep from losing his mind with these foolish thoughts. He wasn't the sort of guy who suffered from anxiety. He would get over this quickly, he had no other choice but to do so. He busied himself with anything he could think of. He cleaned his bedroom, and he folded neatly every single new clothing garment he had bought in Ember Island before placing them inside his drawers and closet. He helped Song cook, or tried to, even though she didn't seem to need help. He read a book that had been left behind by the house's previous owner, a book on Fire Nation geography, and he fell asleep on the couch while reading. He woke with a start after that, and his first thought was that Azula surely would arrive now only to find him snoring with a book on his chest. It was just like her to catch her in his most embarrassing moments. But she wasn't here yet. Sokka sighed and felt his heart sink, fearing this would mean she wasn't going to show up today. The sun was almost setting by now, and she'd never drop by so late. So she simply hadn't come, for one reason or another. He tried to appease himself, to think it had nothing to do with their current strange, unstable situation. If she had been uncomfortable about it, she could have said so back in Ember Island. Yet that might be the reason she would keep her distance now, because it had happened in Ember Island. The place gave everyone a clean slate, she had said. Was the slate only clean while you were in Ember Island? Was it that they had returned to the capital now, and Azula had remembered just how many mistakes Sokka had made, just how many times he had hurt her, willing or unwillingly, and she didn't want to put herself in danger of being hurt by him again? He could hardly blame her if that were the case, now that he thought of it. He sighed, thinking he probably wouldn't have given himself a second chance if he had been in her place. She had been quite generous to him up until now. Maybe he should stop pushing his luck, and he definitely shouldn't consider dropping by at the palace to see her and ask her if they were really doing fine. All he had to do was keep his head on straight. He had to think of what was important, both to her and to him, and that was the Gladiator business, of course. He had a fight in 5 days, if he was counting right. He needed to focus on that, to train for it, and to train properly he needed to relax first, to push away these vexing thoughts from his mind. And the best way to start doing that would be by taking a bath, Sokka concluded. It surely would help clear his mind, yes it would. Song had been folding the laundry when she heard a knock on the door. She blinked a few times, surprised to hear there was a visitor at this time of the day. She didn't bother looking outside through a window to check who it might be, though, for she had no problem guessing who this visitor might be. Only one person dropped by at the house on a frequent basis. "Good day, Princess," Song said, smiling shyly. Angela nodded towards her and the slave moved away to allow Angela inside. Song didn't miss the fact that the princess was gazing around the living room, surely looking for Sokka. To what do we owe the pleasure of this late afternoon visit? Asked Song. I had some matters to tend to, I simply didn't expect them to take so long, Angela replied. Where is he? I'm not sure, said Song, tapping her chin with a finger. He's been lounging around the house all day, training hockey and whatnot, he might be in his room now, maybe. Angela had to make use of all her willpower to keep from blushing in front of Song. She wasn't about to go see him in his room, not after everything that had happened between them as of late. You didn't bring your sword today, did you? Song noted, looking at Angela with interest. I'm not here to train, she muttered. I came here to tell him about. Angela fell silent when she heard footsteps coming from the back of the house. And when she lifted her eyes towards the where she heard the sound, she forgot completely about what she had been telling Song. Hey Angela! Exclaimed Sokka, and his cheeks reddened at the same time hers did. He probably would have been quite happy to see her, if only he had been wearing more than just a towel around his waist. Angela had to do her very best to keep from gawking at his almost naked body, but it was slightly difficult to keep her eyes focused on his. Sokka! She said, looking at him in disbelief. I'm sorry about this, I wasn't expecting you to show up. Considering your fancy get-up, I'd hope not, Angela stated. It didn't matter how much their relationship might have changed as of late, she was certain this was out of bounds. I'll be right back, he said, grimacing before running up the stairs, holding his towel with one hand as he tried to keep it from falling off. Angela couldn't help herself when he had his back turned towards her, and she followed him with her gaze until he was gone from sight. Her throat was slightly dry all of a sudden. Why did he have to be so shameless? Does he do that often? Angela asked, an eyebrow twitching as she tried to play off her embarrassment as irritation. More or less, said Song, smiling weakly. He gets dressed right after every bath, though. It's not like he wanders around the house wearing just a towel, if that's what you thought. Well, knowing how shameless he is, I wouldn't have put it past him, Angela said, sighing. It doesn't make you uncomfortable to live like this, with a guy like him. Huh? Well, no, not really, said Song, shrugging. Most the time it feels like watching over a sloppy child, truth to be told. Even when you see him like that? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. It's not a problem, really, said Song, blinking a few times. As I said, he bathes and gets dressed afterwards. I'm normally doing other things in the meantime, so it doesn't bother me much if he walks like this. And well, it's not like I haven't seen shirtless men before. Of course. Said Angela, gritting her teeth. But this wasn't just any shirtless man, this was Sokka. Angela could only wonder if Song truly wasn't affected by seeing him like that. Either the girl was far too innocent to care about seeing Sokka like this, or she had gotten accustomed to him, and for that, Angela could only envy her. If only she could keep from being so affected by him. So sorry about that, Angela, I didn't think you'd be showing up today, Sokka said, as he climbed down the stairs, now fully clothed as he dried his hair with his towel. Alright then, I'll leave you two to your business. Song said, smiling before heading off to continue folding the laundry. It's fine, I suppose, Angela said, carefully weighing her words. She didn't want him to know just how fine it really was. I didn't plan on coming this late either, but I was rather busy. Really? Sokka asked, looking at her with interest as he lowered the towel. Again Angela had to try to keep from staring at him in amazement. Why was he this attractive when he had his hair down? Well, if you had stuff to do you really didn't have to drop by, it's not easy to live without you, but I'm doing all I can to manage. Huh? It's not. Angela asked, smirking now as he gave her a foolish grin. Still, I thought it best for me to come now. One of the things I did was stop by at the Royal Dome to ask Shoji about our next opponent. Oh, right, we didn't get anything about him last time, said Sokka, frowning as he sat on the couch. It shouldn't have taken me too long to come here after that, but alas, Using the palanquin tends to consume a lot of time, said Angela, sighing and stepping away from him as he tied his hair, to her relief. This way it would be much easier for her to focus on the issue at hand, for it really was an issue. Is Xian Long still off on his trip? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. He hasn't found traces of more dragons as of yet, but he's having the time of his life flying around volcanoes, said Angela. He has also enjoyed hunting in new terrains, so I wouldn't worry much about him. He'll be back when he feels like it. I figure, said Sokka, smiling. You must miss him, though. We're not as far apart as it might seem, even when we're not together, Angela said, and Sokka simply stared at her in bewilderment. Right, he said, and Angela turned towards him again. Once she confirmed his hair was properly tied, she finally felt capable of focusing on the matter that had brought her here in the first place. About this stingray, though, she said, looking down at him with a frown. We never really analyzed him much because he wasn't a promising fighter. Shoji only told us he was below us in the ranking, and with that alone we had discarded him. But with that name I suppose we should have guessed. He's Water Tribe, isn't he? Sokka said, frowning as well as his gaze went to the floor. A man whose gladiator name is Stingray could hardly be anything else. Indeed, replied Angela, sighing. According to Shoji, he hails from the Northern Water Tribe, and, well, he's got quite an odd story. But the main thing you need to know is that he's a waterbender. Sokka sighed and leaned back on the couch before giving Angela a weak, insincere smile. Well, I've had my fair share of fighting waterbenders in the past. I honestly doubt this will be on the same level as struggling with an unexperienced younger sibling who keeps soaking you, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. Yeah, you're right about that, said Sokka, sighing again. I somewhat suspected this would happen, but on some level I wished this guy had just taken up a random name that sounded cool. I guess not, but how come is there a Northern Waterbender in the ranking? I thought there were hardly any Water Tribe slaves. There aren't many, it's true, said Angela. But this guy, as I said, has a strange history. Apparently, he was sent by the higher UPS in the Water Tribe to murder my grandfather many years ago. Wait, he's the one who killed your grandfather? Sokka asked, shocked. No, of course not. I told you I didn't know how he died, and he definitely didn't die by this guy's hand, said Angela. You see, apparently, this Stingray was a threat to anyone, even to his own people. He was an unreliable assassin, not because he couldn't get the job done but because he went to unnecessary lengths with every mission. Apparently he could put the most bloodthirsty Fire Nation soldiers to shame when he showed his cruelty on the battlefield. He even killed Commander FON in cold blood and tore apart his ship single-handedly. So, he was some sort of killer machine? Sokka asked. Not quite, a machine would follow the commands it's given. This guy made his own choices, said Angela. And thus, he was unreliable. He sounds like something too nasty to come out of a Water Tribe, truth to be told, said Sokka. It's probably why they wanted to get rid of him, said Angela. See, the assassination attempt went awry. The information about it was leaked, and my grandfather could protect himself properly and gain a new waterbending prisoner, though of course it wasn't easy to seize him. He must have killed about 20 soldiers, more or less, before he was subdued and captured. After that, he was kept locked up with other dangerous waterbenders that had been imprisoned, but unlike most of them, this guy didn't die after being locked up for over a decade. So, he was kept captive and turned into a gladiator when the slavery began. Sokka asked. Indeed, said Angela. My father determined that all surviving captives from the war would be available to serve as slaves, so long as they had masters who could handle them. If nobody wanted them, they would be kept in jail. One of my father's noblemen requested to be granted this very waterbender as his slave, and he enrolled him into the Gladiator League right away. But, this means this guy has been around for ages, said Sokka, frowning. He's been here for way longer than I have, and if all this about him being a dangerous murderer is true, so dangerous that his own tribe wanted him dead, then why is he so low in the ranking? I thought it was odd as well, said Angela, lowering her gaze. And I asked Shoji the same thing. See, he had been in the higher levels of the ranking for a very long time, in the top 100, to be precise. But after sustaining some awful injuries he was unable to return to the arena for over 3 months. He was out of the ranking for a year, and he had to start from scratch when he came back. But if he got badly hurt then it means he's not undefeatable, said Sokka, thoughtful. Unless it was in an event similar to the hunt, then it only took one fighter to reduce him to that dreadful state. The problem is, it wasn't just any fighter, Azula said, looking at him now. The one who left him in that dreadful state was Combustion Man. Sokka's eyes widened. He looked at Azula in disbelief, and he remained silent for a moment as he digested the information. Wait, but, then, well, he lost against him. If I were to beat him it would mean. It would be a huge risk, Sokka. Bigger than just a huge risk, Azula said, shaking her head. The reason why I came was, I wanted to know if you really were up for this. Not only is he your kin, even if he's from the north, but his skills are likely beyond you. Combustion Man has killed countless fighters. That the Stingray didn't die when he went up against him is proof of how deadly he is. There is a chance you might be capable of defeating him, but knowing how dangerous this battle could be, You think we should forfeit? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe, coming from you. I'd much rather forfeit one fight than risk you dying by this guy's hand, Azula said, looking at him sternly. I was unwilling to forfeit in the past because there was little chance you'd end up dead. This time, though. You place so little trust in my skills. Sokka asked, with a weak smile. It's not a matter of trust, but of survival. I don't want to do something reckless, she said. No matter how badly we want to get you to the top of this ranking, it's not going to happen if you get yourself killed in this fight. But if this guy was a big deal in the past, as you've said, then I might earn myself some serious challenges after fighting with him, said Sokka, thoughtful. There will likely be other sponsors who remember this Stingray guy. I'd earn a better reputation if I take him down. And what if you don't? Azula asked. What if he kills you? He has some crazy techniques with water and ice. He has killed countless people by soaking them with his water before freezing them alive, just to mention one. Well, then, I'll just have to keep from getting killed, Sokka said, and Azula sighed. You're not serious, are you? Sokka. It's another fight, no different from all those I've had up till now, said Sokka, frowning. That he's Water Tribe shouldn't make a difference, not when he's got that creepy story behind him. I've fought plenty of other gladiators for years now, no matter where they came from, no matter if they had a noble story or a rotten one. I think I'll be able to take this guy on, even if he's from a Water Tribe. But, say, why was he so insistent about fighting us? Why did he keep sending challenges even when you kept ignoring him? I don't know. I honestly don't know what's the reason behind that, Azula said. I rather doubt he's an acquaintance of yours. He was probably captured when you were only a child, that is, if you had been born at all when that happened. Maybe he just wants to see another Water Tribe fighter. But it's the sponsor who chooses the opponent, said Sokka. Does this sponsor hold some grudge towards you of some sort? Did he ask for your hand in marriage and you turned him down or something? No, he didn't, but I probably would have turned him down if he had, said Azula, at which Sokka smiled a little. I don't know this man personally, and I don't see why he would hold a grudge against me or my family, in case that's what you suspected. I don't know. Maybe it's some White Lotus thing. Sokka asked, frowning. Maybe, they're trying to finish me off after what happened back then. It's a possibility. A very distressing possibility, Azula said, sighing. Maybe this man is the spy my father has been looking for? But I doubt it. He's not a member of the highest circles of society. He wouldn't have known about the tunnel in the throne room. Then it's all a big mystery. Sokka asked. Or maybe there's more than just one spy. It could be a chain of sorts. Whatever it is, it's not good. Heading off into a fight that could be easily linked to the White Lotus is just crazy? It might be, but you'd rather back off instead of facing this head-on? That doesn't quite sound like you. Azula raised an eyebrow and Sokka looked at her defiantly. Maybe backing down wasn't like her, and yet it was just like him to manipulate her in this way, but what was he trying to accomplish? Why are you so eager to do this? Asked Angela. Why are you willing to put your life on the line like this when the potential benefits really don't justify it, Sokka? Because, he said, before lowering his eyes as he played with his thumbs. He really couldn't say he didn't want to let her down, could he? She was right, maybe it was too reckless. Do you really think it's worth the risk? Angela insisted. So far, we haven't fought the strongest gladiators there are, Sokka said. And I'm aiming at becoming the best, right? If I can beat this guy, I'll know if I have a chance at surviving a fight against Combustion Man. If I can win against this Stingray, I'll know if I can reach the top 100 fighters. If I back off, I won't know anything. I won't know if the risk will be worth it until I've taken it. That's the way of thinking of an idiot, I'll have you know, Angela said, her eyes gleaming with concern as she glared at him. Sokka couldn't help but marvel at the expression on her face. Could anyone else show emotions in the way Angela did? Maybe it is, he said, with a weak smile. But I really think it's best if we go with this, Angela. You'd better not come to regret that later, she said, with a sigh. Very well, then. We're doing this. Don't expect me to mourn you if he freezes you alive. All right then, I'll try to keep you from having any reasons to mourn at all, said Sokka, still smiling. I'll keep training these next few days. I'll do everything I can to keep from getting killed by that guy. Shoji described his fighting style to me, more or less, said Angela, sighing. I should be able to help you with the training somehow, I hope. Good, then, said Sokka, smiling. It's already late, though, and I didn't bring my sword, said Angela. So, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Don't worry, I didn't think we'd start right away, he said, chuckling. And I probably should take off now, Angela muttered. It's getting late, and I left the royal procession waiting for me. Right, said Sokka, with a weak smile as he stood up and walked with her to the door. So I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Angela looked up at him for a moment, perhaps worriedly, perhaps expectantly, as if she had thought he would do something else now they were about to part again. Yet she did nothing other than nod quickly. Tomorrow it is, then, she said, opening the door and walking towards the palanquin that awaited her on the road. Sokka smiled as he watched her leave, beyond relieved upon knowing Angela would come again tomorrow. It didn't matter if she'd beat him to a pulp during training, for he was certain she would be using both her sword and fire this time around, and with both skills combined the princess was nothing short of lethal. Yet it didn't matter, so long as he knew he'd see her again. There was something in the near future worth looking forward to. But that which loomed in the not-so-near future wasn't something Sokka looked forward to. The days passed by, and his training with Angela was far more intense than it usually was. To his mild joy, there was some physical contact between them, far more than usual, though to his disappointment, they didn't kiss again. It seemed Angela wasn't going to take more risks of being caught by anyone. They had already been too reckless during their stay in Ember Island. Still, Sokka found he didn't mind so much. Being near her was thrilling for him already, and unless Angela wanted to make more of this, he wouldn't push his luck any further. He truly cherished what they already had. Yet she seemed uneasy over having him fight the Stingray, and her unease only increased with every passing day. Sokka could tell she didn't want him to end up dead for more reasons than the ones she was willing to voice out loud. But just as she often did, she kept all those other reasons to herself. Not once did she admit that she didn't want him to die for any other motive than over not wanting to find a new gladiator. Yet Sokka didn't need for her to say it, not this time. Her blazing eyes often spoke the words she refused to say out loud. And the expression in her eyes only grew more pronounced as the fight loomed over them. Sokka actually thought she would finally put her worries into words when they were in a waiting room before the fight began, but other than sending glances his way while pacing through the room, Angela said nothing. Maybe it was better this way, Sokka thought. Beware the ice attacks most of all, Angela warned him for the millionth time once she had walked down to the standby room with him. He'll try to overwhelm you with them. Waterbending is a very dangerous fighting form, and if he's half as good at it as I was told. I know, said Sokka, smiling weakly as he fit his helmet on his head. You've already said so, Angela. Don't worry, I'll be. You keep saying you'll be fine, but how can I just believe that? She asked, frowning. You're telling me to believe in you blindly, wholeheartedly, even when all odds are against you. Sokka turned and smiled brightly at her, and he took her by surprise with his confident response. Yeah. Azula froze in place before glaring at him with irritation. Do you really think I can do something so thoughtless? You can't win a fight by willpower alone, you blockhead. Sokka actually laughed at her insult, but her face remained as serious as it had been all along. Good thing I brought a few weapons along then, he said, smiling at her. I can do this, Azula. You'll see it for yourself soon enough. So you say, but... Azula muttered, sighing. If you get yourself badly injured, it'll be all on you, you heard me? Don't expect me to bother taking care of you. Got it, Azula, he said. You can stop worrying. I'll sort this out one way or another. You'd better, she said, gritting her teeth before looking at him, her eyes still gleaming with concern. Good luck, and don't get yourself killed. I won't, Sokka said, looking back at her with determination. It seemed to him she might resort to a gesture of some sort, of any sort, to ask him not to get himself killed today yet again, but she didn't. Perhaps she knew that showing him affection of any kind would likely only serve to make him lose concentration, and he needed to keep his head focused on the upcoming fight. So Azula simply nodded towards him and walked away, an unpleasant feeling of dread filling her with every step she took towards the sponsor's balcony. Perhaps she was being pessimistic, or perhaps her feelings for Sokka were clouding her better judgment, but pitting her gladiator against a murderer such as the Stingray simply couldn't sit well with her. She could only wish he'd win, that he would meet her again in the waiting room during his medical check with a cocky grin and an "I told you so," but it wasn't easy to indulge in those thoughts. She was too fearful of the worst-case scenario to even think about the better ones. Sokka took a deep breath as he forced himself to focus. He had a fight right in front of him, a fight with an ex-Water Tribe assassin, and even though he had tried to remain level-headed about it until now, it really wasn't easy to think about facing off against someone that belonged to his nation. Never mind if this guy was from the north and not the south, fighting against him was more than a little unsettling. He tried to ignore that feeling, for he had fought heaps of Earth Kingdom gladiators and defeated them all the same, but for some reason it wasn't so easy to put aside his unease now that he was alone in the standby room. Assassin or not, the gladiator he'd be dealing with was a fellow tribesman. Azula entered the sponsor's balcony to find the opposite sponsor was already there. He was a man close to his 60s, it seemed to Azula, but unlike most noblemen she had met of that same age, this particular man was thin and lanky, with streaks of white and grey discoloring his formerly black hair. Ah! Princess, he said, as she walked to her assigned seat. It is such a pleasure to meet you. It better be, considering how much you insisted on this fight, Azula replied, trying to sound as confident as ever. To what did I owe all the persistent challenges, I wonder? Why, this is the Gladiator League, Princess, said the sponsor, smiling. Challenges are bound to come and go all the time, aren't they? I suppose. Said Azula, looking at the man judgmentally. He was hiding something behind those smiles, without a doubt. I take it you will be satisfied with a single fight, won't you? I won't be finding more challenges coming from the notorious Stingray anymore no matter what today's outcome is, will I? Ah, no, I don't believe so, the man said. I've heard much about your fighter, Princess. Apparently he's very strong. I've heard much about yours as well, Azula replied. Though I'm partially hoping the information I was given was fake. It most likely isn't, said the man. If you were told about him being a former assassin, you heard the right tale. It sounds like he would be a handful of a gladiator to handle for a sponsor such as yourself, then, said Azula. Well, I take it you must have quite some experience dealing with Water Tribe men, if your gladiator is from the south as I was told, said the sponsor. The Blue Wolf's already a few places away from the top half of the ranking, isn't he? Indeed, Azula replied. Only 8 slots away from the 250th place. Strong indeed, said the sponsor, nodding. Yet strength isn't always a good omen for a fighter. What? Azula said, frowning. It's not a good omen? Whatever do you mean by that? Well, it doesn't matter how powerful you become, there will always be someone capable of defeating you. No matter how confident you may be about being the best at something, someone better will always come along. That's the way life is. Angela glared at him in confusion upon those words. Was he trying to say Sokka couldn't possibly win this fight? Was he claiming his fighter was better than hers? He might even be implying this would be the end of Sokka's career, and if he made it so, Angela would make this man, and his murderer Gladiator, pay for it. She wasn't about to lose Sokka today, she wasn't about to lose him at all, not after everything that had happened between them as of late. The time limit they settled was of 10 minutes, by Angela's request. If this man planned on having his assassin butcher Sokka, she wouldn't allow it to drag on much longer than necessary. Surely Sokka could withstand 10 minutes stuck in the sand with that gladiator. The two gladiators were ushered into the ring by the megaphone man, and cheers of all sorts welcomed Sokka into the fight. It seemed his supporters grew in number with every passing day. Surely his feat of coming second in the hunt had earned him the recognition of plenty more people. And maybe he wasn't paying enough attention, or maybe he couldn't see everyone in the stands properly from down in the ring, but he couldn't see or hear anyone screaming for the stingray. All the signs he saw had wolves drawn upon them. He lifted a fist into the air, and most the public screamed joyfully. So this stingray didn't have many supporters, it seemed. And considering both his history and his appearance, it wasn't so hard to figure out why that was. The stingray was a man around his 40s, with glacial eyes that seemed to shift between gray and light blue. Yet the main feature about him that would catch anyone's eye was the man's face. Perhaps it had been a handsome face in the past, but it sure wasn't anymore. The stingray had sustained the worst burn Sokka had ever seen, even including the one on Zuko's face and the one Angela had branded Sokka's own stomach with. The man's nose seemed to have been burned away, and the skin that still covered his face was dark and runny, as though it were melted wax. Sokka recoiled upon the sight of him. Without a doubt, those burns must have been Combustion Man's doing. "Hello there," the stingray said, with a sing-song voice that only served to increase Sokka's unease. "Hi," he replied, gulping. "So, you're the famous Blue Wolf, huh?" the man asked, and his charred lips lifted to form a smile. It made for quite the gruesome sight for Sokka. "And you're the notorious stingray," said Sokka. "Nice to meet you." "The look in your eyes says you really don't think so," said the stingray, with a shrill laugh. "Don't you like the souvenirs Busta gave me?" "Busta?" Sokka repeated. "Are you that familiar with him that you can call him that?" It's not like it'll make a difference whatever I call him," said the stingray, chuckling, still with the same odd laugh. The megaphone man screamed and announced the beginning of the fight right then, but neither gladiator took the offensive just yet, busy studying each other as they were. "Why were you so eager to fight me?" Sokka asked, frowning. "Oh? And what makes you think it was me who wanted to fight you?" asked the stingray. "Because you happen to look like the sort of gladiator who could terrify your sponsor into doing your bidding, and not the other way around," Sokka replied, walking in a wide circle around his opponent, his eyes set on him. There were pouches of water hanging on his waist. The longer this guy continued wasting time like this instead of attacking with icy shards, the better for Sokka. "Ah, well, that much is true, I am that sort of gladiator," said the stingray, chuckling. "And what about you, Wolfie? Are you the sort of gladiator who terrifies his sponsor? Or is it the other way around?" "I'd say we go on even terms, more or less," Sokka replied, and that caused the stingray to lash out in laughter, to Sokka's surprise. The man was laughing so hard he had to bend over himself, a hand on his stomach as he tried to calm down. Sokka gritted his teeth and lifted a hand towards his sword warily. That sort of behavior was nothing short of terrifying. "Even terms. Even terms, he says. Ha! As if that were possible," he exclaimed. "It's like you don't even know you're just another puppet in a puppet show. It's like you don't realize what they've done to you. You saved the Fire Nation, boy. You saved the pretty princess's life, and the life of every idiot in these stands. And yet you say you're on even terms with her? You're an even bigger idiot than I am, you Blue Wolf. And that's saying a lot." Sokka's eyebrows drew together as he glared at his opponent. This didn't sound good. But if the guy was hoping to defeat him by resorting to underhanded techniques, such as making him doubt his latest decisions, then maybe it meant he wasn't fully functional, maybe it meant he wasn't strong enough to beat Sokka through skill alone. And if that was the case... Naive, said the stingray, smirking before grabbing two of the pouches on his waist. Too naive to live, boy. Sokka gritted his teeth and jumped back instinctively. He really should have attacked while the man was rambling. Waiting for the right moment hadn't been helpful this time around. The stingray popped the two pouches open, and he unleashed the water with swift movements. He gave Sokka another gruesome smirk before moving his hands in a circular motion and throwing an array of water straight at Sokka. The stream was fast, but Sokka was faster. He jumped out of the way quickly, and he was only reached by a few stray droplets of water that didn't quite follow their intended course. Yet just when Sokka expected the stingray to pull back the water to attack again, the opponent tightened a fist and all the water he had just used solidified into ice, including the drops which had reached Sokka. He didn't feel the temperature change, for luckily, the water had only hit his armor. But the stingray gave him another dangerous smile as Sokka looked at the frozen parts his breastplate worriedly. That was a warning shot, Wolfie, said the stingray. Ready for the real deal? Or will you beg for mercy just like you did with those ashmakers you've sold yourself to? Sokka gritted his teeth and pulled out Space Sword. So maybe he really wasn't fully recovered, but it seemed he didn't have to be to pose a threat to Sokka. How was he supposed to beat this guy without getting frozen in the process? The stingray unfroze the ice he had used previously, and now he directed it again towards Sokka. Sokka jumped away, but this time the stingray didn't freeze the water just yet. To Sokka's dismay, the man leapt and spun around in the air with a kick, and with that, the water he was bending made a turn in midair and flew straight towards Sokka's back. Sokka dropped on the ground and rolled on the sand, but it seemed that wasn't going to work out either. Again with his legs, the stingray continued to chase Sokka with his stream of water. It was impossible to get closer, or to attack him in any way. Trying to split the stream of water with his sword would serve no purpose, Sokka knew. If anything, it would only worsen matters for him, for a frozen sword could shatter if he wasn't cautious. So Space Sword wouldn't be much use here, and neither would be most of his weapons, truly. What was he supposed to do? Now he began wishing he had taken Katara seriously as a sparring opponent whenever she used her waterbending to attack him. Maybe that way he would have known how to defeat this guy. There had to be something he could use to his advantage, there had to be a way to stall this guy, to distract him and use up a tiny window of an opportunity to defeat him. In a sudden motion, Sokka's hand went down to his waist and he threw the two bombs he had brought with him today straight at his opponent. The stingray seemed to panic at that, and Sokka would have smiled upon this favorable sign if only he'd had enough time to grin. He pulled his boomerang out of its sheath and threw it at the stingray just as the man separated in half the water he'd been bending in order to stop the bombs in midair. He mustn't have known they were only smoke bombs, expecting them to be actual explosives. The stingray froze the bombs before turning his attention to Sokka again and finding the fast-approaching boomerang. He would be unable to freeze it with the water he was already using to hold the bombs. But to Sokka's dismay, the stingray jumped and kicked upwards. What was he trying to do, if he had already used up all his water? It wasn't until then that Sokka realized there had been more water within the arena than the one in the pouches the stingray had brought with him. A pillar of water rose powerfully from the arena's well, and the stingray brought it down on the boomerang when it was only inches away from reaching him. Azula looked in utter disbelief. Sokka's plan had failed to work, and it had been quite a good plan, to boot. If that hadn't worked, and if the stingray had access to such a large supply of water, how was Sokka supposed to accomplish anything in this fight? Oh, dear, said the stingray's sponsor, biting his lip. Azula looked at him in irritation, thinking he was being sarcastic or mocking, but it didn't seem like it. The expression in his eyes said he was genuinely concerned. Why should he be? Was there something wrong with the stingray's latest movement? Perhaps the waterbender had left an opening Sokka could make good use of, and Azula hadn't noticed it? But if that was the case, it seemed Sokka couldn't notice it either. He was grimacing as he looked at the pool of mud the stingray had created with the well's water, the pool where his boomerang currently lay. If he didn't have bombs, and if he didn't have his boomerang, he had no idea what techniques he could resort to in order to beat this guy. "It's sort of funny, you know," said the stingray, chuckling. "You brute gladiators always happen to forget just what the purpose of a well is. Ironic, isn't it? I've caught so many morons with this technique and they just keep falling and falling. I don't think your funny technique did you much good against Combustion Man, though," Sokka said, gritting his teeth as he tried to stall his opponent while coming up with a plan, any plan. "Ah, but you're not busty, are you?" asked the stingray, smirking again. "No, you're a non-bender who got way too far, and way too ahead of himself. A non-bender who shouldn't have survived this far. I don't think you have the right to say who should survive and who shouldn't," Sokka grunted, glaring at the man. "Well, we're about to see if I do or don't, won't we?" said the stingray, with another maniac shrill laugh before flinging the frozen bombs at Sokka. The bombs couldn't possibly work anymore, not after being frozen as they just had been, but, encased in ice as they were, they would serve as extremely dangerous missiles. Sokka pulled his club out now, grasping it with his left hand, and he swung it diagonally to shatter the first ball of ice that reached him. Yet there came the other one, and he couldn't dodge in time. The ball struck him powerfully on the chest and knocked him down on the sand, but it didn't injure him greatly, to Sokka's momentary relief, but soon enough he was panicking for a different reason. The stingray opened his hand slowly in order to melt the ice surrounding the bomb. He meant to soak Sokka's body to freeze him alive afterwards. Sokka struck the ball of ice with the hilt of his sword, knocking the ice off him just in time before it melted completely on him. Again, it only got his armor. The stingray seemed irritated at the failure of his plan again, yet the black armor had been drenched in cold water, water that the stingray turned into ice by tightening a fist. Sokka stood up with some difficulty, and he grimaced as he realized another strike could easily shatter his armor, unless it was made of even better material than he thought it was. He really didn't know much about the cold resistance of the meteorite he had crafted both his armor and sword from, but he sure didn't plan on experimenting on said resistance now. He didn't have many options left, and with his enemy's swiftness Sokka really might end up on the losing end today. Unless he came up with something immediately, he would have next to no chances to defeat the stingray. Cutting his water supply, or forcing him to use up all of it, seemed an impossible feat considering the stingray used the content of the well as a resource. So, if he couldn't limit his access to water, then the only other option was to render him unable to bend water. The stingray didn't seem willing to give Sokka much time to keep thinking, though. He reeled back all his water supply slowly, while giving Sokka a vicious smirk. The mass of water the stingray was bending was huge, and Sokka could only grimace as he watched what his opponent was doing now. Well, ready for the fun part, Wolfie?" he asked, wiggling his fingers. Upon his movement, the mass of water sprouted out 10 tentacles, and Sokka stared in horror as the tips of each tentacle solidified into sharpened ice. If he was struck by that, he'd be a goner. His armor might resist, but if it didn't he'd be in risk of getting punctured by that ice, and wounds of that sort might not heal at all. But he couldn't waste much time thinking about this. He had to act now. He'd shatter the ice spikes if they came his way, and he'd keep running towards his opponent somehow. The sooner he reached him, the faster this battle would be over, and he really needed it to be over as quickly as possible. Sokka sprung out towards the stingray, who looked at him in confusion briefly before directing his spikes towards Sokka. As planned, the blue wolf used his club and his sword to shatter the ice, but, busy worrying about the ice as he was, he happened to forget completely about the water tentacles the ice had been attached to. And those tentacles began surrounding his limbs as soon as he broke the ice that crowned them. Sokka tried to keep moving, but it was impossible to do it when the tentacles were holding him down to keep him from moving. This was ridiculous, water couldn't restrain. He should be able to move through liquid. But it was then that he realized there was something very cold in the spots on which the tentacles were surrounding him. One look told him his opponent had solidified the tentacles of water that had wrapped around his body, and by doing that, the stingray could keep Sokka from moving altogether. Should I give this a proper end already? No, probably not, it's not over yet, of course. There's still time to punish you, said the stingray, smirking. Sokka would have asked what he was up to, but a tentacle spun around his neck now and kept him from speaking. Sokka gasped for breath as he felt himself choking, the tentacles gripping him tighter with every passing moment. The stingray lifted Sokka off the ground, to the younger gladiator's despair. The entire audience gasped as they watched the blue wolf squirming in the grip of his opponent, who seemed to play with him as he held Sokka in place with one hand while summoning more water out of the well with the other. This attack you just saw, with the pretty tentacles? I like to call it the Viper's wasps. I have another special one, if you want to see it, he said, smiling up at Sokka as he lifted the new mass of water towards him. Well, that is, if you manage to survive this next one. For how long can you hold your breath underwater, boy? The new mass of water began soaking Sokka's feet and it moved upwards slowly, covering his entire body as he kept trying to fight back. He gritted his teeth when the water reached his face, and soon enough he was left doing nothing but floating in the large water bubble as his lungs begged him for the air he wouldn't be able to supply them with. Maybe if he played dead the stingray would leave him be, maybe. Maybe if he stopped fighting the water and ice around him would recede. He just needed to breathe, that was all he asked for right now. Azula gritted her teeth and watched in horror for the umpteenth time. Why did she always have to end up panicking whenever she sent him out to fight? Why couldn't he finish his rivals off and just give her a goofy smile when he was done with it? Why had she let him do this? She should have withdrawn, forfeited this match. It didn't matter if the stingray had kept challenging them, ignoring him wouldn't have been a problem. Yet it was too late to change her decisions now, and as ever, she could only look in dismay and helplessness as Sokka writhed within that immense ball of water. And then he stopped writhing altogether. Her eyes opened wide when she saw him close his eyes and stop moving. No, that idiot was surely playing a trick. He couldn't have passed out, he couldn't have died, either thing was out of the question. It had always been. So he couldn't just fall apart here. The stingray lifted what was left of his eyebrow before smiling and releasing his grip around the water bubble. And with that, Sokka fell sloppily, face first, on the sand. It was no surprise for the stingray to see Sokka coughing violently, for he had guessed the blue wolf had only been pretending to be unconscious. Yet up in the stands, Azula could only sigh in relief when she saw he was still alive. This combat was starting to remind her too much of Sokka's fight against the blind bandit. Enjoyed getting soaked, boy? The stingray asked, smirking down on Sokka, who was still coughing. You looked like you could use a bath. You should be happy I gave you one. You'll go straight into a grave worthy of a blood traitor like yourself, surely, but at least you won't be smelly. I did you quite a favor, see? Sokka growled and lifted his blurry eyes to glare at the stingray, a gesture that only seemed to excite his opponent further. The stingray smirked as he manipulated the water around himself, shaping it into the form of a snake. Sokka's eyes were full of confusion now, yet he was slightly desperate as well. What was the waterbender up to now? Should I tell you a snake's tale now, Wolfie? He said, smirking. Yeah, that's the name of the attack that will take your life. I figured you should know. Ready to die, boy? No, he sure wasn't ready, Sokka thought. He glared at his opponent, who only regarded him with a cruel grin. The water snake's mouth opened wide, and it showed Sokka sharp icy fangs that were bound to find their way into his skin soon enough. But he wasn't ready. And he refused to let this man kill him today. The stingray lifted a hand, in order to command his snake, and Sokka jumped forward. The snake darted out, ice fangs bared, and Sokka twisted his body around just in time for the fangs to dig into his frozen armor. Yet the ice wasn't capable of breaking the metal plates. To Sokka's relief, his breastplate had been far more resistant than he had given it credit for. The stingray was surprised when his snake's teeth shattered on Sokka's armor, but he lifted his right hand and readied himself for another attack. He could defeat the blue wolf even if the snake's tail had failed him. But as it happened, he suddenly had no right hand to perform another attack with. The blood began rushing out of the stump that remained on the stingray's wrist before he could register what had happened. The waterbender stared in horror, hardly understanding how his opponent had cut off his hand. Sokka gripped Space Sword tightly in his right hand, a look of ferocious anger gleaming in his unfocused eyes. His blade was dripping with blood already, and it was about to become coated with even more red as Sokka swung it towards the stingray's left wrist now. This time he only stabbed the stingray's forearm, without chopping off his hand as he had before. And with that, the stingray began howling in pain. But it seemed the limb cutting hadn't been enough. He kicked upwards, trying to use whatever water he had available to attack Sokka. But the waterbender was troubled, and his control on his water had weakened, allowing Sokka to find a new window of opportunity to act, and thus, after being splashed by a weak stream of water the stingray had sent at him, Sokka struck one of the waterbender's feet with his club, forcing him to fall on the ground on a puddle of his own blood. Angela looked in shock as Sokka struck both of the stingray's feet with his club now, rendering them unusable. The stingray's screams were horrifying as the blood kept rushing out of his wounds. Yet Angela noticed the man beside her didn't seem tense, he didn't seem bothered by this sudden turn of events at all. In fact, he looked relieved. "Enjoying the slaughter?" Angela asked, unable to keep from prying into whatever had caused this man to seem happy about his gladiator's fate. No, well. It seems this is it for us, I believe. If his hand is missing, he can't fight, can he? He's useless now, can't bend. So that's it, then? Angela asked, frowning. That's what you actually meant by the things you said before. That's why you spoke of someone stronger coming along later. You wanted my gladiator to be stronger than yours. You wanted him to kill the stingray. The fact that the man only responded by swallowing hard was all Angela needed to confirm her suspicions. Combustion Man didn't finish the job, so the stingray's sponsor wanted someone else to do it for him. The stingray was too dangerous for him to control, too powerful, too terrifying. Surely this man woke every day fearing to find the stingray looming over him, bending a vicious water snake that would look down on him before sinking those icy teeth into his skin. He had no means to kill a killer, he couldn't do it himself. There was no chance he would be able to genuinely rid himself of a man who knew more of murder than he ever would. It was for this reason that he had hoped a gladiator would do the job for him, it was for this reason that he had been desperate to fight against Sokka. He had believed, for some reason, that the princess's gladiator would do him the favor to rid him of his gladiator forever. Yet, it seems you didn't do your homework half as well as I did. Angela grunted, frowning heavily as she looked down at the arena. You're not getting rid of the stingray today. Because my gladiator is not a murderer. The opposite sponsor looked at Angela with wide eyes, and she didn't look back. She didn't want to see his disappointment over Angela's last words. He had no right, he'd never had any right to use Sokka as a tool to get rid of his own gladiator. This had to be the most revolting situation she had ever been involved in ever since she had joined the gladiator business. If the man wanted his gladiator dead, he'd do best to get the job done with his own hands or die in the process. Sokka stumbled back, sheathing his weapons after wiping them clean of the blood. He still coughed, and there were black stains dancing before his eyes. If the stingray hadn't released him from the water when he did, Sokka would have likely drowned. Yet it hadn't happened, he had escaped death once more. And he had beaten his opponent, as he had been meant to. Despite being on the losing end for most the fight, now Sokka stood before the stingray, who continued to squirm on the ground, bearing far worse injuries than the ones he had given Sokka. You wolf, you! The stingray said suddenly, his eyes blazing with madness and anger as he looked at Sokka. Do it now, then, scum traitor! Kill me already! You're gonna leave the job unfinished? Sokka gritted his teeth and glared at the stingray. It didn't matter if the man demanded for him to kill him, he wouldn't do it. Not this time, not anymore. Look at what you did to me, you scum traitor, you! Screamed the stingray, lifting his hand to stare at the stump on his right hand. Finish me off, damn you! Kill me! I'm not going to kill you, Sokka said, lowering his gaze. Why you're going to be noble now, then? The stingray screamed, pushing himself up with his remaining hand to no avail. Blood gushed out of his wrist, and all he managed to accomplish was to roll over until he was laying on his stomach, his broken legs only adding to the pain he was enduring. You think leaving me a cripple is noble? You think killing me is to do me a favor, you scum traitor? You scum traitor! You'd do this to me, a fellow kinsman, a fellow water tribe member. And yet you won't even touch a hair out of her head. You would protect all these shitty Fire Nation ashmakers just because you're their pet, you scum traitor. Sokka looked at the stingray with anger upon those words. It seemed to be the very reaction the stingray had been aiming for, given that the man's eyes now sparked with delight despite the pain he was enduring. Oh, yes, that's what you are. A traitor who just went for the easy life, a disgusting deserter of the water tribe who has forsaken his people and now upholds the Fire Nation. You fight for them, you kill for them, you do anything they ask. You'd sworn to hate them forever, yet look at you now. You're doing their bidding, you're doing her bidding. What the fuck's wrong with you? How can you work for them? How can you fight for them? How can you be willing to die in a bloody arena because she commands it? Sokka flinched at the man's accusations. Azula hadn't sent him to his death, she had told him to forfeit this fight, and he had been the one to insist he could do it. The stingray knew nothing of what he spoke of. You're her dog. You're their pet. You're just a scum traitor. Shut up. Sokka grunted, his hand balling into a fist. Traitor. Scum traitor. You've forsaken your own people because you're scum. You've forsaken them because you didn't have enough conviction to die for the water tribe's cause. You're a disgrace. If your tribe knew what you've become. You have no idea what you're talking about, Sokka growled, glaring. I've protected them. You've condemned them, you fool. You've given up on your beliefs just because a pretty face promised you a life of luxury. The stingray shouted. Shut up. Shut up. Sokka shouted, angrily. Shut me up, then, scum, if you don't have the balls to hear me. The stingray shouted. From the moment I heard about you I needed to see it for myself. I needed to make sure that you were a rebel like the rest of us. I needed to see who the other water tribe fighter was, but you're a toy. The princess's toy. That bitch has broken you into something you can't even recognize anymore and you're surely thankful for it, you scum traitor, you, how dare you call yourself water tribe? How dare you? For once, Sokka felt sorely tempted to strike the man down for real. If it would serve to silence those accusations forever, loping his head off wouldn't be a problem, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maybe that was all the stingray wanted, he wanted to die, but just as it had happened to Sokka, he was incapable of doing it himself. He needed someone else to deliver the finishing blow, just as Sokka had wanted Toph to deliver it back when he had fought her in this very arena. But surely the stingray meant every single word he had uttered. Surely he believed Sokka was a traitor. He couldn't have known Sokka had requested Ozai not to kill the White Lotus men, and to leave the Southern Water Tribe alone. The stingray didn't know anything about him, he had no right to judge him. He didn't understand any of the experiences Sokka had been through, he didn't know anything about the importance of his bond with Azula. The stingray didn't stop screaming, and Azula found herself gripping the armrests of her seat tightly yet again. Those words couldn't reach Sokka, he knew better than to fall for such a ruse. Yet maybe he didn't, maybe the stingray was playing this game in the exact way he needed to. Taunting Sokka about the water tribe in this manner was beyond vile, and the waterbender surely knew it. But he wouldn't stop, he wouldn't quiet down. And Sokka looked as though he might just turn towards the stingray and slide Space Sword through the man's mouth to keep him from talking anymore. But he didn't. All Sokka did was stand in place, fists clenched, head dropped, as the stingray shouted at him. You think you mean anything to them? You're just another slave, you idiot. Nothing but a slave that can easily be replaced by a better one. She'll throw you away like a used rag as soon as she's done with you. Because that's what they do. That's what the Fire Nation is like. And that's what you've become as well. You're just as sick and twisted as they are. The megaphone man shouted that the time for the fight was completely spent now, but nobody paid him much attention. The jury conceded the victory to Sokka, but it didn't seem this was something important anymore. The stingray's yelling wouldn't recede, not even when a group of arena staff members ran into the ring to take him for medical support. Traitor! Scum traitor! You're worse than any ashmaker, worse than even me! The stingray exclaimed as he was being dragged towards the standby room. No matter what happened, I've remained loyal to my people, even when they sold me out to the Fire Nation. Yet you're scum. You've betrayed them. You've betrayed the world. You're a traitor. Scum traitor. Scum traitor. The screams were barely muffled as the man was dragged outside, and Sokka still heard them as he walked towards his own standby room. Surely the stingray wouldn't cease to yell about scum traitors even while he was being tended to. Azula almost forgot to take the winnings from the opposite sponsor. The man had to remind her of it before she stormed away from the room, her mind set on finding Sokka and making sure he wasn't as wounded by the stingray's words as it looked he was. Where is he? Where did you take him? Azula asked one of the staff members while she was checking the waiting rooms to no avail, for she couldn't find Sokka in any of them. The stingray? He's being brought upstairs. Not him. Azula replied angrily. The blue wolf. He was supposed to come up here himself, but... The man blabbered, and Azula simply passed him by when he didn't give her any useful information. She searched through almost the whole arena, and yet she didn't find him. Had he simply gone home after the fight? Azula raced towards the vestibule and asked Shoji if he had seen Sokka, but the boy simply shook his head. The blue wolf hadn't passed by his counter after the fight. Azula slid a hand over her head as she wondered where else could he be within this building. There were a few more places she hadn't looked at, but even if Sokka happened to be in them, how was she supposed to do anything to help him? What was she supposed to say? Was there anything she could say to appease him after that? One of the places she hadn't checked yet was the royal balcony, right above the sponsor's balcony. She wasn't surprised at all to find Sokka hadn't come to seek refuge in it when she reached the locked door that led to it. It seemed nobody had entered this particular room in ages. The last place to look at was the roof. Azula climbed the stairs towards the top level of the building, and she pushed the door open. To her relief, she had finally found him. Sokka stood with his back towards where she had come from, his body slightly bent forward as he stood before a curb that enclosed the dome's roof. Azula gritted her teeth and sighed before approaching cautiously, not knowing if this was a good idea. She was probably the last person he needed to see right now, but she was worried about him. She couldn't walk away from him even if her common sense told her so. Sokka. She called him, and she saw him flinch upon the sound of his name. He was trembling as well, it seemed to Azula. You need to get seen by a physician now. Your wounds. They can wait, Sokka muttered. They have to tend to him first. But you nearly drowned, said Azula. And? Sokka, you have ice burns. Look at your arms and legs. I'll be fine, he said, still without looking at her. Don't worry about me, Azula. You came for me when I was in trouble, Azula said, frowning. You expect me to turn my back on you now? I heard what he told you, Sokka, everyone did. You think I'll just leave you be after that? You should, probably, said Sokka, gulping. Azula, I just need some time to get over that. It's not a big deal, I just have to accept it and move on. I can do that. Sokka. Azula muttered, approaching until she stood right behind him. It's just. He said, with a nervous laugh before gritting his teeth. I can't help but realize that's what they'd say. That's what everyone would think if they knew what has happened while I've been your gladiator. Nobody would understand. They'll think I'm a traitor. But you know they're wrong, said Azula, clenching her fists now. You know you haven't forsaken them. You know you haven't become Fire Nation, you couldn't be further from that. Maybe you've gotten used to your life here, but that doesn't mean. I doubt it'll matter to them. I doubt it'll matter to anyone but us, really, Sokka said, lowering his head. And why should it matter to you what they think? Azula muttered. Just prove them wrong and get them to shut their mouths about what they're saying about you. I know. You told me once, Sokka said. I know who I am. I actually don't regret my decisions. I think I've done the right thing on most accounts, and I've gained new knowledge and perspective. I know much more about the world now than I used to. But still, is it really that wrong for me to wish I wouldn't be misunderstood? Is it bad that I want to explain everything to them, so that they won't think so that they don't take me for a scum traitor like he did? It's not, Angela muttered, dropping her gaze as she found herself at a loss for what else to say to him. But everything I say is just going to come off as an excuse, said Sokka. Everything. They won't care about the truth. They'll only rush to conclusions, just as they always have. Just as they did when they deemed that everything about the Fire Nation was evil because of what its leaders had done. So I really shouldn't even care about clearing things up. Nothing I say will sink in, they won't listen. Nobody would. I doubt I would have, if it had been someone else in my place and I was still in the tribe. Sokka, Angela said, placing a hand on his back. At that, he straightened his back and shook his head. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'll be fine. I said so, and it's true. So. I'll be okay, Angela, he muttered. I just need time to. Her arms surrounded him before he could finish his sentence. Angela pressed against his back, trying to ignore the unpleasant sensation the cold plates produced on her skin as she touched his armor. Sokka fell silent when he felt her behind him. Her arms held him tightly. Her natural warmth would be more than enough to defrost his armor. More often than not he had thought Angela was more similar to ice than she was to fire, for even her blue flames had a coldness to them that was only comparable to her lightning. Long ago he had said her heart was of ice, and she had replied by claiming Sokka's was a piece of burning coal. But now it seemed he was the one who had frozen in many ways, and she was the fire that would give him warmth once again. She stood behind him, encouraging him, letting him know he wasn't alone, just as he had done for her in Ember Island. He gritted his teeth as he lifted his hands to find hers, to grip them tightly as to ask her not to leave him, as she had asked him once before. Angela's forehead was pressing against the back of his neck, and her grip around him only tightened when he responded. Sokka took a few deep breaths before lifting his head again, a weak smile on his face. Overcoming his grief seemed anything but an easy feat until now. She was right. Of course. He knew who he was. He knew why he had made the decisions he had made. He was proud of said decisions, and if he had to do everything all over again, well, he knew which ones he would take back, but he most certainly wouldn't have helped the White Lotus. He wouldn't have left Angela to her own devices in the forest. He had remained true to himself with everything he had done. He knew where his loyalties and allegiances lay. And as long as he knew himself as well as he did, what other people said about him wouldn't matter. He knew he wasn't a traitor. Thank you, he muttered, his fingers intertwining with hers. Angela didn't respond, at a loss for words as she was. She simply nodded and held on to him, hoping this would be good enough, and wishing she had the same courage he'd had in Ember Island when he had been able to tell her all the right words he had needed to say to appease her. Yet she didn't know what to tell him, she didn't know how to do the same for him. Still, the least she could do was try. You're really not half as bad as you think you are, you idiot, Angela whispered, at which he smiled more truthfully and turned around to face her. Angela caressed his cheek, noticing he was still cold and damp after the fight. If anyone on the streets looked up right now they'd see them, if anyone dared enter the roof, they'd be done for. Yet for this moment, just as it had been in Ember Island, Angela couldn't find it in herself to care. He needed her, as she had needed him, and just as he was set on not disappointing Angela anymore, she was determined not to let Sokka down either. Sokka's arms surrounded her now and he leaned down, hugging her tightly. One of Angela's hands went to the back of his head as she continued to embrace him. He was colder than he had ever been before, but she was warm enough for both of them. He clutched at her tightly, and she responded in kind, promising to him without saying a word that, despite everything that had ever happened between them, everything that was bound to happen in the future and everything people dared say of him, Angela believed fully, wholeheartedly in him, and she was certain she always would. Chapter 67, Angela's Birthday 1. He had alerted her that he would be arriving home today, and he could see she was already waiting for him. The capital remained as boisterous as ever, he thought, as he flew over it and watched the tiny humans walking around from side to side, for purposes that Xin Long didn't understand nor care for. Whatever they were up to was their business, and seeing what most humans were like, it surely was boring business anyways. The gates to his refuge were wide open already, allowing him entrance through whichever door he chose. He slid inside through one at the easternmost end of the building, and he slowed down to land gently. Yet as soon as he hit the ground he began prancing joyfully around his rider, who had been inside the refuge, tapping her foot on the ground as she looked at him sternly. "You woke me up earlier than usual to come greet you, Xin Long," Angela declared, while the dragon kept jumping happily. "And you're late. Hours late. What was the point of waking me as you did just to make me wait, Xin?" Xin Long seemed to be too cheerful to see Angela again to bother answering her questions. He pressed his scaly head against her neck and nuzzled against her, and Angela could only sigh as she patted his head. "Yes, yes. I'm glad to see you too. Now what happened to you? Did you get distracted on your way here and I didn't notice?" The dragon pulled away from her before retelling all about how, after waking her up through their mental bond, he had found a herd of hippo cows pacing in a meadow, and he had enjoyed himself by chasing and frightening them. Angela raised an eyebrow at his story, one she hadn't quite watched through his eyes because she had been too drowsy to pay attention to what Xin Long was doing. Hippo cows had been a recurrent thought on her mind during the morning, though, which had been quite weird. Only now did she understand why that had been the case. "Well, I'm pleased you were having fun. I hope you didn't eat any of them, though. My father won't take it well if I ask him to make up for some farmer's dead cattle," Angela said, menacingly. Xin Long gave her a guilty look before saying he had spat some fire at a few of them to make them run, but hadn't eaten them. Angela rolled her eyes at that but smiled. "You know, at times I think you're even worse than me, Xin Long." The dragon seemed to take that as a compliment, though, for he just pressed against her again. Angela petted him momentarily, but she frowned when she took notice of how unkempt the dragon was. "What's all this?" "Soot?" Angela asked, frowning as she patted his scales. Puffs of ashes appeared wherever her hand landed. "I suppose it should be no surprise, considering you were wandering around volcanoes, but couldn't you clean up before coming here?" The dragon was bothered by her question. He shook his head and reminded her that she had been nagging him about hurrying up on his way home. So, if he was filthy, it was her fault. If she hadn't been so insistent he could have stopped by at a river to clean up first. "My fault?" Angela asked, indignant. "Considering you were wasting your time by chasing hippo cows, it's my fault." Now the dragon seemed happily guilty again. Angela gave him a judgmental look and Xin Long simply looked at her with amusement before scratching his head quite clumsily with one of his talons. Angela watched him with a confused look on her face. "If you got fleas from those hippo cows, you're not touching me again until you've cleaned up," she said determinedly, and Xin Long decided to probe her resolution by pressing against her. "Xin Long. Quit it. Ugh, you ridiculously stubborn dragon. You're not asking me to clean you myself, are you? Because I'm not going to do it. I won't clean anything, let alone a dragon who could easily clean himself up just fine." Xin Long looked at her inquisitively before asking her why she was so grumpy suddenly. Angela scowled. "You need ask? I already told you, you woke me early." The dragon interrupted her by pacing around her and reminding her of the cloud of joy she had been in during the recent days. Angela had to fight down a blush upon the dragon's accusation before denying it, partially. "I haven't been in a cloud of joy, as you call it," she grunted. "Not as of late, anyways." Xin Long wiggled his eyebrows and told Angela not to lie about things, which earned him to get flicked on the forehead, something that didn't hurt him at all. "Your information must be outdated, Xin," Angela grunted. "And I don't know how that's possible, but it seems it is. Did you miss out on his latest fight?" Xin Long confessed to being bored by gladiator fights, at which Angela could only sigh before shaking her head and conveying everything to her dragon. Xin Long was quite surprised by what Angela was showing him, and more so to see how Sokka had been faring during the week after the combat. Angela had visited him a few more times, for training purposes, and though he kept trying to smile and pretend he was fine, it was clear he wasn't. Still, he had become less prone to dazes during the past few days, and he was slowly cheering up for real. "I guess claiming he's fine works well enough for him. After a while he finally believes his own lies," Angela muttered, looking pointedly at the ground. I can't help but wonder how will he deal with more people like the Stingray in the future, though. I guess on some level I fear he might just decide to return to his roots, and revert to the same Fire Nation hater he used to be because of them. Xin Long looked at Angela with concern before brushing against her again in a gesture of affection. Angela smiled and patted him, only to withdraw her hand again to find it covered in ashes. Honestly, Xin, is this filth from your entire journey? Didn't you bother cleaning up at least once while you traveled? Xin Long simply shrugged and said it had been worth it. Traveling through volcanoes was a lot of fun, he said, and he enjoyed being close to the throbbing fire that he could feel underground. And considering Angela had been having a blast on her end, he had every right to enjoy himself with a little lava also. A blast, you say? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? She shouldn't have said anything, it seemed, for Xin Long decided he would show her exactly what he meant. He began showing Angela's very own memories to her, focusing quite a lot in the latest kisses she had exchanged with Sokka, and the fact that they had shared their bed during a whole night. If she really meant to say that hadn't been enjoyable for her, Xin Long said, then maybe she should try her luck by lying to someone who didn't know her as well as he did. It didn't matter how hard she tried, she could never deceive him. Well, but that's not. It wasn't as though it was the most fun experience in my life, I'll have you know. Angela exclaimed, gritting her teeth before noticing there was something poking out of two of Xin Long's scales. What is? A stick? How on earth did you get a stick prodding between your scales? For crying out loud, Xin, and you didn't even notice it? You're a mess. The dragon didn't seem to care, insistent as he was in browsing through Angela's memories and proving to her that she hadn't been happier in her life than she was when Sokka had said he loved her that night. Angela rolled her eyes and removed the stick as he kept bringing about more and more memories, some unwanted, some irrelevant, and some slightly embarrassing, and naturally, the embarrassing were the ones that interested him most. Why are you looking at my school memories, you annoying dragon? Angela asked, scowling. Quit it, that's, spirits, what are you looking at that old recital for? Xin Long seemed quite amused by the memory he had found, one he hadn't paid much attention to before. Angela was a young girl in it, she couldn't have been older than 10, and she was singing a song. Xin Long was quite excited about his new discovery, and Angela could only sigh, picking up a brush that had been supplied to her so she could clean up her dragon's mane. You really have no business looking at that, Xin. She muttered, brushing through his white-blue hair while he listened to the song. It's not even that good a song. And I honestly shouldn't be cleaning you either, curse it, but if I don't do it, nobody else will, you'd better appreciate that, you heard me. But apparently Xin Long was too interested in the song to pay attention to what Angela had just said. He complimented his rider on her singing voice, which brought a weak smile to Angela's face, and suddenly he began groaning and making weird sounds. Wait, are you trying to sing it yourself? Angela asked, amazed. Xin, really? Never would Angela have imagined she would hear a dragon attempting to sing. The sounds coming out of him were so odd and off-tune that eventually she was rendered unable to do anything other than laugh at him. Making her laugh only seemed to fuel the dragon's intent to sing, and the more he tried, the more Angela laughed. Stop already before I lose it, she said, panting as Xin Long told her to join him and continued singing. You've got the beat wrong, Xin, that's not exactly how it sounds. Xin Long finally quieted down and looked at her inquisitively, asking her to sing it again so that he could see how he should do it. Angela rolled her eyes and sighed, still smiling, before she started to sing the song's lyrics, despite herself. Xin Long listened intently, hoping to capture the song properly now. After a moment he began groaning again, and Angela chuckled. No, not like that, she told him. You're extending that note too much. See? And she showed him again. This time Xin Long caught the rhythm properly, and he continued to sing with her shortly, at which Angela could only smile as she finished the first verse. Who knew a dragon would enjoy music? She said. Dragons, the most fearsome beasts in the world, and all they want to do is sing old Fire Nation songs. Xian Long groaned joyfully at that and asked Angela to continue with the next part of the song. She simply smiled, brushing the dragon's tail gently, and despite herself, she complied with his request. Ah, curse that dragon for making her laugh like this. Xian Long had been watching her as she sang, trying to capture the next part of the song, when he suddenly took notice of a presence over at the refuge's door. He turned quickly, and his motion startled Angela, who stopped singing when that happened. "What's?" she said, turning around as well. She dropped the brush when she realized Sokka was standing by the door, his eyes open wide as he looked at her with amazement. What are you? What the hell are you doing there?" Angela exclaimed, jumping and looking at him in horror. Well, that was the last straw. Now the fool had caught her singing. If this had been some ploy of Xian Long to embarrass her, she'd get back at him. She had no idea how, but she most certainly would. "I was just dropping by because you hadn't come over for training today," Sokka said, blinking a few times before smiling. "Say, you sing really well." "How I sing is none of your business," Angela shouted, wishing the blood wouldn't rush to her cheeks now, of all moments. Why could she control her body while dealing with anyone aside from him, when it was with Sokka that she needed to control it most? "Since when have you been standing there?" "Just a bit. You were saying something about fearsome beasts when I got here," said Sokka, scratching the back of his head sloppily. "But really, though, you never told me you could sing." "Why the hell would I have told you I could sing?" Angela asked bitterly, turning around and brushing Xian Long again. Turning away from him was the only way to keep him from seeing her red face. "Because now I think we should make a singing group, all three of us," Sokka exclaimed happily. "I know plenty of water tribe songs and..." "Ha! You want me to sing your tribe's songs? And you expect me to sing with you?" she asked, raising her eyebrows as she looked at him in disbelief. "You clearly can't sing, Sokka. Your voice gives it away easily enough." "Hey! That's not true. I'm a very gifted singer," Sokka exclaimed proudly, before clearing his throat and starting to chant. "Oh, I once found a pebble of stone I found." "What the?" Angela said, cringing at the way his voice cracked mid-song. She looked at him with utter disbelief, though it seemed Sokka didn't care. "Do tell me what other sorts of pebbles you'll find, if not stone ones." "And the snow was piled high on the mountain was piled high with snow." "That doesn't even make sense," Angela exclaimed, at which Sokka looked at her indignantly. "Of course it does," he said. "How would you know if it makes sense or not when you haven't lived in snow?" "I don't need to do that to know it makes no sense," Angela said, shaking her head and looking at him a little more calmly now. He had been making a good recovery after his incident with the stingray, and the few wounds he had sustained had healed by now, but he hadn't been his goofy self in quite some time. It actually relieved her to see him acting this way, though in no way did it relieve her to hear him sing. "Well, I wasn't judging your weird song on sunsets and stars and whatever it was you were singing about," Sokka said, proudly, just as Xian Long groaned at him and head-butted his chest as a greeting. "Whoa. Hello, pal. Been a while, huh? I'm honestly having a hard time deciding what's worse, your singing voice or your singing material," said Angela, matter-of-factly, and Sokka pouted. "Now, my voice isn't half bad. You're just all high and mighty because yours is better," Angela said, with a proud smile. "Indeed, it is. But there's really no point of comparison when your voice is nothing short of dreadful." "Hey," Sokka said, glaring at her as Angela picked up the brush again. "Well, then, if I'm such a bad singer and my voice has scarred you for a lifetime, I guess you ought to do something about it." "What do you mean?" Angela asked, frowning, and Sokka smiled mischievously. "Well, keep singing that song of yours and I'm sure you'll forget how badly mine sounds." "You're just trying to get me to sing again, aren't you?" Angela asked, between gritted teeth. "Not in a million years. Why would I sing for you? And why not? You have a beautiful voice," Sokka squeaked. "It's a waste for you not to sing more often. I've been around you for almost a year now and it's the first time I've heard you sing. That still isn't going to convince me of anything, if you must know, Ajala said, passing the brush at him. Sokka almost dropped it, taken by surprise by what she had done. Be of some use and brush his mane, it's probably full of sticks and dead bugs. Dead bugs? Said Sokka, looking at Xianlong, who just seemed to smile happily. You ought to eat those, not hide them in your hair, pal. Oh, is that what you do with your own dead bugs? Ajala asked, raising her eyebrows and giving Sokka a very sarcastic smile. He stared at her with disbelief before beginning to drag the brush down the dragon's hair. Stubborn woman, just because I heard her singing, I mean, really. He muttered. Xianlong seemed amused to watch Sokka complying with Ajala's demands like that, and Ajala seemed relieved that he had finally decided not to retort to her. She found another brush and continued cleaning the dragon's tail, and Xianlong seemed beyond pleased by their attention. You're really filthy, though, said Sokka, grimacing as he plucked out a spid earthly from Xianlong's hair. And if I'm saying it, it's because you are. Why are we cleaning him, again? Because, as you noticed, he's filthy. Why else would we do it? Ajala said, matter-of-factly. You just answered your own question, Sokka. But, say, if someone could have anyone else doing her dirty work, meaning, cleaning up her pet dragon. He's not a pet, Ajala groaned. Then it'd be you, right? Sokka finished, ignoring what Ajala told him. Truly, I could have someone else do it for me, but I'd rather not, said Ajala. He is my dragon after all. So you refuse to give anyone else the honor of cleaning Xianlong? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Pretty much, Ajala said. I shouldn't even give it to you, but alas, you looked like you needed something to do. And I can't have you lounging around doing nothing other than bugging me about my singing voice. I sort of came here hoping for training, not for being a dragon's hairdresser. Ajala chuckled, something that had Sokka frown. She smiled before explaining what amused her so. Xianlong seems to think you've got a double standard. You were perfectly willing to brush my hair once, but not his. Sokka grew flustered at that, which apparently was the dragon's intent. Sokka looked at him accusingly. And how do you know that, you silly lizard? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Are you that close to your rider, huh? You share every little thing, is it? Xianlong nodded enthusiastically, which made Sokka slightly uncomfortable. So that would mean Xianlong knew about Ember Island. Nevertheless, that wasn't the issue at the moment. Sokka jabbed Xianlong with a finger, and he was about to tell him off for making fun of him when another arrival appeared at the dragon refuge. Princess, said the familiar voice of the captain, startling all three of them. Captain, Ajala said, turning to look at him. Came to join the brush party, did you? Hey there, Sokka said, waving clumsily at him while Xianlong spewed smoke in Ruishi's direction, as he often did when he saw a soldier or guard, no matter who it was. The captain waved away the smoke with a hand, and turned towards Ajala exclusively. Not at all, princess. Your father is requesting to speak to you. Ajala frowned at that. She looked at Ruishi for a moment before putting away the brush. Did he say for what purpose? Or is he still not disclosing the subject of our meetings with guards such as yourself? He didn't give away the topic, Ruishi admitted, which came to no surprise to Ajala. But he didn't say it was a war meeting, at the very least. Then I take it it's not over an urgent matter. But that wasn't reassuring for the princess either way. If her father wanted to talk to her privately, it could be over something that could get her into trouble, but it could also be over something far less worrisome than she took it for. What were the odds that her father would have found out about the strange twist her relationship with Sokka had undergone recently? She sighed and shook her head, moving towards the gates of the refuge while trying to appear calm. She was thinking too much of this, surely. Very well, then. Wait, are you just going to leave me here brushing your dragon? Sokka asked, and Xianlong suddenly darted past him to keep up with Ajala. Okay, you're going to leave me here without a dragon to brush, even. Is it really that hard for you to live without me, Sokka? Ajala asked, mockingly, trying to ignore the way her heart drummed in her chest as she awaited his answer to that statement. Ruishi watched Sokka carefully, wary of what his response might be. Sokka didn't quite miss the way the captain was watching him, and thus his response was to slink away, catching up to the dragon and his rider, who were walking towards the front of the palace. Ruishi stayed behind, his eyes studying Sokka carefully before he decided to tidy up Xianlong's refuge instead. Whatever was happening between the princess and the gladiator nowadays, he was certain he would be better off not knowing anything about it. It just might be, who knows. Sokka muttered when he reached Azula. Azula eyed him cautiously to find him smiling mischievously at her, and she rolled her eyes and kept walking, patting Xianlong's head. You do need a bath. Hey, that's not fair, I took one yesterday and I still smell fine. Sokka declared. I'm not talking to you, moron, Azula said, sighing as she caressed Xianlong. You could go find yourself a river while I talk to my father, Xian. But try not to eat anyone's cattle if you do that, please. And I guess I could be telling that to you that as well, Sokka. You're also the kind who would eat cattle if nobody's keeping an eye on you, aren't you? And not at all. I don't eat raw food, Sokka said, folding his arms over his chest. Not even when we were in the forest did we eat raw food. Don't even remind me of that. Azula said, shivering. I haven't touched anything remotely related to Komodo rhino products ever since. You might be surprised to hear I haven't either, said Sokka, chuckling. It'll take a while for me to eat that again. That's rather impressive, to tell the truth. Here I thought you'd be over the trauma in a heartbeat, Azula said, raising her eyebrows as she looked at Sokka with curiosity. He simply shrugged and smiled at her, trying not to lose himself in the shade of her amber eyes. See, I keep surprising you and you just won't admit it, all the same as I surprised you with my amazing singing voice. Sokka exclaimed proudly, and Azula rolled her eyes. What really surprised me was the absurd song you were singing. I already knew your voice would be terrible. Please tell me that's not an actual Water Tribe song. Of course it is. Want to hear the rest? No. See, it goes like this. Sokka said, ignoring her negative completely. Up in the sky fall the snowflakes fall from high above, and the biggest treasure we can imagine is a roasting meal of boor. Azula was covering her ears with her hands when he began singing again, but she lowered them quickly when she realized they weren't alone. Sokka, being as careless as he often was, continued with his inspired singing until he had finished his verse, and he was quite surprised to find Azula had stopped walking and wasn't covering her ears anymore. Heh, how did you like that, Azula? He asked, proudly, turning around towards her. Not so displeased by my singing voice anymore, are you? I believe anyone with functioning ears should be displeased by your singing voice, Gladiator. Sokka froze at the sound of those words, and he turned with a nervous smile to regard the Fire Lord, who was looking at him with a raised eyebrow, a group of Imperial guards flanking him. And as far as I know, my daughter has functioning ears. Ozai said. I used to have them until he began singing. Now I'm not so certain, Azula said, and Ozai smirked. Sokka only seemed flustered at that, and he backed up slightly. He felt much safer standing closer to Azula than to her father. The captain of my royal guards just told me you had summoned me, father. You didn't have to come out here. It wasn't about an official matter, we could have met virtually anywhere, said Ozai, waving a hand to give the matter no importance. When I was told your dragon had returned, I concluded you'd be with him and thus I came here. Xianlong groaned towards Ozai, who simply nodded towards him. Xianlong seemed satisfied by his greeting and proceeded to wander through the garden, most likely looking for critters he could chase while the humans spoke of whatever they had to talk about. Though I will say it might have been far more comfortable to meet someplace where your slave hadn't been singing. Why he is here. He just came by for training, nothing else, Azula declared, not too quickly to keep her father from suspecting that the question made her nervous, and without stuttering or faltering as she spoke. The last she needed right now would be for Ozai to realize her relationship with Sokka had changed, into something she still didn't quite understand, but it definitely had changed. What did you wish to talk about, then, father? Or would you rather I send him away first? It's of no importance if he's listening or not, said Ozai, at which Sokka smiled a little. It was good to know he would be allowed to stay. I only meant to ask you about your birthday, we haven't discussed it yet. Will you choose a feast or a ball this time around? I know you tend to favor the former. Ah, and I shall this year as well, father, said Angela, with a smile. Balls hardly hold any appeal for me, as you already know. Given recent events, I thought I'd do best to ask, Jose said, nodding. Then a feast it is. Wait, feast? Birthday? Whose birthday? Your birthday. Sokka said, looking at Angela with wide eyes. Your birthday is coming and you didn't tell me. And why was I supposed to tell you that? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Jose was slightly pleased, despite himself, to find that the gladiator hadn't known his daughter's birthday was approaching. That fact alone told him their relationship wasn't as tight as he was beginning to suspect it might be. Well, I guess because I've been your gladiator for about a year now and. Which means my birthday was bound to arrive at some point. Common sense, don't you think? Said Angela, with a sarcastic smile. But still. Sokka said, looking at her with wide eyes. Wait, feast. Angela rolled her eyes and shook her head. I should have known that was all your brain would register. You'll have a birthday feast. He said, his eyes gleaming as he wondered what sorts of royal dishes would be served for the princess. Indeed, I will. What is it to you? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. You're not invited. Hey, but I'm your gladiator. Sokka exclaimed. I should be invited. I've made the last year of your life very exciting and I actually am the reason why you can celebrate that feast in the first place. How many times did I save you the last year? Sokka smirked at Angela with that, and she felt the mightiest need to punch him. Yet, to her surprise, punching him wouldn't be necessary. As a matter of fact, Angela, said Jose, startling both gladiator and sponsor when he interrupted their banter. I believe your gladiator ought to attend your birthday feast. What? Angela exclaimed, just as Sokka jumped in celebration. Yeah. Now we're talking. Father, that's completely absurd. Angela said, looking at him in disbelief. He's going to eat all the food. You have no idea how brutal his appetite is, you can't have him in my birthday feast just because. Wait, why would you want him in my birthday feast, father? I don't know, but maybe slaves with good behavior are allowed in feasts now in the Fire Nation, said Sokka, proudly, and Angela glared. If that were the case, I'm pretty sure you'd be the last one allowed in it. But Are you both like this all the time? Jose asked, rubbing his forehead. Angela swallowed and felt the blood draining from her face. She didn't want to displease him, anything but that. I'm sorry, father. Excuse us, we're not at all, she said, solemnly. Her change of demeanor surprised Sokka. It was almost like watching a private in the army suddenly realizing he was speaking to a general. In any case, allowing him to attend the feast would not be a good idea, father, I honestly advise against it. He doesn't know how to behave himself, as you can tell already, and he will eat everything in his way, even if it had human form. That's not true. Sokka squeaked, offended. I'm not a cannibal. Oh, right, implying there are limits to your gluttony. Angela said, with disbelief. Sokka kept looking at her with irritation. The concerns you have are quite legitimate, Princess Angela, but, nevertheless, I believe it will be best if he attends the feast, said Jose, sternly. You will have to find proper clothes for him to wear, and he will have to behave himself, or else he will answer to me, personally. Sokka swallowed. The way the man had glared at him with that last sentence made him wonder if the food really would be worth it. Isn't it simpler to keep him in his best behavior by not having him come? Angela asked, frowning. Her father had underlying intentions, without a doubt, but she rather doubted they could be worth the trouble. It could be. But he will be attending, and that's final, Jose declared, turning towards her exclusively now. We will speak about the finer details of your feast later. We must also speak about which guests should be invited. I suppose, said Angela, nodding. We could do that now, though, couldn't we? If it's imperative. It isn't, I said, Jose muttered. There's still over a month until your birthday arrives. We can talk at leisure later, when your gladiator isn't busy tailing you. Indeed, said Angela, nodding again while Sokka looked at Jose with irritation. I'm not tailing anyone, not really. He muttered, lowering his head. I will meet you again later, Angela, said Jose, bowing his head towards his daughter curtly before turning around and leaving, his guards flanking him. Angela and Sokka watched the Fire Lord leave, frowns on both their faces. Xian Long noticed the important matters had been tended to, and he approached them cautious and curiously. Why does your dad want to feed me? Sokka asked, scratching his head. It's awfully generous of him, don't you think? I have the suspicion he's not doing this out of generosity, though he probably would say otherwise if asked, Angela muttered, a hand on Xian Long's neck. Don't bother trying to ask him about it, though. Why would I do that? Sokka asked. You're the sort of man who does the stupidest things he could without putting any thought to it, Angela said. And you know that's true. Confronting my father yourself is the worst thing you could do about this. But you know how to play him into revealing his secret agenda, I take it. Said Sokka, smiling a little. I know him better than most people, at least, Angela stated. So don't get yourself into trouble pointlessly with my father if you can avoid it, got it? I'll sort this out myself. In any case. I suppose we ought to be off to clean you up, Xian. We sounds like a lot of people, huh? Said Sokka, smiling uncomfortably. Angela looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? You don't want to come? Well, I can't really blame you, washing a dragon isn't as fun as it sounds. Nah, it sounds like it could be, but... Said Sokka, biting his lip. I think I've got training to do. You know, more fights will come soon, and I've got to be in shape, don't you think? Well, I suppose, but weren't you planning on training with me? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. That's the main reason you bothered coming all the way here, isn't it? Indeed, but, see, you've gotta bathe the pet. Sokka exclaimed, at which Angela glared at him. And who knows how long that will take you, so, don't worry, we can meet again tomorrow or whenever you've got time to spare for me. It's fine. Are you sure? Angela asked, frowning. You look. What? Sokka asked, as she studied him with her eyes. He smiled and dropped his hand on her head, a gesture that seemed to irritate her slightly. Stop worrying about me. I told you I was fine. I'll see you later, Angela. Right. She said, making sure her hair hadn't been ruined by Sokka's gesture. He grinned at that and turned on his heels, walking towards the palace gates carelessly. Angela watched him go, his behavior striking her as odd, and her father's as well. What had gotten into both of them in the last few minutes? Xian Long pressed his snout against her arm, and Angela's attention returned to her dragon. She patted his head before raising her eyebrows. So, time to clean up, Xian? Or are you going to keep behaving like a spoiled brat, as you have since you got here? Xian Long seemed to agree with taking a bath at last, and Angela smiled. She led him back to the refuge, where the captain helped her saddle Xian Long, and soon enough they had darted through the sky together, directed towards a nearby river. Meanwhile, the careless gladiator was no longer as careless as he had pretended to be while leaving the palace. He arrived at his house to find Song sorting the new spices she had acquired, and she looked up at him, surprised he had arrived so early. That was fast. Today's training was over really quickly, huh? She said, and Sokka shook his head, his eyes closed as though he was thinking hard about something. Her birthday. Sokka muttered, now looking at Song with wide eyes. Her birthday's coming, Song. Huh. Said Song, as Sokka paced around the living room, grimacing. It's her birthday, and she didn't even tell me. She really should have told me, I could have used a warning of some sort. I guess you could have. Said Song, blinking blankly. What's the big deal, though? What did you mean, what's the big deal? Sokka exclaimed. I need to get her something. A present. Of any sort. She, she deserves a present, all right, Song. So I've got to give her something great, something worthy of her, something she's always wanted, though, haha, how the hell am I supposed to give a rich princess something she doesn't already have? Well, you could write her a poem, said Song, happily, and Sokka grimaced. Nope, been there, done that, and it just made her laugh at me. Why, you actually wrote a poem for her? Song exclaimed, surprised, as he blushed. And I think I ought to go for something bigger, you know? Something awesome. Sokka exclaimed, with a fist in the air. Well, that sounds nice, said Song, gulping. But you're right. How would you find something awesome for a girl who already has everything she could ask for? It's a problem, said Sokka, grimacing. A big problem. I mean, what could she possibly need that I could help her with? Whatever she asks for she can get, right? So, though, wait. Maybe not something she needs. What, then? Asked Song, puzzled as Sokka's eyes lit up and he looked at her proudly. I've got an idea. Ueda knocked over his cup, drenching his clothes with milk. My side. It was truly unbelievable how her son would be so inventive about dirtying himself. If he wasn't soiling himself most literally, it would be with food, and if it wasn't with food, it was with the yard's earth. Mai assumed he had taken after Ruonjian. She was certain she hadn't been like this as a child, but if Ueda was to eat and drink properly one day, he should start learning how to do it as early as possible, regardless of how difficult it was so far. Come on, Ueda, she said, lifting him in her arms and trying not to stain her own clothes with his as she carried him away. Life with a son was a little more interesting than she had expected it to be. It was tiresome, but it wasn't actually boring. And it made her all the more happy to see her husband when he finally arrived for the day, not only because it was good to see him, but because she could have him watch the baby while she rested. Ruonjian would comply, but soon enough he would fall asleep as well, exhausted after a long day of work, and Ueda would end up waking them both with a start when he began crying inconsolably because nobody was paying him proper attention. The days were somewhat repetitive, and she hardly left the house nowadays, but she found herself enjoying it despite that. Taking care of her son wasn't as mundane a task as she thought it would be, though maybe it was. Maybe now she enjoyed mundanity, the thought made her grimace. That couldn't be right. She heard a knock on the door, which surprised her. Ruonjian couldn't be arriving at this time, and she hardly ever had visitors nowadays. Both Angela and Ty Lee were too busy with their gladiators to drop by to see her lately. So who could it be? One of the servants answered her question, once Mai had finished changing Ueda into a new set of clothes. The old man cleared his throat, and Mai turned to look at him expectantly before he told her who the visitor was. Prince Zuko is here, he said, bowing before Mai. Should I send him away? Mai's eyebrows rose as she registered the information. It was odd that Zuko would stop by her house without warning. No, let him in. I'll be with him shortly, she said, and the servant nodded. Zuko was sitting by the house's inner garden, looking at the plants without much interest. By the time Mai walked towards him, Ueda in her arms. Zuko jumped to his feet when he noticed her presence, and he looked at her and her son nervously. Hey, he said, gulping. Sorry I dropped by so suddenly. It's fine, you're not really intruding on anything important, Mai said, with a smile. Ueda waved his hands towards Zuko, looking at him with curiosity as he babbled baby nonsense. Zuko smiled weakly at him, despite not being too sure of how to deal with a child. It was the first baby he had dealt with, at least, since he'd been a kid himself. Hello, he told Ueda, who seemed happy to see he was being addressed directly. How are you? Enjoying yourself with your mother? He's probably growing tired of me, said Mai, smiling. Mine is pretty much the only face he sees all day long. I can't see why that would tire him, well, I mean. Zuko said, clumsily, before sighing in defeat. Sorry. I shouldn't have said. It's okay, said Mai, sitting down before the garden, Ueda on her lap. It was quite flattering of you to say that, if anything. Zuko gulped before taking his seat, keeping some distance between himself and Mai. Here he was, hoping to make this visit anything but awkward, and it was the first thing he had done. "Why did you come all of a sudden, Zuko?" Mai asked, her gaze on Uday as she fixed the child's black hair. "I take it you're not just dropping by to say hello, are you?" "I guess not," said Zuko, sighing. "I suppose I wanted to see a friendly face, and I wanted to see the one person who gives me some clarity when the rest of the world is a blur." "Who, Uday?" Mai asked, startling him. She smiled at that. "I have a hard time believing I've given you clarity, truth to be told." "Well, in a way, he's given me some too," Zuko said, smiling and looking at the boy. The first time he had seen Mai holding him he hadn't cared whether or not he was his son, and for once he had been able to forget all about his pain regarding his situation with Mai just by looking at the little boy. "But I really meant you. You're honest. And you're not biased, I think." "And who is?" Mai asked, raising an eyebrow. "Everyone else, I guess," Zuko muttered. "For better or for worse. Some people treat me like I'm great, others think I'm scum. Which one is it?" "Whichever you want it to be, of course," Mai replied immediately, at which Zuko was quite startled. "Ultimately, you're the one who decides who you are, Zuko, simple as that." "What brings this about, though? Did something happen to you?" "I guess you could say a lot of things have happened," he said. "It'll take a while to explain everything, but I can give you the short version of the story, I suppose." "Then fire away," said Mai, smiling when Uday suddenly laughed at random. "Well, Ty Lee dragged me to Ember Island with her, Haru, Azula and her Gladiator," said Zuko. "And I guess I was down on myself because I couldn't help but remember my mother while I was there. We were at the beach at night and Ty Lee was trying to get me to spill what troubled me, which displeased Azula, for some reason. She stormed off later, and Sokka was worried about her, but I told him not to bother. I said a few things that, well, probably weren't right, but I said them anyways. And then he punched me and began defending Azula, telling me I was an awful brother. I didn't quite respond. I didn't know how. And well, ever since, I've been confused. I mean, things aren't as simple as you thought they were." Mai asked, looking at Zuko sideways. "All my life, I've thought Azula is out to get me," Zuko muttered. "She was just a kid, but she always did mean things to me and just laughed about it later. Almost every time we played together when we were toddlers she ended up making me cry one way or another. My mother would always comfort me while she got away with it all, and I guess all my life I've felt like I'm living in the repetition of that. Maybe I don't bawl my eyes out about whatever Azula did anymore, but I still felt like I'm her laughing stock, like she's always 2 steps ahead of me, mocking me and taunting me. And when I try to reach her, I'll just trip with my own feet and fall on my face, and she'll smirk because I proved that I couldn't be up to her level. And it's stupid." Zuko froze at Mai's sudden declaration. He looked at her in confusion, and she didn't look back. What's stupid? That way of thinking. Yours, hers, you're both really stupid when it comes to each other, said Mai, shaking her head. I've always thought so, but it's the first time anyone seems to want my opinion on the subject. Wait, but, how is it stupid? I mean, you do realize Azula is 2 years younger than you, don't you? Mai asked. You're her older brother. You have the same father, the same mother, and yet you two act like you're trying to vanquish one another, as if being siblings was the same as being enemies. Like trying to overcome the other is what your life's purpose should be. And that's plain ridiculous. Well, but wait, said Zuko, frowning. That she's younger doesn't matter, not when our father has acted like I don't even exist for years now. He's trained her, taught her everything he knows and pushed me aside because she's the better child and I'm just a nobody in his eyes. You really think it's ridiculous for me to complain about that? I think it's ridiculous for you two to keep competing with each other over your father's appreciation, that's what I think is ridiculous, said Mai. There's a certain degree of sibling competition that is normal, Zuko, but you two take it to a level that's beyond ordinary, and that won't end well if you both keep going at this rate. If your father said he'd love you if you killed your sister, would you do it? What? Zuko said, shocked. What's that about, Mai? I wouldn't. Mai, that's crazy. Let's pretend you could do it, said Mai. Pretend you're more skilled than she is at virtually anything. Pretend you can catch her off guard and do it. She'll be gone, and the throne will be yours when the time comes. Would you do it, Zuko? Zuko froze at that question. What the hell was that? Mai was truly crazy. How could she even ask such a question? It was absurd. But, what would he do? He pictured the scene she had just described to him. He thought about it as though it were truly happening. He could imagine her standing with her back towards him, unaware of the fact that he was about to do it, to behead her with his swords. You're crazy, he told Mai, shaking his head and dropping his gaze. You're crazy, Mai. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Not even if your father would give you all his love and appreciation. Mai asked, raising her eyebrows. What sort of father would want his children to kill each other only to choose the best of them and decide that's the one he loves? Zuko said, gritting his teeth. Well, then, there you have your answer, Mai said, at which Zuko looked at her again. My answer? Yes, your answer. It's ridiculous indeed, Zuko, because you two keep competing over your father's love, but is that really what you think you'll gain, Zuko? Mai asked. Getting Azula out of your way so that you can become Fire Lord one day, is that the way into earning your father's love? Is that love, really? Is that the way two siblings should act? No. Said Zuko, dropping his gaze. It's not. And I know it's not. She is my sister, and I should get along with her better than I do, but it's just hard. And she doesn't make it any easier. What efforts have you made towards getting along with her, Zuko? Mai asked him, raising her eyebrows. When you were kids, did you ask her to play with you? Or did she have to string you along for every game of hers she wanted you to join? I think, the second one happened more often than the first, Zuko muttered, frowning. As you got older, did you ever approach her to, I don't know, compliment her on her fire-bending expertise, maybe? Did you ever ask her how did she develop the ability to bend blue fire, for instance? No, I didn't do that, Zuko said, lips pursed. And when you came back home, did you ask her how she spent those last 10 years? Mai asked. Were you interested in what might have changed in her life? I didn't. I found out later, though. Indeed, you found out later, said Mai. Through other sources and not her. So, do tell me, when was the last time you showed any interest in your sister's life just because she's your sister? Look, I get it, I've been an awful brother and I'm a terrible human being, but... Don't be so dramatic, that's not what I said, Mai stated. I didn't say you were a terrible human being, Zuko. But, you could use a lot of work, you know. Yeah, I figure that's what everyone thinks, Zuko grumbled, and Mai sighed at his irritation. But the last years have been anything but easy on me, alright? It would be nice if people stopped acting like I've been having the time of my life when it's been anything but that. I was traveling through the world for 10 years because my father didn't want me, my mother disappeared from my life when I was a kid, and I have a horrid scar all over my face simply because I spoke out of turn in a meeting. Do you think I have no right to suffer over this because I've been an awful brother? Is this the price I have to pay for being as terrible to Azula as I've been? Don't blow things out of proportion, Zuko, said Mai. That's not at all what I said. You have every right to suffer over your past, Zuko, anyone would agree on that. Your life really isn't ideal, nor is your situation, nor is anything about you. But are you going to hold on to that past forever, Zuko? Are you going to let your life pass you by while you sulk over everything that has made you miserable during the last few years? Granted, your experiences have shaped you, but you can't let those experiences become everything you are, Zuko. You can't waste away your life by being bitter over what happened 10 years ago. Because that's what it would be, a waste. Letting your past weigh on you as you have has only brought you misery. You make it sound as if were so easy to just move past it. I know it's not easy, Zuko. But it has been 10 years, muttered Mai. And it's about time you put your life together. Yes, you have a scar. Yes, Your father banished you. Indeed, your mother is gone, and what can you do about any of those things at this point in time? You're back from banishment now. Your scar can't be removed, and who knows what fate befell your mother. Can you do anything about those things now, 10 years afterwards? I can't, said Zuko, sighing. Then you have to understand that it's time to move forward, Zuko, said Mai. You have a life to live. It will slip past you if you keep holding on to what could have been if your father liked you better than Azula, or if your mother hadn't left. You can't control most the events around you, Zuko, but you can control the way you respond to them. You can move forward if you will it, Zuko, and you can get over your misery if you give yourself a chance. I suppose, said Zuko. Mai sighed and looked at the garden while they fell quiet briefly. She was the one to interrupt the silence again, by returning towards what had spurred their conversation in the first place. Back to the main topic, though, and about your mother, wasn't Azula abandoned by the same mother who left you behind? Isn't that something that brought misery for her as well? Did you try to approach her when it happened? Well, I thought it would have upset her, yeah, said Zuko, lowering his head. But she never wanted to talk about it. I went to her a few times, asked her if she had discovered anything about our mother's disappearance, and she would just ignore me, push me away, taunt me because I was a baby who needed his mom. I thought she didn't care. I figured it didn't matter to her. If anything, she seemed happy that she was gone. I suppose, said Mai, as Uday climbed off her lap and looked around himself with curiosity. But I also suppose you know Azula's relationship with your mother was far from ideal as well. I never really got it, said Zuko, frowning. They were always fighting, but I never understood why. For an array of reasons, surely. But no matter how much Azula pretended not to care, Zuko, truth is, she did, Mai said. And she can keep denying it nowadays, but she does care about her mother. Isn't that why she stormed away from the beach? Because she couldn't hear you talk about her. Well, I don't know exactly, Zuko muttered. But maybe. How would you know about her feelings regarding our mother, though? Did she ever say anything about this to you? Not about this, Mai admitted. But about other things. About matters that you'd never imagine Azula would suffer over. Her facade of absolute perfection was only ever a facade, nothing more. If she were half as cold-hearted as she pretends to be, why would it have bothered her to be rejected by some witless boy who was intimidated by her? And saying it bothered her is an understatement. I honestly have a hard time picturing that, said Zuko, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Anyone rejecting Azula would have been granted a death penalty for it, asked Mai. Anyone who rejects Azula will end up paying the ultimate price, you think? Do you believe your sister is a murderer? I guess not, said Zuko. She didn't kill that guy, did she? No, she just ruined his life. Well, that's much better, said Zuko, with a sarcastic grimace. Still, you do realize that Azula hasn't actually killed anyone in her life, said Mai, looking at Zuko. And I suppose not because she didn't quite want to. There have been some occasions when she's been rather upset at certain people. But she resorted to other means to get rid of them, said Zuko, sighing. I wonder what's worse, that she ruins their lives or that she'd kill them. The life ruining gives them a second chance, at the very least, to live a better life than the ones they had been leading thus far, said Mai. Chan and his father may have lost their reputation and credibility, but thanks to this, Chan has to work for things at last. Ruan told me it was about time he had to fend for himself. So, you're saying Azula did him a favor? Zuko asked. Not a favor, but she taught him several good lessons nobody else ever had, said Mai. And all of it without taking the offensive. What she did was worthy of a military tactician, you could say. Well, great for her, said Zuko, sighing. What of it? Azula has been playing people ever since she was a child, Zuko, said Mai. You could call it manipulation, maybe, but she has been doing that from a very young age. She's been misleading everyone, making them fear her because she could kill them if she wanted to. And, that much is true. Azula is fearsome, and far too powerful for her own good. But you see, it's the fact that she holds such power what makes her fearsome. And she knows it. Thus, she never uses it, not for real. People must always remain afraid of getting to her bad side, no matter if she'll never actually pull through with most her threats, because they haven't seen the worst of her and, for their sake, it's best that they don't. So, you're telling me Angela is more bark than bite? Zuko asked, frowning. I'm telling you you've been scared of your younger sister your whole life, said Mai. And that fear has only increased as you both grew older because she knows just how to play with your head. But is Angela really half as terrible as you think she is? I'm betting you'll say she's not, said Zuko. And you're not half as bad as she thinks you are either, Mai pointed out. It's not a matter of pointing fingers at each other, Zuko. It's actually a matter of acknowledging what's wrong and mending it. Isn't that what you came for? I don't even know if that's what I came for, truth to be told, said Zuko, sighing. Well, you're here already, so we're not letting it go to waste, are we? Said Mai, looking at Uday, who had resorted to crawling around her. Your uncle isn't helping, that much is obvious, or else you would have gone to him, am I right? He's never really gotten along with Angela, I think. Said Zuko, a hand on his forehead. And on the other hand he gets along with me just fine. It was Sokka, though, who told me I was wrong about Angela, someone who hardly gets along with me and who seems to know her better than anyone else does. And the things he said, well, they had me wonder. If there's more to Angela than you thought there was, muttered Mai. Or if perhaps she was just manipulating Sokka all over again. Is that what you were suspecting? Well, I don't know. It's not impossible. He's pretty stupid and she's really smart, said Zuko, shrugging. People don't give his brains enough credit, said Mai. He has managed to go evenly at lots of things with Angela ever since we first found him in Huiyi, and that's not something many people can do. Perhaps it's also because Angela has lowered her defenses around him, she feels confident when it comes to him, but that's because he has made it so. I do believe there's a high chance he's partial towards Angela, and that he may not have an unbiased view of everything that has happened in your relationship with your sister, but he does understand Angela better than most, I'm sure of that. So, whatever it was he told you to defend her. He told me she had feelings, that she was the most amazing person he knew, said Zuko. And that I was selfish and had no right to say she just cared about herself. Well, he is right about most of that, said Mai, at which Zuko frowned. Angela does have feelings, yet she doesn't show them. She reads people, Zuko, and if they're predictable enough she'll figure them out without even trying. It's why she knows how to turn every situation to her advantage, why she responds to your advances as she does. Why she's cold and cruel with you, and why she's not with him. Because he's not predictable. I'm sure he isn't. But it's not only that, said Mai. It's the fact that he has overcome her expectations time over and time again, and he has proved she can't handle him as easily as she handles other people. And yet he has sacrificed his own well-being plenty of times for Angela's sake. How many people do you think have done this for her, Zuko? How many times has she found someone who will do everything in his power to save her life while they're stranded in a forest, with no signs of civilization for a week? And who knows how much longer it could have been if they hadn't found the dragon. Sokka has done all these things, and she never expected him to. She hasn't asked it of him. She hasn't intimidated him into doing anything for her. From what I know, when she tries to daunt him into doing something he often ends up doing the exact opposite just to spite her. But that just makes him a masochist, don't you think? Said Zuko, raising an eyebrow. True, said Mai, smiling. But it has made him irreplaceable for her. He's willing to defy her, and yet he's also willing to put his life on the line for her sake. You're not going to join Ty Lee's party, are you? Zuko asked, frowning. You don't think he's in love with her, and you don't think she's in love with him, do you? What would be so wrong with that, I wonder? Mai asked, at which Zuko was startled. Huh. I know, the social pressure, the problems they'd land themselves into if they were discovered together or so. Said Mai, nodding. It's why I don't expect either of them to ever act on their feelings. It's why I've even told Angela not to dare do it. But. So you're saying, he's in love with her. You're really saying that, said Zuko, gulping. It could be, said Mai, shrugging. And what would be so bad about it, I ask again. Well, I'll say, I respect him more if that's the case, muttered Zuko. It'll take some seriously unbelievable man to sweep my sister off her feet, and one even more unbelievable to fall for her in turn. And? Said Mai, raising her eyebrows. Isn't it proof that she can feel something, then? I confess I said that without thinking, really, said Zuko, sighing. You're right, she just doesn't show her feelings, but she's got them. Still, if you're going to prove him right on everything he told me. I have to ask, though, why did you think Azula had no feelings, Zuko? Mai asked. What has led you to think so? Other than the constant manipulation we just talked about? Asked Zuko, raising his eyebrows. Well, she's always out to get her way, no matter the obstacles. Whatever problem stands in her way, she gets rid of it, isn't that the case? You could say that means she's driven, then. Said Mai, folding her arms over her chest. Yet, as I pointed out, she doesn't quite take them out. You could say, she pushes the obstacles away. She doesn't destroy them. And why wouldn't she destroy them? Because it's unnecessary? Asked Zuko. Oh, but maybe it is necessary, said Mai, raising her eyebrows. Maybe killing Sokka back in the pole would have been better for her. She could have sent a message to the Water Tribe if she had killed him and hung his dead corpse at the settlement. Then, what stayed her hand? Asked Zuko, frowning. Why wouldn't she? He gave her a reason to spare him, said Mai. And I don't know what it was, but considering what he's proved to be like, you could say that he began overcoming her expectations even back then. Something he did, something he said, it reached her. It told her it might be better to spare him, despite it all. So, he cracked his way into her heart of ice. Zuko asked. It's less of a heart of ice than you think it is, I'm certain of it, said Mai. And she avoids making decisions with her feelings, of course she does, but she did it back then, I have no doubt about it. Nothing else could have convinced her to spare him. She couldn't have possibly known she would find a good use for Sokka so many years later. So, her relationship with him is evidence that she has feelings, then. Said Zuko, sighing. And so do most people, Zuko, said Mai, looking at him sternly. Which is why Sokka called you selfish. What? Said Zuko, frowning. Are you saying? Zuko, you've been through a lot, and it's true. You have a lot of misery to carry with you, and I'm not denying that. But you've spent 10 years thinking about your misery, and how often do you give thought to other people's problems? Your uncle, for instance. My uncle? Asked Zuko, surprised. He's always been as kind to you as he possibly can. He chose to spend 10 years with you at sea, disregarding his own interests, just to support you in these trying times. He was teaching you firebending too, wasn't he? And apparently he made your trip far easier on you and your crew than it would have been without him. How many times did you thank him for all this? Zuko blinked, looking at Mai in surprise. Well? Asked Mai, raising her eyebrows. I guess. I hardly ever did, muttered Zuko, lowering his head. What your uncle has done for you, it's worth the appreciation, don't you think? Said Mai. And yet, from what I know, you're still angry all the time. And considering he spends most his time with you, I suppose you're always angry around him. Is that fair, after everything he's done for you? No, it's not, said Zuko, gritting his teeth. Your uncle has been through his own share of problems, said Mai. He lost his son, and became quite infamous after he failed to conquer Ba Sing Se. Perhaps people still respect him on some level, but behind his back, all they do is whisper about his failures. So you see, your uncle has tons of problems of his own. And so does Azula. What sort of problems does she have? Asked Zuko, frowning. You wouldn't imagine what sort of hardships she faces while trying to prove she's more than capable an heir for your father, would you? No matter what she does, everyone's always talking about you. Wait, what? Said Zuko, surprised. Most the Fire Nation regards you as Fire Lord Oze's true heir, said Mai. They think you're the firstborn, you're the son. Your destiny is to inherit his throne and crown, but for the longest time, you were banished. Your birthright was taken from you. And the responsibility should have fallen to Angela, but even though she was as good as crown princess during your absence, hardly anyone regarded her as such. Because she was a girl, and the second child, because everyone thought you'd come back one day, and they were ready to welcome you with honors and glory. So, for 10 years, Angela did her best to earn their recognition, for better or for worse. She's fearsome because that seems the most efficient way to make them realize she's out for real business, that she's not just filling in your shoes while you're gone. But she is, said Zuko, looking at Mai. I mean, it's true. Tradition, logic, everything says that I'm our father's heir. Well, except for our father, I guess. And perhaps you are his heir again now, said Mai. But you weren't for 10 years. If your father had died while you were at sea, Angela would be Fire Lord now. Or she would have tried to be, if the Fire Nation had allowed it. But they wouldn't have, most likely, because most people held on to the hope that you'd return triumphant to take your rightful place in the throne. So, she went out of her way to get people to respect her as our father's heir, said Zuko, frowning. And it has been no easy feat, Zuko, said Mai. It sounds simple, but it's really not. So, she's been through her own problems, acknowledged Zuko. And I should be more mindful about it, you think? No, Zuko, it's not about what I think, said Mai, sighing. You've spent your whole life hoping that other people will provide you with guidance, that they will tell you which way to go, but it's not up to me to tell you what you should do, Zuko. You want advice? You can have it. You want your uncle's advice? He'll give it too. You could even ask for Angela's advice if you wanted it, but what you do is up to you and nobody else. You are the one who makes the decisions in your life, Zuko. Nobody can do it for you. So if you want to mind other people's problems, if you want to become considerate towards others, do it. But don't do it because I'm telling you to. Do it because you want to. Do you understand? A small hand fell on Zuko's leg, and he lowered his gaze to find it was Uday, who looked up at him with curiosity. I think I do. He muttered. It's what you did, isn't it? When you chose not to wait for me, when you chose Ruanjian. When you chose Uday. With that, he picked Uday up, and the boy laughed. Zuko swallowed hard and placed him on his lap, something that seemed to make the child quite happy. It is, said Mai, looking at Zuko. I didn't know if it was the right choice, Zuko. I didn't know if it was wrong. I didn't know if you'd come back one day, or if you never would. But I made a choice that I still stand by. A choice that was anything but easy, and a choice that required the advice of a great number of people. Your parents, I take it, said Zuko. Ty Lee and Angela as well? And, what did they tell you? My mother had no hopes anymore, said Mai. She encouraged me to marry Ruanjian. On the other hand, my father insisted that I should wait for you. Ty Lee told me to choose Ruanjian too, actually. She told me it was pointless for me to sit around waiting for you when I didn't know if you'd come back, and that I deserved to make myself happy. Well, she didn't tell me that part, said Zuko, sighing. And what did Angela say? I didn't think you'd have to ask, said Mai, looking at Zuko. She told me to wait. Zuko's eyes widened. Ty Lee had mentioned something about this, about Angela telling Mai not to give up on him, but he hadn't given it much thought until now. She said you'd probably return, and she was right, said Mai, nodding. You did. I don't really know, but I guess she always thought you and I would end up together. Maybe she wanted me to become her official sister or so, who knows? Or maybe she's a hopeless romantic and won't admit it. Well, any of those options are quite surprising coming from her, said Zuko, smiling. So she told you to wait. But you didn't. I made a choice, Zuko, said Mai, shaking her head. Whether it was good or not. It was, Zuko said, startling her. I mean, surely you would have helped me become a better man if you had waited for me. But you are doing it right now and we're not together, and you have a kid with a man you love. So, what's the best situation, really? Did you ever think you'd be as happy with a family as you are now? I didn't, said Mai, smiling a little. I never really expected it, truth to be told. Tai Li was right, Mai, said Zuko. You should have chosen what made you happiest, and I think you chose right. I mean, look at me, I'm a mess. And, if you hadn't chosen Ruanjian, you'd be picking up the pieces of my mess right now, and I probably wouldn't have even thanked you for it. Well, you really can't say. No, Mai, you're right, he said, nodding. And Sokka was right. Maybe I didn't get it before, but I get it now. I think so, at least, but I guess I'm still confused. About what? Asked Mai, raising an eyebrow. Well, I was accused of being a horrible brother to Azula, but she doesn't make it any easier to be a good one, you know. Said Zuko, sighing. And it's not like she's been the greatest sister either. I didn't say she had been, but you already heard what I told you, said Mai. She asked me to wait for you, despite it all, and she also gave you that ship you used throughout those 10 years, didn't she? Well, but she did it as an exchange, really, said Zuko. She was just hoping to make me pay her back in kind. And has she made you pay already? Mai asked, raising her eyebrows. Well, yeah, said Zuko, gulping. She had me sponsor her Gladiator for one day, she used that debt I owed her to make me do it. You're not serious, are you? Asked Mai, looking at him in disbelief. That's how you returned her the favor? Really? Why yeah, well, why? Zuko, without what she did, you wouldn't have even gotten off the Fire Nation while being banished, said Mai. What would have happened to you if she hadn't procured that ship for you? I guess I would be homeless or dead by now, said Zuko, gulping. And yet that debt was paid by sponsoring her Gladiator for one day, to avoid forfeit, I believe. Said Mai, as she put the mystery together in her head. This was what had happened back when Azula had been sick. She provided you the means to travel and look for the Avatar, and you repaid her by sponsoring Sokka in a fight that surely wasn't all that important anyways. I guess, she pardoned that debt too kindly, didn't she? Said Zuko, sighing. Well, I doubt I can return her the favor in kind, anyways. I don't have the means, and she doesn't have the need. So I guess. So you guess she's not as bad as you took her for, despite all the things she's done to you, said Mai, and Zuko sighed in resignation. Maybe not. It's just, not easy to change my mind about her after all this time. But I'll try. I'll do my best to digest all this information. But still, what am I supposed to do? Just go up to her and say I want to fix our relationship? She'll laugh in my face. I doubt she'll want to change it, and for starters, why should I be the one trying to? Because of what you just realized, maybe. Mai said, looking at him. Because she actually has helped you when you needed it, even if she expected you to repay her in kind? Don't you think it's up to you to take the first step now, considering everything you've just understood about your sister? Okay, said Zuko, gulping. Got it. I'll do it, but, how is this supposed to work, Mai? Like I said. You are right, you can't just tell her you want to fix things, said Mai, nodding. You have to show it to her. You have to prove to her that your relationship with her matters to you, that she matters to you. Show her that, despite your past history, and all the problems you've faced, despite the fact that your father has pushed you both to compete irrationally over a chance to sit the throne, you still want to try being normal siblings, if possible. And what if she laughs? Zuko said, grimacing. If she did, it wouldn't mean you should stop trying, said Mai. If anything, it would mean she can't believe it, so you'd have to prove her that you meant it when you said it. But even if you succeed, which I can't guarantee you will immediately unless you do something really amazing, don't expect it to mean that Azula will change radically and turn into some dream-like sister or so. She'll likely still make fun of you and will tease me and tell me just how foolish I am whenever she has a chance, said Zuko, nodding. I guess that's a given. I can't picture her trying to be a dream-like sister, truth to be told. It'd spook me out. It'd spook everyone out, really, said Mai, smiling. But then what I have to do is, I have to accept her as she is, then, said Zuko, looking at Ueda who was beginning to doze off on Zuko's lap. I don't need her to be anyone else. I just need to put the past behind me. To try and give us a new start, more or less. One where we can stop trying to outdo each other. You're right to say it's stupid, it is. All along I was trying to beat her at everything, and I ended up losing sight of who I was because of that. All I did was stare after her and try to surpass Azula, and to what avail? I probably never will, and I'll probably spend the rest of my life feeling miserable if I keep trying to attain some impossible ideal. It's stupid, it really is. You said Ty Lee was right to tell me to be happy, said Mai, looking at Zuko gently. Then the same goes for you. Be happy, Zuko. I don't know how, and I don't need to know either, just find a way to live a life you can be proud of. A life where you won't have to feel like a failure just because you didn't earn someone's acceptance, no matter who that someone is. Your happiness needs nobody's validation but your own. So just be happy by doing what you must do to be at peace with yourself, Zuko. That's the actual advice you'll have from me today. Heed by it, or don't, it's your choice. Remember that too. I will, he said, smiling at Mai. I will. Thanks, Mai. Anytime, said Mai, smiling back as Zuko breathed deeply. I guess I really needed to talk with you. You don't sugarcoat things, and what you told me was really helpful. So, see? You could give me clarity, I told you so. Well, I'm glad I could, said Mai. You both deserve happiness, Zuko. You and Azula. And it doesn't have to be at the expense of one another. So give your relationship with your sister a chance, it might not be as hard to mend it as you think it is. But, it might not be as easy either, said Zuko, gulping, I'll have to give it some thought. I guess there's got to be something I can do for her, but you really think this can work? Do you think she'll want things to change? Isn't it more convenient for her to keep our relationship as it is? Indeed, if she refuses to let your relationship change, you won't pry into her business and you won't ever know for sure that she does have feelings. Said Mai, nodding and smiling weakly as she spoke those last words sarcastically. And she probably won't take it so well when your approaches towards her become different. She's bound to think you're trying to play her, she's bound to take your kindness as some sort of trick or trap. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try regardless. You can't give up without a fight. I can't, said Zuko, blinking. That phrase was quite familiar. And I won't. I don't know if this is all I need to be at peace with myself, but it should be a start. I really hope it will be, said Mai. As I said, you both deserve a better relationship than the one you've had so far. I've known you both for too long, and I care too much about you two to keep watching how you try to destroy each other pointlessly. So, please, do your best, Zuko. And get her to do her best as well. You both owe it to yourselves, first and foremost. Right, he said, nodding. I will, Mai. In the meantime, you don't happen to need a job as a babysitter, do you? It seems that Ueda likes you quite a lot. Zuko chuckled and smiled. It was a curious sensation to have the boy sleeping on his lap like this. Ueda's existence, even while in the womb, often made him think bitterly to himself that he should have been this child's father. But for some reason, that thought hadn't crossed his mind today, not even once. Perhaps he was embracing his reality now, maybe he was already letting the past go, as Mai had told him to. It had been 10 years, and coming back to find so many changes after such a long time had been quite troublesome. Still, it was time to move on for real. He couldn't keep using people like Kyoshi's heir as scapegoats from reality, and he couldn't expect others to lead him through the path he would choose in life, because Maya was right. He made his own choices, and that was what he meant to do, from now on. In order to live a life he could be proud of, in order to have his own child sleeping on his lap one day, he needed to close the door to the past and face his future head-on. Zuko returned to the royal palace not long after. By the time he was crossing the gates he found Azula was flying overhead on the back of her dragon. He had envied her so much when she had found it, but Mai had been right to say Angela had been facing terrible hardships before finding him. She could have even died if she hadn't happened upon Xin Long. Maybe he'd try to find dragons himself one day, to see if maybe one would accept his offering of fire like Angela's had taken hers. But for now he could stop begrudging what Angela had. For now he would do his best to accept his sister as she was, no matter if she was better or worse than him. She was his sister, and that was all there should be to it. That was all there should have ever been, even though his father had tried to make it otherwise. Surely it wouldn't be easy to change things between the two of them, but he was determined to try anyways. Oh, Zuko. Zuko was startled to hear the voice of his uncle behind him. Iroh ran up to him and smiled brightly, a package in his hands. I'm glad you were right here, it saved me the time of looking for you in the palace. I had found this some time ago, my nephew. I had forgotten which tea shop sold it, but I finally remembered. He said, proudly. This, is everything all right? Yes, uncle, said Zuko, nodding. Everything's good. What do you have there? Well, you see, I had some of this tea once before, said Iroh, opening the package to reveal green herbs within it. And after what you told me the other day, I thought maybe it would cheer you up. It's a special blend of tea, Zuko, from Kyoshi Island. Zuko's eyes widened. Well, that was surprising. He didn't really think it was a good idea to have tea that would remind him of the girl who had vanished without a trace, a girl who might have run away from him because he had struck her as odd, a girl who might not want anything to do with him anymore. But for some reason, thinking about Suki wasn't so bothersome anymore. He was still worried about Kyoshi's heir's fate, of course he was, and he wished to know what had happened to her, but it wasn't right to brood over this matter as he had. Something must have happened to Suki, and whether it was good or bad he didn't know, though he hoped it would be good. She deserved good things happening in her life. If they ever were to cross paths again, he'd make sure to be less doubtful, less nervous, and far more helpful than he was the one time they had talked before. But in the meantime, there were a lot of aspects in his life that could use some work, and he could start working on one of those aspects right now. It wasn't too wise of Iroh to bring him the tea that would remind Zuko of the girl he had been pining after to no avail. For all he knew, this would only make Zuko miserable. And yet Zuko saw the happy smile on his uncle's face. He knew Iroh had meant well by what he had done. It wasn't too smart a move, but he had done it with Zuko in mind. He had wanted to cheer him up. And the very least he could do was to appreciate that. Kyoshi Island, uncle? Really? He asked, looking at the tea blend with interest. Is it good? It was when I first had it, said Iroh, pleasantly surprised by Zuko's response. Why did he look different, though? There was something about his nephew that wasn't quite the same as it had been when he had seen him last. Would you like to try it? Sure, said Zuko, smiling. Thanks, uncle. Oh. Iroh blinked a few times and smiled back. Well, you're welcome, Zuko. Anytime you want tea, you are more than welcome to come to me. I'm not just talking about the tea, said Zuko, with a weak laugh. Thanks for everything. Iroh's eyes widened and he poked Zuko with a finger, at which the prince jumped. What are you? Well, what's gotten into you, Prince Zuko? He asked. Is there something else you want to tell me now? It's nothing, really, said Zuko, smiling. So, how was your day, uncle? Huh? You never ask me about my day. Iroh said, blinking blankly as Zuko chuckled and ushered Iroh inside the palace. Well, it's as good a day as any to start asking, don't you think? He said, patting Iroh's back. Iroh was confused by his nephew's behavior, but Zuko was pleased. Being grateful towards his uncle simply felt right. For some reason it seemed to lighten his load, as though he had finally found something he had never known he needed. And maybe he finally understood what he wanted to do in life. Or at least, he understood what he wanted to do with his life right now. That alone made him feel brand new, like a different man than the one who had headed off to visit Mai earlier. And the different man helped Iroh inside, listening intently to what his uncle had to say about his hectic day looking through tea shops in the capital city. It was the same as many conversations they generally had, but it was better than ever before. Maybe because this time Zuko actually wanted to hear what Iroh had to say. Maybe because this time he wanted to spend time with his uncle just as much as Iroh wanted to spend time with him. I mustn't have known it, Zuko thought, but by not choosing him, by picking Ruan Jian instead, she had given him the very chance nobody else ever had, the chance he had needed someone to give him. She had allowed him to be himself for once, with no strings attached, for nobody's sake but his own. And thanks to that, Zuko was finally experiencing genuine happiness for the first time in over 10 years. Chapter 68, Azula's Birthday 2. The captain had been in the middle of his routine patrol through the palace grounds when he saw the Gladiator approaching the gates, with his trademark foolish smile. He had been dropping by the palace often over the past months, but something about the Gladiator had felt off to the captain as of late. He wasn't sure of what it was, but for some reason, leaving the princess and her slave to themselves made him quite uneasy ever since they had traveled together to Ember Island without guards escorting them through their trip. Sokka waved at him, and the captain didn't wave back, his arms folded across his chest as they were. Sokka couldn't see it, but one of the captain's eyebrows had risen as he watched Sokka judgmentally. The Gladiator walked past the other guards that were currently stationed by the palace doors, and he moved straight towards the captain, who regarded him coldly. "Hello there, Captain." "Been a while, huh?" said Sokka, smiling widely. "Not really," Ruishi retorted. "To my chagrin, I just saw you yesterday. I wish it had been longer, but alas, you seem to be quite desperate to spend time with the princess as of late." "Well, then, I guess you'll be glad to hear that's not at all what I came for today," said Sokka. "I'm not here to see Azula. I came to find you." The captain frowned and looked at Sokka with confusion. "Me? Why?" "Well, I couldn't think of anyone more suitable for a covert operation, you know," said Sokka, placing a hand on the captain's shoulder and raising his eyebrows. "You're just the man for the job, Ruishi. What do you want?" the captain asked, irritated. "If you're going to ask me to do something that will jeopardize the safety of the princess." No, not at all," said Sokka, shaking his head. "Aren't you dramatic, Captain?" "No, I'm trying to do something nice for her." "Yeah, you probably think that's a switch, but still." "Huh," said the captain, raising his eyebrows. "What sort of a nice thing, Gladiator? You're not attempting to make a move on her, are you? Because if you came here to get my permission, you think I'd need your permission for something like that?" asked Sokka, with a bark of laughter. The captain glared at him. "Are you trying to say you've already done it, then?" I didn't say that." "Did you do it or not, Gladiator?" the captain said dangerously, and Sokka swallowed. "I haven't done anything I shouldn't have. No permanent damage, no defiling her purity, none of that," Sokka exclaimed, shaking his head promptly. "Why do I have such a hard time believing you?" asked the captain, his glare becoming fiercer. "Well, if you don't believe me you can ask her instead, can't you? She would lie to protect her honor, I'm certain she would. She wouldn't admit to." "To what?" asked Sokka, looking at Ruishi quizzically. "To thinking of you in the way I know she does," muttered Ruishi, sighing while Sokka smiled happily, elated by what the guard had just said. "And you're a common fool. You're not going to hold back with her when she's everything any man could dream of." "Oh? Does that mean you dream of her too, then?" Sokka asked, looking at him inquisitively. The captain stumbled at that. "Well, it's not like I'd blame you, really. I never said I did," the captain exclaimed, surprising Sokka with his outburst. "She is my charge. I'm the captain of her guards, and I must protect her from those who could harm her, and you're one of those I must protect her from." "So, you're saying you would do anything for Azula, then?" Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. "I would, but not because I would because it's my job," the captain grunted, glaring at Sokka. "Well, that works in my favor anyways," said Sokka, smiling. "I need your help, Captain. I've got a great idea for a present for her, and you're the one who can help me with it. So, will you work with me?" A great idea? Asked Ruishi. What sort of a great idea? If you expect me to accept without knowing what this entails. Yeah, fat chance for that to happen, huh? Said Sokka, sighing. You're just that much of a nitpicker. See, I'm trying to make something for her, something awesome. Something she doesn't have yet. And that's, a big set of armor for Xin Long. The captain looked at Sokka with a confused expression on his face. Sokka stood before him, his arms extended to give his words more impact. But upon the lack of reaction from the soldier, Sokka ended up dropping his arms and pouting. What? You don't think it's a good idea? Why would a dragon need armor? Asked the captain, frowning. His scales are thick, and it's not as though the princess will ride into battle on the back of her dragon any time soon. Well, you never know, do you? Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. I'm not really doing it for battle, though. Azula was complaining about how filthy Xin Long was the other day, and I figure armor will help to protect him from filth and everything else that might get attached to him. It just might be helpful, you never know. But, that's not a present for the princess, said the captain, thoughtful. It would be more of a present for the dragon than for her. Well, my budget is pretty limited, all right. Admitted Sokka. I can't get her any fancy jewels or something incredible and worthy of a princess because I'm pretty sure she's already got everything she could ask for. So, I'm sorry if my one idea is absurd to you, but it's the best I've got. The captain could have proceeded to dismiss Sokka's grand birthday present plan, but he decided against it quickly. Armor for the dragon was a good present, far more innocent than anything Ruishi had expected from the gladiator. In fact, it was a relief that this was the best idea he had come up with. Well, then, kudos to you, said the captain, to Sokka's surprise. Go ahead and build that armor, whether it's useful or not doesn't concern me in the slightest. Why did you say you needed me, though? Yeah, you see? Said Sokka, with a weak smile. I kind of need someone very bold to help me accomplish this. I can build most of it myself, though Song already offered to work as my assistant, but... Song? You're cook? Ruishi asked, frowning. The whole slave of a slave situation still struck him as odd. He had no idea how to refer to Song in relation to Sokka without making it sound offensive. She's a girl, a young woman, is it wise to make her work in something as rough as the forging of an armor? Well, what do you think she is, a fragile little crystal doll? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Granted, she won't do the hardest work, but that doesn't mean she can't help at all. Besides, girls can do rough stuff. Azula helped me make my own armor, and we forged her sword together too. If Azula could do it. That's hardly any point of comparison, said Ruishi, folding his arms again. Princess Azula has always excelled at anything she puts her mind to, and she is stronger than most. Surely far stronger than me, if I'm honest. But Song. I didn't say Song was as tough as Azula, of course she's not, said Sokka, waving a hand. But you're being really thick-headed if you think a girl can't take care of herself. Believe me, I've pissed off more than enough girls who surpass my expectations and leave me lying on the ground wishing I hadn't been stupid enough to underestimate them. So, watch yourself. There's more to that girl than what meets the eye. Ruishi sighed and rolled his eyes. Fine, so she'll help you. And what of me? What do you need someone bold for? Well, you see, I even made the design for the armor and everything already. Sokka exclaimed, pulling out a sheet of paper and showing it to Ruishi excitedly. But I can't start working without a crucial piece of information. And what might that be? Asked Ruishi, frowning. Well, measurements, said Sokka, with a nervous smile. Ruishi paled. Measurements? Why you want me to measure the dragon? Me. Why don't you do it instead? Because if I do she'll know I'm up to something. Squeaked Sokka. But if you do it, she won't have a clue of what you're up to, and you can always make up some lie of sorts. I won't make up lies to mislead the princess, you fool, said Ruishi, gritting his teeth. That's the sort of thing you'd do. I would try, but I wouldn't manage to trick her anyhow. I'm not good at lying, said Sokka, sighing. Well, but you could do it while everyone's asleep, right? Go at night, approach cautiously and get all the measurements. It can't be so hard, can it? If it can't be that hard, why not come at night yourself? The captain insisted, glaring at Sokka. Because sneaking into the palace at night might just get me into trouble, said Sokka. So you've got to do it, there's no other choice. And what if I refuse? Well, I'll have to ask Azula what present she would rather have of me, said Sokka, with a mischievous smile. And if she thinks of me as you think she thinks of me, her ideal present might just be. Ruishi felt a vein pulsating powerfully on his forehead upon that. He lifted a fist and Sokka snickered, stepping away just in case the guard might attack him. Fine, then, said the captain, dropping his hand again, blazes dancing briefly around his fists when he moved brusquely. And then what? Once I deliver your measurements you'll stop bothering me. Well, I suppose, said Sokka, shrugging. Can you bring them to the royal workshop tomorrow? I've already asked the blacksmith if he'll let me work there, and he's willing to help, even. Which I guess is odd, but I suppose being Azula's gladiator comes with lots of perks, huh? Indeed, grunted the captain, sighing. Fine, then. I will bring you your information tomorrow, if I manage to accomplish this tonight. Yeah. Cheered Sokka, excitedly. You're the man, Captain. Sure I am. Said Ruishi, glaring at Sokka again, but now sighing in resignation. Facing Xian Long by himself wasn't an appealing perspective in the slightest. It wasn't that he feared the dragon, well, truth to be told, on some level he did. But the real problem was to keep from landing himself in trouble with the princess later. How would he measure the dragon without waking him up as he slept? And if he woke him, wouldn't that wake the princess as well? The questions kept bugging him all day, and they still rounded his mind by the time he approached Xian Long's refuge at night. Ruishi swallowed hard before entering the compound stealthily, hoping the dragon wouldn't notice his presence. And of course he did. A low gurgle came from the higher levels of the refuge, and Ruishi looked up quickly to watch how the dragon dropped heavily on the ground, eyes squinted as he glared at the captain. Xian Long stepped forward, still leering as smoke poured out through his nostrils. The captain gritted his teeth and tried to remain firm and steady. The dragon was sure to have a blast teasing him if he wavered. You needn't fear, noble Xian Long, said Ruishi, bowing his head curtly towards the dragon. I mean you no harm. The noble Xian Long, now well versed in human language thanks to his bond with Azula, snickered upon the label he had just been given. He wandered around the captain, hoping to make him uneasy while he rounded him. I am only here for Sokka, said Ruishi, gulping. He has requested me to measure you, will you cooperate, Xian Long? Xian Long was surprised to hear this had anything to do with Sokka. He stopped walking upon that, and looked at Ruishi with a raised eyebrow, before shrugging and deciding it didn't matter who had sent the captain anyways. Xian Long moved quickly and squeezed Ruishi with his body. The captain gasped for breath when the dragon's scales dug into him, and he was aghast to discover Xian Long had curled up around simply because he meant to sleep while holding him tightly. And no, please. I must. Let me do this quickly and I'll be gone. I beg of you. Ruishi insisted, but Xian Long didn't seem to care. Ruishi sighed when Xian Long decided to get even more comfortable by dropping his head atop the captain's. This promised to be a very long night. Azula woke with a confused frown on her face. She sat up on bed and rubbed her eyes, still feeling odd about whatever she had dreamt of. Thankfully, all dreams about her mother had vanished for the time being, but now it seemed they had been replaced by dreams that were nothing short of ridiculous. She didn't quite remember, but she was under the impression she had dreamt of the captain trying to ride Xian Long. Or was it Xian Long who had ended up riding the captain? She hardly remembered by now. All she knew was that it had been a very odd dream. She readied herself for the day, eating her breakfast and dressing up as she usually did, helped by the servants who usually assisted her. But just as she was walking down a hallway, on her way to Xian Long's refuge, a servant approached her. Princess, he said, bowing down quickly. The Fire Lord requests your presence in the throne room. In the throne room. She repeated, frowning slightly. Is it another war meeting? No, not today, said the servant. Some people have asked for audiences with the Fire Lord, and he will receive them today. And he happens to require my presence for that. Angela asked, with a raised eyebrow. That was unusual. Jose always dealt with those audiences in private. Well, then. I will be on my way. The servant nodded and Angela changed her course towards the throne room, her frown growing more pronounced. Her father had been behaving strangely as of late, but she knew there had to be an explanation for it. Perhaps he only meant to speak with her about her birthday feast, she truly hoped that was all there was to it. She kept fearing maybe her father had found out about the latest developments in her relationship with Sokka, and it was an irrational fear. She knew as much, for there was no way Jose could know about it. Yet no amount of logic could appease her. Ah, Princess Angela, Jose greeted her, already sitting at his throne when his daughter arrived. Do take your seat, I hope to be done with this quickly. To what do I owe the pleasure of being invited to this particular audience session, father? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows as she moved towards Jose's right. I believe I told you we had matters to discuss about your feast, said Jose. And I thought it would be best to do so now. You don't have any urgent business to tend to at the moment, do you? What could possibly be more urgent than the Fire Lord's orders? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows as she sat, legs crossed, next to her father. Perhaps a gladiator fight, said Jose, casually. You have a responsibility as a sponsor, don't you? Why, naturally I do, said Angela, nodding while looking at Jose warily. Why was he talking about the gladiator business unexpectedly? Since when did it interest him so much? I have no pending fights, though I meant to train my gladiator today. Nevertheless, I'm perfectly willing to put on hold anything concerning the gladiator business if you require me. As you should, Jose declared. Angela still eyed him cautiously, despite finally having garnered what she considered a normal response from her father. Is it only going to be the two of us, father? Indeed, us and my guards, said Jose, gesturing at a man who stood by the curtains. Bring in the first one. How many people requested audiences today? Asked the princess. 4, I believe, said Jose. As soon as this is over we will have a private conversation, Angela. We have much to discuss. Very well, then, the princess said, as the guards entered the room, bringing a man in his 40s with them. The man's clothing wasn't particularly elegant, and his hair was slightly unkempt. His face looked sunburned, and he was somewhat muscular too. Angela couldn't help but wonder what a man with such appearance could want from her father. If she was judging correctly, he had to be a construction builder of some sort. And considering how nervous he seemed upon addressing the Fire Lord and the princess, it would appear he had never even dreamt of entering the palace to speak to a member of the royal family. He bowed down before them in quite a clumsy manner, and he stood up again quickly. Fire Lord Jose, it is my pleasure, and Princess Angela. I wasn't told you would be here, it is also my pleasure, of course. I'm most honored you have agreed to meet with me. As you should be, said Jose. Don't make me regret allowing you an audience. Speak quickly and be done with it. Oh, of course, my lord. I am Xiao, and I have come in behalf of the town of Shangran. Some time ago we decided to refurbish our docks, but what seemed a good idea at the moment has turned out to be a disaster. Many ships have been unable to deliver their cargo to our village, and we are only capable of eating what little food we produce ourselves. You refurbished the docks, yet you failed to think of a method for shipments to be delivered to your town while you remodeled them. Angela asked, frowning. How thoughtful of you. We made the mistake to tear down the docks completely on the first go, princess, said Xiao, gulping. It was very thoughtless on our part, indeed, but it's too late to do anything about it now. We have tried to be as quick about the job as possible, but in order to have our first dock functioning properly, we need more manpower. Are you requesting I lend you men to finish your job faster? Jose said, raising an eyebrow. My lord, we are in a very bad situation, said Xiao. Without the shipments, our village is facing quite a predicament. What happens with these ships that are bringing you their cargo? Angela asked, frowning. Are they floating about, waiting until you are done with your rebuilding of the port? Some simply pass us by when they see they can't unload their cargo here. Said Xiao, I believe they take their shipments to other nearby islands. But others linger nearby, waiting to deliver their goods when we're ready to receive them. The ones that stay close to the island would make easy target for pirates, Angela muttered, looking at her father sideways. Wouldn't they, father? Pirates roaming our waters? Said Jose, sighing. I haven't heard reports of the sort, but you are right, Angela. If this is the situation, surely soon enough groups of pirates might target Shangran. It would be best to avoid problems of the sort. Would you be so kind, my lord, and allow some men in your service to help us? Said Xiao. I'm certain the capital has many builders to offer. You assume much, Xiao, said Jose, and the man shivered when the Fire Lord spoke his name. I have builders, but they are currently engaged in the construction of a factory on the outskirts of the capital. I cannot allow you to borrow men for your cause. But my lord. You could find men in other cities, said Angela. Perhaps head towards the colonies. If you managed to come here, which I find quite odd considering you said your ports aren't functional and you could have only arrived by sea, then you will be able to take a trip all the way to Udeo, won't you? Perhaps. I'm willing to guess that their mayor will be able to supply you with what you wish for, said Angela. Unless Morishida's builders are busy as well, said Jose. But if that's the case, what will I do? Asked Xiao, looking at Jose with despair. Oh, stop behaving like a lost pup, said Jose, rolling his eyes. If you find no men who are willing to work, find slaves. Buy them, make them do your bidding. That's how it works. But I don't believe I have the coin. Then sell whatever your island produces and use those winnings to buy slaves, Jose growled. And what about when the refurbishing of the port is completed? Asked Xiao. What will we do with the slaves by then? As if that were a matter of concern, said Jose, rolling his eyes. If you are unwilling to feed and lodge them, and if you have no further use for them, then sell them again. Send them back to where you got them, perhaps. Get rid of them somehow, nobody will care for the fate of more common slaves. Angela glanced at her father sideways. He was harsh, he had always been, but no longer could she listen to him speak of slaves in this manner without feeling uneasy. He treated them as scum, as though they weren't human, as though they were inferior to them because they hadn't been born in the Fire Nation. Slaves were on the same level as beasts of burden for him. And it was rather disturbing to be bothered by a notion that she also had believed in not longer than a year ago. She had seen slaves under the same light her father still did. Inferior, filthy, worthless. Is that all, Xiao? Jose asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, my lord. I only meant to make my one request, and I thank you for receiving me. May you live long and reign longer, reign long and, well, may you enjoy your reign as much as your citizens have enjoyed it, said Xiao, bowing before being led outside the chamber by a pair of guards. Foolish commoners, said Jose, sighing once Xiao was gone. If I had a coin for every absurd request they have sent our way. I didn't know a factory was being built nearby, father, Angela said, frowning. For what purpose? You recall that man who has taken to living in the Northern Air Temple, do you not? Said Jose. He has been developing plans to create aircrafts as of late. We will need to dedicate a new factory to build them. Aircrafts? Angela asked, surprised. Has he really accomplished such a feat? Not quite, said Jose, shaking his head. In fact, he seems to be facing a predicament of sorts, I don't know what exactly. But as soon as he finds a solution for it, the production of aircrafts will begin. Our war power will go unrivaled. I believe our war power is already unrivaled, father, said Angela, with a smile. That it is, said Jose, smiling as well. Yet now we will definitely be unstoppable. Angela smiled, but she felt no joy upon hearing this. She found herself cursing Sokka's influence on her as she looked to the front of the room again, where a guard was bringing in another man. If only Sokka's beliefs and values hadn't influenced her so much as of late, her life would be much simpler right now. Without him, she would still be as careless about the fate of others as she used to be. But hearing her father dismiss slaves, and hearing him speak of a boost in their warring potential, which he clearly would orient towards destroying the water tribes, filled her with a sense of despair she hadn't known before. A part of her wanted to find a way to stop him, to tell him it was a bad idea, but another part of her wasn't as reckless. Contradicting Jose in regards to these subjects wouldn't end well for her. She had already played her luck with him before, doing it again would surely bring along consequences she wasn't sure she could afford. "Greetings, my lord." "Princess," said the new arrival, a man dressed in far more elegant clothing than the previous one. Naturally, he was a high society man, but as Angela didn't know him, she guessed he had only acquired his status recently. He wore jewels on every spot in his body that could sport them, and the smile on his face spoke of self-satisfaction. "My lord, I have come to repay the debt I owed you." "Is that so?" said Jose, a smile on his face. The man produced a bag of money, and he stepped forward to place it before the Fire Lord, who parted the flames that surrounded him in order to pick up the bag. "My business has finally taken off, thanks to my lord's kindness. I even added more money than I owed you, as a gesture of gratefulness for everything you have done for me and my family. Never had we enjoyed the comforts we have attained now. And we owe it all to you, of course. You also owe it to your hard work, never think otherwise," said Jose, as he looked at the golden coins with approval before setting the bag of money aside. "Many others have requested money from me and failed to settle their debts when the time comes. I am most pleased to see there are still vassals who prove themselves worthy when the time comes. Well done. You may take your leave now." The man smiled and bowed his head before walking back to the exit. Angela watched him leave before turning towards her father again. "Are loans a frequent practice of yours, father?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. "Are you judging me for it?" Jose asked, amused. "Loans are the best way to ensure a man's loyalty belongs to you and to no other. The ones who deliver are those whose allegiance you can rely on. The ones who don't will be singled out as disloyal. Too many fools have requested money from me and failed to pay back when the time has come. So, as punishment for their failure, you took everything you could from them, in order to regain the money you had invested," Angela finished. "It is what a ruler must do, Angela. I'm certain you understand." "Of course I do, father," said Angela, smiling. "Loans aren't as unreliable a practice as you might believe, Angela. They serve many purposes. So long as you remain true to the contract, you shall ensure to be respected by your people," Jose declared. "I understand," said Angela. "But is it wise to trust blindly in noblemen such as that man, father?" "Whoever spoke of trust, Angela?" asked Jose, raising an eyebrow. "Only a handful of people can truthfully claim to have a share of my trust. I was certain you knew as much." "Oh, I do," said Angela. "It only makes sense for you not to trust them. I wouldn't do so either, if I were in your place." Jose smiled again and gestured for the guard to bring in the third man. It happened to be the head sage, to Angela's surprise. She hadn't expected this man, of all people, to request an audience with Jose. Why not wait until the Fire Lord went to the temple for a meditation session? "My lord, princess," said the head sage, who seemed quite surprised to see Angela present in the throne room but acted as though it were of no importance anyways. "We have begun the preparations for the festivals." "You have only just begun?" asked Jose, raising his eyebrows. "I believed preparations for the next festival would begin as soon as the previous one had ended." "Aye indeed, my lord," said the sage, nodding. "What I meant to say was, we are almost ready. Only a few matters are still pending, and one of them being your selection of whoever shall perform the ceremony of the sun." "Ah, indeed," said Jose, at which Angela glanced at him with confusion. "Have you already singled out your candidates?" "Yes, my lord," said the head sage. "They are ready to display their skills before you. Please, make your decision whenever you find time for it. The chosen performer will need some time to prepare for the actual ceremony, so the sooner you select someone, the better for all of us." "Naturally," agreed Jose. "Very well, then. I shall let you know when I have time to spare for this. In the meantime, run along, head sage. There are other matters I must deal with. Yes, my lord, said the head sage, bowing down and leaving the room on cue. Since when do you choose the performer for the ceremony of the sun? Angela asked, with amusement. That's new. It is, said Jose, smiling. I recently suggested to the head sage that I might be the one to select the performer this year. Naturally, he understands my suggestions are orders. I take it he's not so pleased by these developments, though, said Angela, as the last man was brought into the room. The sages are quite uptight when it comes to their traditions. That they are, but it makes no matter. I am the Fire Lord, and my decisions are final, said Jose. It is so, Angela agreed, nodding. The last man to arrive was unexpectedly different from those who had preceded him. Xiao's appearance hadn't been the ideal for a meeting with the Fire Lord, but this latest arrival wore such tarnished clothes that he made Xiao's look like the clothes of a nobleman. His face was bony, his hair greasy, but his eyes were fierce. Said eyes were trained on the Fire Lord, at whom he glared with determination. Fire Lord Jose, he said, as he knelt before Jose, frowning still. I have come to make a petition. A petition, you say? Asked Jose, looking at the man with contempt. What sort of petition would that be? My lord, I have come to request for you to shut down the refinery at Dankian River, said the man, at which Jose's eyes narrowed. And why should I do such a thing? My lord, all the villages close to the river are being directly affected by the smoke released by the refinery, said the villager. People are sickly because of the air pollution. Also, the water that used to be crystal clear is now vile, packed with dangerous substances, and children have died after drinking and playing in the river as they used to. And if this weren't enough, the refinery was built where our cattle used to pace, and we hardly have any room for the animals when most our available terrains have been destined for farming and sowing. My lord, our village cannot endure these conditions, you must do something. I must. Jose asked, angrily. Why, perhaps the Fire Nation has moved past the stage where we needed thousands of farming villages to feed our people. Perhaps your terrains, your animals, and crops aren't needed anymore. You needn't fret, though, I'm certain you and your fellow villagers will find proper jobs in the refinery. Jobs in the? My lord, we have spent all our lives living off farming. Exclaimed the man, astounded by Jose's suggestion. We don't want to change that, we never meant to. And even if we did, it wouldn't solve the problem that has been brought up by the refinery's waste being evacuated into the river. And thus you would have me shutting down a refinery that is crucial for the progress of our nation. Asked Jose, growing angry. Angela clenched her teeth when she felt the flames around the throne becoming fiercer and stronger than before. The villager looked at Jose with wide eyes, as though the image he had once had of the man before him had crumbled to pieces. He stared at him in disbelief, and he shook his head before replying to the Fire Lord's question, indignant. Your people are dying, and that's what you're concerned with. Progress? Asked the man, standing up and looking at Jose with indignation. My son is lying sick in bed with no signs of recovery after drinking that poisoned water, and you tell me that he must die so that our nation prospers. Indeed, that is what I told you, said Jose, his eyes blazing with fury. And how dare you speak to your Fire Lord in this manner? How dare you let my son die for such a ridiculous reason? How dare you call yourself Fire Lord when you don't care about the Fire Nation at all? You accuse me of not caring for my nation? Why, perhaps it is you who doesn't care for his nation. You wish to stop our progress, you fool? That makes you a traitor to your people. Jose said, glaring at him. I will hear no more of this. Guards, rid me of this eyesore. Take this scum out of my sight, and give him the punishment befitting a man who dares oppose his Fire Lord. The guards approached the villager, and the man grinded his teeth when he heard them move towards him. He couldn't take no for an answer, not today. Not now. Not when his son was going to die because the man who ruled over them was too obsessed with alleged progress to genuinely care for his people. The man had no idea what was driving him when he lashed out at Jose, shortly before the guards reached him, yet lashed at him he did, to the Fire Lord's dismay. The villager jumped forward, not caring about the flames that might engulf him. He refused to walk away from this matter with his head bowed in submission. But when he was about to pass through the curtain of orange flames, said flames turned blue. The man didn't register the change until the blue fire flared powerfully and sent him flying back in the direction he had just come from. The princess hadn't even stood up to defend her father. She remained cross-legged, her left hand raised, for it was all she had needed to use in order to bend the fire and repel the villager. The man's worn-out clothing was scorched, and it seemed some of his hair had caught fire, but he smothered the blazes quickly by rolling over and dragging his body over the floor. Jose seemed quite surprised by Angela's quick response in behalf of his safety. His instincts had been to move back, and perhaps to kick at the man if he managed to make it through the curtain of fire, but Angela had been faster, and far more efficient than that. And she looked as relentless as ever, her eyes blazing along with the fire. She turned blue. "You heard my father," she told the guards. "Take him away." The guards nodded, and they obeyed promptly, picking up the man and dragging him out as he flinched at the pain, muttering about his son until he was out of the throne room. Angela lowered her hand, while the other one curled into a fist. Yes, she had done the right thing. She had to protect her father from threats. She was his loyal daughter, always had been. So why did she feel remorse upon having attacked that villager? Why did she feel sorry to think he might just return home to find his son had died while he had been gone? "Something told me having you along this meeting today was the right decision," said Jose, smiling and standing up. "Ah, pathetic commoners. Such a man should be demoted into slavery." Angela didn't reply, for she rather doubted that would be a good idea. Jose took notice of her lack of response, but he paid no heed to it. "Very well, then, Angela. Shall we take our leave now?" he asked, gesturing at his daughter to follow him out of the throne room. Angela stood up quickly, and walked with Jose all the way to his chambers. They hardly spoke on the way to the appointed place, and Angela remained as silent and solemn as she had been during their walk while a servant poured tea for both of them. "I do feel it was rather unfortunate you witnessed such an incident," said Jose, sipping his tea. "Alas, people like that one villager tend to show up every now and then. It's best if you prepare yourself for it, for whenever you sit the throne instead of me." "Not everyone will agree with our way of ruling, of course," said Angela, nodding. "How often has this happened, father? Has anyone ever hurt you in these audiences?" "No, this is the first time a reckless fool tries to physically wound me," said Jose. "Nevertheless, you needn't worry. He will be punished accordingly for his crime." You mean he'll be sentenced to death?" Angela asked. "Oh, I am a merciful man," said Jose. "If he had actually touched me, I might have had his head for it. But alas, as I said before, being demoted to the status of slave would suit him best. I will not suffer men of the sort to be deemed as part of my nation." "So, you hope to take out every man who opposes your will?" Angela asked. "I have the power. I have the means. Why should I not use them for my own ends?" asked Jose, smiling. "You will grow to understand, Angela. Once you become Fire Lord, you will realize that, in order to keep the nation under control, you must make decisions that will seem ruthless and cruel. Yet you must make those decisions nonetheless. It will be your duty as a ruler. Is this why you wanted me to witness these audiences?" asked Angela, frowning. "You meant to have me learn how to deal with petitioners through direct experience. And you did it marvelously," said Jose, nodding. "Every day that goes by I grow more convinced that you are my one true heir. You shall carry on my legacy, Angela. But, in any case, this isn't what we were supposed to discuss." "No, the birthday feast," whispered Angela, drinking some tea as well while trying not to press on any further with the matter. "What is it you wanted to speak of, father? You want my input on the guests?" "Why, not quite," said Jose. "I have always chosen whoever will be invited to the feast." "Indeed, so what do you need my opinion on, father?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "I would like to speak to you of another matter, another pending matter," said Jose. "Many of the guests I plan on inviting have made petitions for your hand in marriage at some point in time, whether for their sons or for themselves." Angela frowned at that. She placed the cup on the table and looked at her father warily. "And, you're planning on using this feast to bring them here," she muttered. You meant to promise me to one of them, father. Angela, you know that by this point in your life you ought to be married, said Jose. And considering all that has happened lately. What do you mean? What has been happening lately? Asked Angela, folding her arms over her chest. Father, what is it that you are not telling me? First you wanted my gladiator in my feast, now this matter of my marriage. My, are you commanding me to talk, Angela? Jose asked, amused. No, father, said Angela, shaking her head. I'm only asking a question. That's all. Well, then, said Jose. Truth to be told, I find it quite unbelievable that you remain oblivious to my reasons. I was certain you had done all this purposefully. Angela felt the blood draining from her face. If her father was referring to what she feared he was referring to, she would have to find a way to deny everything convincingly. It wouldn't be easy, but she could do it. Her life was on the line, and not only hers, but Sokka's as well. If this was all a ploy to make her understand her position in the world, to force her to acknowledge that Sokka could never become anything other than her gladiator, she would play through it as innocently as possible. From the moment you obtained that gladiator I wondered what your true intent might be, said Jose. Only now do I understand. Father, you are overthinking matters, said Angela, shaking her head. I swear You are as smart and thoughtful as I always believed you were, said Jose, smiling. Angela looked at him with mild confusion at that. Smart. If he knew about her and Sokka, the last thing he would call her would be smart. There were plenty of other five-lettered words her father could call her if he had discovered what had happened between them. So why smart, of all things? And resourceful too, of course, there's no need for false modesty, Angela. You know you made a brilliant move when you joined the gladiator fray. Angela blinked a few times and raised an eyebrow, at which Jose laughed under his breath. You spent 10 years being undermined for being a female, even while being, by all effects, my heir and crown princess, said Jose, smirking. I tried to make matters easier for you, but it did not work as well as I hoped it might. I gave you as many opportunities as I could, though, and you have made great use of them. And by joining the gladiator business you have finally accomplished what nobody knew you would accomplish. What do you mean, father? Angela asked. Do you mean to say you're nobleman? They acknowledge you, Angela, said Jose, smiling. They have watched you rise through that ranking, and they are quite amazed by your fighter's prowess. Though not all of them seem marveled by you, if I must be honest. Many resent you for finding such a powerful fighter. I do wonder how skilled he might be, if I must be honest. He looks like little less than a clown to me. He's not as foolish in the arena as he is outside it, said Angela, sipping her tea again. The twist the conversation had taken had relieved her, but it hadn't quite appeased her fears yet. And precisely because he looks quite weak on first glance, he happens to be quite difficult for his opponents to measure. He defeated Chan's gladiator without a hitch, after all. Indeed, I haven't forgotten that, said Jose, nodding. And by doing this, you have entered the public life in a grand fashion, Angela, with an unexpected gladiator, who happens to be a non-bender nobody can predict. By sponsoring someone others would take as a weakling, and yet rising through the ranking as steadily as you have been the talk of the Fire Nation during the past year. Zuko's return threatened to outshine you, but your brother has done absolutely nothing deserving of any merits ever since he came back. You, on the other hand, have continued to overcome challenges constantly, both in the gladiator business and outside it. You have overcome many opponents, and you even defeated that disgusting Water Tribe murderer. She had done nothing, though. It was Sokka who had fought against him, after all, or so Angela thought, but she refrained from speaking her mind. A slave had no worth of his own, in her father's eyes. Whatever Sokka accomplished in the arena would be credited to his sponsor, not to his own skills and efforts. You never told me someone had attempted to murder Agelan, said Angela. Why, attempted murders on Fire Lords are far more frequent than you think, Angela, said Jose. You just thwarted one yourself, did you not? It hardly seems a matter to take so lightly, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. A man like that foolish villager couldn't have possibly injured me, said Jose. When faced with actual threats, though, We have always managed to stay a step ahead of our attackers. We shall continue to do the same in the future. Despite what you may believe, our security is our greatest priority. It should be, said Angela. Yet it's not easy to stay secure, with groups such as the White Lotus looming over us. You needn't worry. We sent quite a strong message after we took their men captive, said Jose. I would have much rather executed them, but it would seem keeping them as hostages is wiser. Your gladiator did us a favor, I believe. Perhaps, shrugged Angela. But what about the spy? Do you have any leads on him yet? None, said Jose, sighing. But I'm certain he has learned his lesson as well. He won't be bothering us. Until we give him another opening, or another excuse to bother us, said Angela, frowning. Father. I have a suspicion. One I didn't think I should share, but I fear it'll be worse to keep quiet about this. Angela. Said Jose, surprised. This spy. I suspect it might be Iro, confessed Angela. Iro? Asked Jose, before chuckling under his breath. Ah, that would be ideal. If my brother was a full-blown traitor I could rid myself of him for good. But alas, it's quite unlikely. After the White Lotus attempted to murder him. After that, he decided not to prosecute them, Angela reminded her father. And that is suspicious, you must think so as well, father. Why, you seem rather knowledgeable about this. Said Jose, raising his eyebrows. Have you been investigating much, Angela? I spoke to Lo and Lee recently, admitted Angela. I saw them at Ember Island and they told me what they knew about the White Lotus. Which, according to them, is the same you already know. Most likely it is, said Jose. All I know is what Iro disclosed. Why would Iro join them, though? Do you believe he learned the ways of tea, Paisho, and foolishness from them? Because you would be wrong to believe so. My brother has been wasting his time with all those things throughout his entire life, long before being attacked by the White Lotus. And what better idea than to join other people who enjoy wasting their time with the same nonsense he does? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. I would be more than pleased to say you're right about this, said Jose. But Iro was underground all along. He couldn't have been the mysterious benefactor. Lo and Lee were underground also, father, and that didn't keep them from being suspects, Angela said. Truly, said Jose. But unless we had actual evidence, Angela, pointing fingers at your uncle will get us nowhere. If anything, the acceptance you have gained in the Fire Nation's circles after everything you've done recently might disappear if you try to turn on members of your family. Why? I don't think that kept you from banishing Zuko, said Angela, frowning. I was already Fire Lord, and your brother only got what he deserved, said Jose, simply. It was irrelevant whether or not it was accepted by the masses. My decisions are final, as befitting the Fire Lord. You, on the other hand, are still a princess. Soon enough you might become crown princess, if you continue to earn the admiration and respect of Fire Nation people, but for now, you must abide by what will garner you acceptance. If you continue to rise through the Fire Nation, your brother is sure to continue lagging far behind you. Eventually they shall speak ill of him, and fondly of you. And once that happens, you will be one step closer to becoming Fire Lord once I'm gone. Which is quite wonderful, father, said Angela, a hand under her chin as she leaned on the table. And you know I would want nothing more than that. Yet I have to ask, how am I supposed to become Fire Lord after you if you plan on marrying me off to some nobleman's son? You haven't forgotten it would be my future husband who bears your crown and not me, have you? I haven't, said Jose, nodding. But I take it you shall be the Fire Lord, even if you are not bearing the hair piece. No matter what man you marry, you will be more than capable of ruling through him, won't you? That was never the plan, though, was it? Grunted Angela, dropping her gaze. I suppose it won't make a difference whether I rule as myself or through another, not considering I will be doing this for the sake of the Fire Nation, and not my own. But still, father. You don't want me to give you away to a fool, said Jose. And if only I could do as you ask. Yet, as I once said, there is no man worthy of your hand, Angela. You are, most certainly, better than all of them. So, if none will be worthy, then at the very least it should be up to me to decide which worthless man I marry, said Angela. Just as I once said myself. A righteous request, said Jose. But as you have yet to inform me of having found a suitable prospect for a husband, I suppose the responsibility of finding your worthless husband falls to me. All you ever do is waste away your days training that gladiator of yours. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by his prowess, considering all the training you submit him to. I do what I must in order to make him the best gladiator there is, said Angela. As you said, I have earned a great deal of acceptance in society through him. I have proven myself time over and time again thanks to him, and considering how it's not enough still, for there are fools who still dare doubt me, I believe I should continue to prove myself as his sponsor for the time being. Marriage can wait. Can it? Will you wait until I have perished, Angela? Asked Jose, at which Angela was slightly startled. Even then, the odds won't be in your favor. Your brother is the legitimate heir at the moment. Until you become the official crown princess, your claim won't be above his. And for that to happen, you would need to convince the council that I am a better option than he is for the seat of Fire Lord, muttered Angela. Or your brother would have to die. Angela's eyes widened upon that. She looked at her father with surprise, her eyebrows raised, and Jose sighed. It would be useless to hope for that, of course. There have been too many disappearances and demises in the family recently for us to add your brother to the list. He is healthy and finally home, his death would be too suspicious. We would never get away with it. We? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows. Father, are you even? You're not honestly telling me you would kill Zuko if only you thought you'd get away with it. You wouldn't? Asked Jose, looking at her with surprise. I thought you were made of better material than this. Father, he may be quite a fool in many regards, and the Fire Nation might be best off without him, but never have I thought. Angela was suddenly feeling slightly nauseous. Killing Zuko was completely absurd. He almost always irritated her beyond belief, he was a nuisance more often than not, but she didn't covet the throne badly enough to wish to sit upon it after stepping over Zuko's dead body. How could Jose speak of this so casually, as if talking of Zuko dying was the same as discussing what he would have for dinner? She had always known he was ruthless, but Zuko was his son, despite it all. And Jose had been commanded to murder his son once, but he hadn't done it. No, he had killed his own father instead. Suddenly the thought of her father killing Ajalon seemed far less ridiculous than she had once taken it for. That he would speak so naturally of murdering his own son made Angela wonder why he hadn't killed Zuko back then, why he had chosen to kill Ajalon instead. There had to be a reason for this, clearly. Had it been solely to become Fire Lord? And who had killed Ajalon, really? Had it been him, or had it been her mother? Now, you won't claim to having developed some sort of attachment towards that brother of yours, Angela, said Jose, rolling his eyes. I wouldn't call it that, said Angela, for she hardly thought it was out of any attachment to Zuko that she couldn't even consider this. It was the thought that her father would gladly murder his son if he thought he could get away with it. Because Zuko was useless for him. Zuko wasn't his ideal heir, Zuko wasn't the son he had wanted. Angela had been closer to his desired child, and thus he had chosen her to follow on his footsteps. But what if she strayed from those footsteps? What if she ever made a choice he couldn't accept? Would he be willing to kill her all the same as he was willing to kill Zuko? You'd best not, said Jose, sipping his tea. Any bonds of affection you feel towards anyone or anything will be a hindrance for you. I was certain you already knew as much. Indeed, Angela said mechanically, agreeing with him solely for the sake of it. But as I said, it would be pointless to try and kill your brother. It might bring about a civil uproar of sorts, said Jose. Never you mind, though. Zuko is more than capable of bringing himself down. You won't even need to make any efforts towards ensuring that goal. Just as he got himself banished for 10 years, he will bring about his own doom eventually. He didn't get banished for 10 years for no reason, though. Jose had banished him. And Angela was certain her father was more than proud to take the credit for it. Well, indeed, that just might be the case, she said, lowering her gaze. And once he does. You will be crown princess, said Oze. And so long as you continue to triumph with your gladiator, so long as you prove how competent you are at anything you put your mind to, no members of my council will oppose my decision. Speaking of which, is this why you want my gladiator in the feast? Angela asked. Because he's earned me my recognition. It hasn't been only him, but he has become quite popular amongst the noblemen as of late, said Oze. You also earned recognition by finding and taming a dragon, and returning to the capital victoriously after capturing the rough rhinos. He also helped save the Fire Nation from the White Lotus. People were quite astounded to hear of such heroic deeds coming from a slave. And since he has proven to be a competent gladiator, he has gained a great following. I'm certain the noblemen who will attend your birthday will be pleased to see him there. They might ask questions about him, but I'm certain that won't be anything you cannot handle. It won't be, said Angela, nodding. Then this is why. Were you expecting anything else? I was expecting a proper reason, no more than that, said Angela, with a smile. I knew you hadn't insisted upon this on a whim. Despite being the Fire Lord, the absolute ruler of most the world, I do believe earning the acceptance of your subjects is important, said Oze. Indeed, not all of them will be satisfied by your decisions, but it is your duty to make said decisions and stand by them, as I said earlier. Which is why the refinery will remain as it is, where it is, no matter who comes to ask you to do something about it, Angela said, and Oze nodded. Exactly. I will stand my ground. I know what my nation needs, and it isn't more cattle and crops. We need power, more power than ever, to conquer the world. That is what we must strive for. And together we shall earn said power, Angela. So long as you continue to rise through the Fire Nation as you have as of late, you will be as powerful as I am one day. Angela nodded and continued to drink her tea silently. She had spoken of these topics with her father long ago, without feeling as troubled as she did now by hearing him justify what couldn't be justified. Why did his decisions bother her so? Perhaps because, when it came to Oze, everything boiled down to decisions indeed. He was used to having everything go his way. He had made sure it would be so ever since he became Fire Lord. No longer would anyone question him or look down on him. He was the Fire Lord now, and his word was what counted. So, in those regards, she probably should be safe. He had decided she was his favorite child, and thus, Zuko was the one he wanted to get rid of. But it still bothered her. Despite herself, it could only bother her. As much as she had warred with Zuko her entire life, he was her brother. As much as she would often laugh whenever he was in misery, she hadn't considered his death as an option for her to earn the throne faster. Back when she had been a child, she had heard Aslan commanding her father to kill Zuko, and she had teased Zuko about it. But she hadn't quite thought he would die, and she had been right. He hadn't died. She had thought it obvious that her father wouldn't kill him. Zuko was his son, and Ursa often said family was what mattered most, hadn't she? Though that hadn't stopped her from thinking Angela was a monster, had it? Then, maybe it wouldn't stop Oze from murdering his son to get what he wanted. And if he was willing to kill Zuko, then it meant he would be willing to kill virtually anyone to have his way. If he was truly behind Aslan's sudden death, it meant Oze had killed his own father without any remorse. Because her father had no attachments, he only sought power. He only sought control. He didn't care for feelings, for emotions, for anything that would make him weak, and if he had to kill his family to attain whatever he desired, he would do it. He truly would do it. Oze changed the subject then, deviating towards the more technical aspects of Angela's birthday feast. Angela tried to pretend she was calm despite the conversation they had just shared, smiling at her father and agreeing with most of what he said. And since a table stood between them, Oze couldn't see how his daughter's clenched fists trembled atop her lap. Sokka beamed when the captain finally appeared at the workshop, handing him a paper where he had scribbled all the measurements he had believed necessary for Sokka's enterprise. "You'd best be grateful for it, Gladiator," grunted Ruishi. "You wouldn't believe the night I spent to get those." "You did it at night?" asked Song, surprising the captain. He hadn't noticed she was there as well. The workshop was somewhat crowded at the moment. The blacksmith, his assistants, and his family were hard at work, and several clients had showed up to shop for weapons or utensils, some even hoping to commission the blacksmith with custom-made materials. It was a wonder that there was enough room for them to work as well. I had no choice, said Ruishi, looking at Song with concern. You will help him, then? Well, yes, said Song, smiling. It sounded like fun, and this way I'm finally involved with the interesting things instead of watching from the sidelines, you know. The captain was genuinely surprised by her enthusiasm. Sokka missed their exchange, busy as he was setting everything up to start working. The captain looked at him judgmentally for a moment before sighing and removing his mask and hood with a swift motion. Song was quite pleased to have another glimpse at the captain's face, but her relief suddenly turned into discomfort when the man removed his belt as well and pulled his red tunic off without warning. All right, this is what we're going to, started Sokka, turning around towards them again just as the captain finished taking off his clothes, revealing a sleeveless shirt underneath his garments. What the hell, Captain? Stripping naked is not what we're going to do. What do you think this is, your private bathhouse? I'm taking off my uniform because I don't want to get my clothes soiled with workshop filth, grunted the captain. Well, by going back to protecting Angela obsessively your clothes won't get dirty, you know, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. No need to make the girl here uncomfortable. I'm staying here for the time being, the captain said, surprising both of them. I'll work with you. Said Sokka, blinking blankly. You heard me, said the captain, glaring at him. Let's get this over with before my wits return to me. Why you don't have to do this, said Song, while the gladiator continued to look at the guard in utter disbelief. Sokka and I could handle this by ourselves. Well, now you won't have to do it by yourselves, declared Ruishi. What are we supposed to do, then, gladiator? Well, said Sokka, scratching his head, still quite puzzled by this unexpected turn of events. I guess we should get started, then. The process to begin building the armor was slightly more complicated than they expected, for finding the proper material for it was no easy feat. They needed a considerable amount of metal, and using two different sorts of it wasn't a good idea. When at long last Sokka found the right kind, they began working slowly, selecting certain amounts of steel to make the different pieces of the armor. It can't be too thick, but it can't be too thin or else it won't be any use, explained Sokka. Well, we can start off by the head guard, I think. We need a hammer, though. Do we have a hammer here? I think all hammers are being used right now, Song pointed out with a weak smile, and Sokka saw, aghast, that the blacksmith and several of his assistants were currently hammering away at their own creations. I guess we could wait until they're done. Don't we have a hammer at home? Sokka asked her, that way we won't have to wait. No, we'll only have to wait for you to get back here, said the captain, an eyebrow twitching. Come on, I'll be quick as a cat, said Sokka. Wait here, I'll be back in a bit. The captain glared after Sokka while the gladiator left, running off towards his house. After a while he had to stop jogging, for indeed there was quite some distance between the workshop and his home, and he shouldn't tire himself out when he had an entire afternoon of forging ahead of him. Or so were his plans, until he entered his house to find it wasn't empty. Why, at last, Angela exclaimed, standing up from the living room's couch and looking at him with a frown, her hands on her waist. Here I was thinking you had moved out and had forgotten to inform me of it. Wadash. What are you doing here, all of a sudden? Sokka squeaked, trying not to seem too nervous and failing at it. Why? I think I have been dropping by here on a rather frequent basis, haven't I? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows. Xian Long left me here before he took off to hunt. What is it, am I no longer welcome here? I didn't say that, said Sokka, shaking his head and laughing in an odd manner, earning himself a look of confusion from the princess. You're so quick to jump to drastic conclusions, really. It's hard not to jump at them when you're acting weirder than ever. And that's saying a lot, Angela pointed out, at which Sokka pouted. Where were you? And where's Song? She's, busy. Doing laundry, said Sokka, quickly. Oh? And she forgot that pile of clothes on that corner? Angela asked, gesturing towards it. Sokka felt the blood draining from his face. Well, she wears a lot of clothes, you know? Keeps getting them all filthy. What are you hiding, Sokka? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with me? You mean, what's the matter with you? You're here so late for training, are you? It's not that late, Angela said. Perhaps a little later than usual, but I needed to talk to you, regardless the unusual hour I've come at. I expected you'd be here when I arrived. It was quite odd that you weren't. I suppose it must have been, said Sokka, blinking. Well, you did come for training, after all. Why, yes, said Angela, gesturing at the sword that hung on her waist. Why do you ask? Just a second, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly before running off towards another room. Angela watched him, growing even more confused upon his behavior but unable to ask any questions about it when he left her to herself. Sokka had run off to scribble a quick message to the captain and Song. He had sent it to them through Hockey in order to let them know that Angela had appeared randomly at their house and he'd be back in the workshop as soon as she left. Which wouldn't happen anytime soon, it seemed. Okay, what do we have to talk about? Asked Sokka, when he finally returned. About the fact that you're acting like you're hiding something, said Angela, at which he gulped. And that I will find out what it is eventually, you heard me? Well, that sounds like quite an interesting challenge, said Sokka, smiling. How do you plan on finding out what it is? Considering you just confirmed that, indeed, you're keeping secrets from me, I don't think it will be so hard to manipulate you into revealing whatever it is at some point, said Angela, unable to keep from smirking at him. Sokka hadn't even noticed he had stepped closer to her than the strictly necessary. He smiled back at her, hoping not to seem too eager to finish closing off the distance that still existed between them. Well, then, manipulate away, he said, smiling. Was this what you came for, though? Actually, no, Angela confessed, stepping away from him in order to keep focused. She didn't miss the disappointment on his face when she distanced herself from him anew. I mean to let you know that yes, you will be training more nowadays, for you will be fighting more often as well. Wadash. Fighting more often? Asked Sokka, surprised. Why's that? I know it might not sound like a good idea, considering what your last fight was like, said Angela. But I believe it will be needed if we want you to progress properly through the ranking. It would seem you have earned the appreciation of a large amount of Fire Nation people, and it'll be for the best if we keep it that way. More fights will help us keep their attention. Is that for real? Asked Sokka, surprised. No wonder I've seen more people than usual cheering for me. Well then, how often will I fight? Once a week, Angela replied, at which he flinched. Oh, once a week? He asked. And what if I get hurt? You'll have a whole week to get better, said Angela, with a fake smile. If anything, this should convince you to avoid any injuries. You've managed to prevent getting badly hurt for quite a while now, it's been some time since you last endured worrisome wounds. I trust your skills and strength will be enough to continue fighting against bigger foes yet. That's a bit troublesome, but, well, I guess it can be done, he said, shrugging. Troublesome why? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Because I'm not used to it, is all, said Sokka, with a weak smile. If Angela executed these plans, it would mean he would have less time to work on the armor, but if he refused she would likely become even more nosy about it than she already was. Don't worry, I'm okay with this plan of action. I just suppose I'll have to train a lot, Likely, said Angela, pulling Wolfsbane out of its sheath as she walked towards the garden. So, we'd better get started already, don't you think? Sokka gulped before picking up his weapons and running outside after Angela, a silly grin on his face as he readied himself for their sparring session. Angela watched him with a raised eyebrow, still bothered by his odd behavior. Have you already chosen a new opponent for me? Sokka asked. Anyone I should be worried about? Some fighter called the Fisherman of the East, said Angela, shrugging. He's a non-bender, you should do fine against him. So long as you focus on the fight and stop having your head in the clouds, of course. Oh, want to see how good I am even when my head is in the clouds? Sokka asked, with a smirk. Why, I think I would like that, said Azula, smiling. I'm certain beating you to a pulp will be quite an enjoyable experience. Sokka retorted, at which she laughed, despite herself. What's so funny, huh? Ah, you're such an idiot, she said, as she lifted her sword towards him. An idiot who still has never been beaten by you in sword fighting, though, said Sokka, cockily. Should we change that today, then? Asked Azula, looking at him with determination, still smiling. She should be used to it by now. It should come as no surprise to her that he would be able to get her mind off her concerns and problems by being as foolish as he always was. Yet it still amazed her how easy he had it to make her laugh. She felt at such ease with him, as though her problems could be put on hold while their swords clashed. And defeating him for the first time today would certainly improve her day quite a lot. Her eyebrows drew together as she looked at him defiantly, and she jumped forward as he unsheathed Space Sword to fight back. So, he's left the work to us, said Song, after reading the letter Sokka had sent. A vein pulsated dangerously on the captain's forehead. That wretched slave was doing his very best to earn his animosity. He's unbelievable, I swear. Off fooling about with the princess as if he had any right to do such a thing. He growled. Well, I suppose it's up to us to get this done, then, said Song, with a weak smile, and the captain sighed in resignation. Right. I'll get a hammer. He went towards the other men working and asked them if they could lend him one while Song watched him with interest. Maybe this wasn't going as planned, but spending more time than usual with the captain, while his guard was lowered, promised to make these upcoming days far more interesting than she had expected them to be. Chapter 69, Azula's Birthday 3. Her movements were agile, quick, on point. She slid her sword through his openings as smoothly as though she were gliding through water, and he was left parrying her blows while trying to keep up with her. His defense was slower than usual, and she hadn't failed to notice as much. There were bags under his eyes, but he had claimed it was only because he had stayed up all night reading. Teasingly, she had asked him if perhaps he had been studying up on haiku. His response had been a scowl. It had been weeks of constant training. They hardly stopped ever since Azula had decided Sokka would face a new opponent in the arena every week. Sokka had taken notice of an unusual aggressiveness in Azula's fighting style as of late, but he hadn't found the proper moment to inquire about it, for she kept prying into what he was hiding from her. He had managed to protect his secret so far, but only because he either resorted to flirting dangerously with her, which never failed to make Azula forget what they had been talking about, or because he changed the subject swiftly. She had caught on to his intent to distract her, though, and that only bolstered her determination to discover what he was hiding. She became more observant than ever, to Sokka's unease, for she meant to discover what he hid, but seeing as she seemed to be in a better mood when she was pestering him about his secrets, Sokka wouldn't complain much over being interrogated about them. Up to date, Sokka had already fought against 5 new opponents in the Grand Royal Dome, and to his sponsor's relief, he had aced every fight. He had sustained a few wounds against the Vortex, a strong non-bending woman who had used razor-sharp knives to attack him, but the shallow injuries were no matter of concern when Sokka had already managed to rise to the 214th position on the ranking. Advancing through the list of gladiators grew more difficult every day, but the increase on the frequency of Sokka's fights had greatly helped him improve his position. It seemed to Azula that Sokka was more tired than usual lately, though. She wasn't imagining the bags under his eyes, or the fact that, whenever she arrived at his house he would be dozing off. She wasn't sure what had brought this about, although she suspected it might be the new weekly fight regime they had established. Nevertheless, his exhaustion seemed odd to her, and it worried her to an extent, but upon seeing him greet her with a warm smile every day, even when he looked so sleepy, she figured he wasn't feeling as bad as he looked. Azula couldn't understand the actual reason why Sokka was so tired, of course. The weekly fight regime wasn't his only source of fatigue, and it definitely wasn't the main one. The forging of the dragon's armor was going quite well, to Sokka's and his helpers' relief. Ruishi and Song would head to the workshop on occasion, the former did it whenever he had spare time and the latter would do it whenever she wanted to. Sokka, on the other hand, visited the workshop every day as soon as his training session with Azula ended. Once the princess had gone home for the day, Sokka would go to the workshop to spend most the night working, usually by himself, on the armor for the dragon. Song would stay with him sometimes, but she would usually fall asleep on a chair while Sokka made sure the metal plates fit together properly. All in all, Sokka only ever managed to sleep a few hours before getting up again to train with Azula. His body begged for mercy, but Sokka couldn't stop pushing himself yet. The armor only needed finishing touches by now, he would get proper sleep soon enough. Azula's birthday was tomorrow, and he had been working too hard to stay on schedule only to bail out now just because he was tired. He would complete all work on the armor today, and he would only rest after he was done with that. But his body seemed to disagree with his mind's commands entirely. It had been too much strain, too little rest, and too much recklessness on his part. Azula's smooth movements were fascinating to watch, and incredibly deadly too. Not for the first time Sokka wished they were training with blunt swords when Wolf's Bane's sharp edge nearly cut through his cheek. "Hey Azula!" he exclaimed, as he stumbled to evade her. "Too slow, Sokka!" she declared, stepping forward and attempting to reach his chest with the sword. He parried her blow with his sword, but he had to take a step back to maintain his balance, and a sharp jolt of pain rushed up through his leg when his foot touched the ground. Sokka cried out in pain as his knees buckled under him. He fell on his butt, one hand on his leg while the other one dropped the sword he'd been holding. He was rubbing his thigh when he noticed the tip of a white sword was only inches away from his forehead. He lifted his head and found she was beaming with pride, her golden eyes blazing. "And so I win," she said, smirking. "And no, you don't," Sokka said, and her self-satisfied smile vanished for a moment. "You're on the ground, I could kill you if I wanted to, you're not even holding your weapon anymore. And yet you say I didn't win? I fail to grasp your logic, Gladiator." "My leg, Azula," Sokka muttered, clutching it tightly. "What about your leg?" she said, raising an eyebrow. "I've got a leg cramp, that's what." "A leg cramp?" "Pfft," she said, rolling her eyes. "Oh, sure thing. So, when I defeat you in the most embarrassing fashion possible, you happen to be cramped. Makes sense." "I'm serious," Sokka said, grimacing. "And I'm serious too, you're such a sore loser," said Azula, shaking her head. "For the first time I've beat you fair and square, following your petty, no fire-bending allowed, rule, and when I do, you throw a tantrum. You know, it's very inappropriate for a grown man such as yourself to act like such a baby." "I'm not throwing a tantrum, woman," Sokka squealed. "If you want me to say you've won, then fine. You got me. But I still have a leg cramp, whether you want to believe me or not." "Well, I sure don't believe you," said Azula, moving towards him. "If I did, my victory would be tainted and thus, invalid. Isn't that the way of it?" "It doesn't have to be, I really don't care that much," growled Sokka, trying to get up. His left leg shifted only slightly, and that was enough to send him through another world of pain. "Ah, blast it! Who knew you were such a delicate thing, Sokka?" whispered Azula, squatting beside him and encircling his waist with an arm. "Come on, at least make the effort to move, will you? I've had to carry you enough times as it is." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Ah, damn it!" Sokka whined as Azula pulled him up with her. "Well, what else?" said Azula, as Sokka draped an arm around her shoulders and she helped him towards the house. "Did you conveniently forget that I carried you out of the Grand Royal Dome when you were half dead?" "Heh, well, I carried you through the river and towards Xian Long's cave when we were in the forest," Sokka retorted. "And then I had to pull you up when you couldn't climb the rocks that led to the cave." "Oh, but then I carried you when you were sick, and I did it like 5 times in a single day," Sokka declared, as they climbed the steps towards the house. "And then in Ember Island." "Well, fine, then," said Azula, rolling her eyes. "You've done it more times than I have. Doesn't mean I should be helping you walk anyways." "Yeah, it does," said Sokka, cringing upon every step he took as they moved towards the couch in the living room. You're bound by your honor to repay the debt you owe me. Why, that's ironic, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. Who was it that constantly said, I didn't do all those things so you'd owe me? Sokka gave Angela a pouty glare, bothered by how she had lowered her voice to imitate his. He was still thinking about how to respond to what she'd said when she dropped him heavily on the couch, and he cried out in pain again when his left leg took most the impact of his fall. Really, how whiny can you be? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow as Sokka cursed under his breath and rubbed his leg. Next time you can't walk because your leg is killing you, I'll ask the same question. Sokka snarled, as Song left the kitchen and approached them, looking at the pair with curiosity. What's the matter now? She asked, hardly even surprised to find they were arguing, as ever. Good thing you're here, said Angela, regarding Song with only a flicker of her gaze towards her. He's broken. Do something about it, will you? What the? I'm not a thing, you know. I'm hurt. Not broken. Sokka squeaked, while Song looked back and forth between them with confusion. You broke something? She asked, approaching Sokka. I didn't, my legs cramped. That's all, grumbled Sokka. Song looked at him, noticing his left leg seemed to be bothering him. She tapped her chin for a moment. Logic said that his muscle would begin working properly again in no time, there wasn't much to do about it. Yet. Well, I suppose a massage could help, said Song, shrugging. Then get on with it, said Angela. I'd very much like to show him that, cramp or not, I can defeat him. Right, said Song, smiling weakly. Though I think it would be best if he took some time to rest his leg. He might endure a worse injury if he puts a lot of strain on his body. So, no more training? Asked Angela, clearly disappointed to hear this. At least not for today, said Song, sighing before biting her lip. It's getting pretty late, too. Well, I have to go somewhere right now, if you two don't mind. Huh? Said Sokka, looking at her in confusion. Song, it's not that late, and, wait, oh. You've got to go, then. Of course you do. What about the massage you mentioned, though? Oh, well, the princess could do it, right? Said Song, shrugging. Song should have known the response she would earn upon those words would be as explosive as it was. Angela jumped back and looked at her, in utter disbelief, and Sokka also tried to leap to his feet in surprise, though soon enough he had to sit down again, grabbing his leg in the process while grimacing. What the hell? No, I couldn't do it. Why on earth would I do that? Angela asked, looking at Song as though the girl had lost her mind. Well, I thought it wouldn't be a problem, said Song, shrugging. It's just a simple massage. Just rub his leg a little until he feels better, no more than that. Actually, it is a problem, said Angela, trying to fight back the blush that was creeping over her features. What could possibly make you think it'd be appropriate for me to do that? I just guessed you'd be willing to help Sokka get better, said Song, blinking a few times and looking at Angela with apparent innocence. I mean, he is your gladiator after all. And you're his healer, aren't you? Asked Angela. You do it. Whatever you have to do can wait, can't it? Why nobody else has to do it. Said Sokka, with a weak smile. I can do it myself, no need to worry. Well, it would be better if it was someone else who. He said he could do it, Angela repeated, looking at Song dangerously. So he will. Now, unless you have a better idea, and this time one I might actually approve of, you're more than welcome to take off as you meant to. Oh okay. Said Song, swallowing. How did Sokka manage not to be intimidated by the princess's wrath? The way she glared at her was enough to make Song regret her attempt to tease the pair. If only it were possible to turn back time, she surely would have avoided making that mistake. See you later, then, said Sokka, waving as Song gulped and moved towards the door. Angela watched her leave, her eyebrow twitching until the door was closed behind her. She sighed and rolled her eyes before dropping on the couch at Sokka's right. You've got a real trouble-making maid there, Sokka, she said, crossing her legs. Is she always like that? From time to time, said Sokka, shrugging. You haven't seen the worst of her. What do you mean? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow. Well. Sokka gulped, hoping she wouldn't jump to the wrong conclusions. She can be like an annoying little sister, picking on you and irritating you when you least expect it, you know? She's quite the feisty one, but she always manages to hide it behind that perfect pretense of innocence and kindness. Deep down she's not a bad person, though, said Azula, crossing her arms over her chest as well. She doesn't give off the vibe of it. So proud of your people reading skills, aren't you? Asked Sokka, smiling. Well, I have every right to be, said Azula, her head held high. Many people believe themselves unreadable, but nobody is. It's just a matter of observing and understanding them. You do a lot of observation, then? Asked Sokka, chuckling. So, if you can read songs so well, what do you read about me? That you're a moron pretending not to be one, that's what. Hey. Azula chuckled as he looked at her with apparent hurt, rubbing his leg already and grimacing upon the pain at times. You're an honest man, that's what you are, said Azula, at which Sokka dropped his guard again and looked at her with interest. No matter if you try not to be, you are. You're pretty thoughtless, though, often saying everything you think without hesitation. Well, life is too short to worry about the effect your every word will have, said Sokka, shrugging. And thinking that way will only serve to shorten your already short lifespan, said Azula, with a smile. But you're also ridiculously thick-headed, so even if I warn you not to be so thoughtless, you won't change your ways, but you'd better learn to restrain yourself, Sokka. At least for one day. You mean tomorrow? Asked Sokka, gulping. Is this going to be like my induction into high society? I wouldn't call it that. Not exactly, said Azula, growing stiff all of a sudden, to Sokka's surprise. He frowned as he scrutinized her carefully, worrying over the drastic change of her demeanor. She was tense again, as she had constantly been during the past weeks. And maybe it was the right time for him to ask about what was bothering her at long last, wasn't it? Are you all right? He asked her, taking her by surprise with that question. Me? You ought to worry more about yourself, Sokka, replied Azula, sternly. I guess you don't understand what I just implied. Well, I kind of figure what you meant by that, said Sokka, shrugging. I'm a slave, and I know it. Maybe you and your dad don't treat me like I'm worth less than the soil you tread on, but the same can't be said for the rest of the noblemen I'll be meeting tomorrow. Right. Right. Said Azula, sighing. She wouldn't quite lump her father in the same group as her, though. Perhaps Ozai was intrigued by the Gladiator, to some extent, but not to the point where he'd actually see Sokka as a human being on his same standing. But that's to be expected, said Sokka. What I don't understand, though, is why you've got that frown on your face whenever you get lost in thought. You end up with a little crease between your eyebrows when you do that, you know. What? I don't get a crease between. Azula exclaimed, taken aback by that sudden remark. And there it is. Said Sokka, chuckling when she frowned as a reaction to what he had said. The crease remained in place, for she was still frowning, and Sokka kept laughing about it until Azula flicked him on the forehead. Hey. No need for that. Don't you think I'm in enough pain already? He complained, rubbing his forehead now while looking at her accusingly. That last comment gave me the impression that it really wasn't enough, she said, raising her eyebrows and looking at him defiantly. Leaving that aside, though. Said Sokka. You're not the only observant person around here, Azula. What's going on? Something's been bothering you for a while. You can tell me what it is, you know? I've kept every single secret you've ever shared with me, I'm not about to start giving them away now. Considering you're keeping secrets from me at the moment as well, I don't see why I should talk, Azula said, crossing her arms over her chest again. My secret isn't making me miserable, is it? Said Sokka, at which the grip of her fingers on her arms grew tighter. Come on, Azula. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Azula frowned again and sighed. It was true, there should be little to no risk in sharing this with him. Still, something compelled her to hold back. Maybe it was that she didn't want to tell him about the objectives her father had set for the feast. At the very least, she didn't want to tell him about one of her father's objectives. Still, what good would it come from hiding it? If things went Ose's way, she'd end up married, and hiding this from Sokka would only wound him. The sooner he knew, the better, but she didn't want to start off with that part, though. Well, for one thing, I attended an audience session with my father on the same day I came here to tell you that you would be fighting a new opponent on a weekly basis, said Angela, her jaw tense as she spoke. It was an odd experience. How so? Asked Sokka, surprised. You'd never done that before? No, my father usually deals with those meetings by himself, said Angela. I suppose I learned a few things, but, the last man lashed out at my father. I had to defend him to keep the man from reaching him. Whoa, said Sokka, gulping. That sounds crazy. I didn't think people would actually try to touch your dad. One would expect them to know better, admitted Angela. No matter his reasons, no matter his convictions, attacking the Fire Lord wasn't going to end well for him. And I wager it didn't, said Sokka, frowning. He was demoted into slavery, said Angela. And he was sold a week ago, or so my father told me. Huh? Said Sokka, dropping his gaze. Well, it's odd that he didn't want his head for what he did. He told me that if I hadn't stopped him, and the man had actually reached him, he would have, said Angela. I didn't expect something of the sort to happen, though. Ruling isn't exactly what people are led to believe it is. You'd do fine at it, though, said Sokka, encouragingly. You wouldn't have a problem kicking away all the people who try to attack you, huh? If my people were willing to physically assault me, just how well would I be doing my job? Asked Angela, at which Sokka froze. I've been working my entire life towards the same goal. The goal my father set down for me. And perhaps I'm prepared in some regards, but you did tell me once that what makes a nation is its people. And as much as I didn't want to admit it then, I can say it now, you were right about it. Sokka looked at her in surprise, his jaw dropped. Angela looked at him sideways, slightly bothered by his reaction. What? Why you said I was right about something, he said, dropping back on the couch, his gaze now on the opposite wall. I'm just trying to digest that. Oh, please, don't be so ridiculous, said Angela, rolling her eyes. No, seriously, I need a moment to actually process what you just said. He muttered, at which Angela huffed. Yes, I said you were right, what of it? She snapped, and he seemed to grow even more elated to hear her say it again. But ever since you got that damned idea into my head, everything has become more difficult. I mean, my father says he's working for the sake of the Fire Nation's progress, but what sort of progress is there in reducing our own people, the ones born to our nation, into slavery? Whose sake is this progress for, really? Is it for the so-called greatness of the Fire Nation? Because it doesn't really sound like it. I guess it must have been hard to see things from a different perspective for you, said Sokka, stroking his stubble. But even if it's not easy at first, I think it's what you have to do. A good leader is capable of acknowledging his shortcomings, and the shortcomings of his system. That way you can do something about it when it's your turn to rule. I suppose I should, said Angela, sighing heavily. Sokka frowned again. And, this is the extent of what bugged you? Asked Sokka. Because really, Angela, I'm pretty sure you're on the right track. That's not all there is to it, said Angela, and Sokka's reassuring words were silenced. Oh, then what else is bothering you? After those audiences, I spoke privately with my father, said Angela. I happened to find out why he wants you to attend the feast. Huh? Really, now? Asked Sokka, surprised. Why, then? Well, you're becoming quite renowned in the circles of high society, apparently, said Angela. I suppose it's because of all those noblemen who sponsor their own gladiators. They've spoken to my father about you, and he seems to think it will be a good idea to parade you before them like some circus hog monkey. Huh? You're not literal about that, are you? Asked Sokka, grimacing. Oh, well, I will confess it would be fun to watch you perform circus hog monkey acts," said Angela, chuckling for the first time since the conversation had drifted to these topics. "No, it wouldn't be," said Sokka, horrified. "But then, parade me? What do you mean?" "Well, he wants you to be some sort of attention bait, if you understand what I'm saying," said Angela. "After all the things you've done, you're almost like a celebrity, which is pretty ridiculous considering you're a slave, isn't it? So all those noblemen are curious about you, and if you attend the feast they might be quite pleased to see you there." "So, your father does care about keeping people happy," said Sokka, with a grin that actually came off as a grimace. "Just high-class people who will look at me like I'm the royal family's jester. Yippee. I'm warning you beforehand, please try not to do anything stupid," said Angela, sighing. "I know it'll be frustrating for you, but if you do something out of bounds you might just end up locked up somewhere for misbehaving. And I'd much rather avoid that sort of trouble, if you'd be so kind." "What, you thought I wouldn't behave myself?" Sokka asked, pretending to be hurt by her words. Angela gave him a skeptical look. "When have you ever behaved yourself, Sokka? You don't even know what the word stands for," she stated, and he chuckled weakly. "Maybe not. But I'll do my best," he said. "I can't promise I'll be just a nice ornament standing next to you if your dad's noblemen ask you if you don't need to keep a leash on me, but I'll try to avoid saying everything that goes through my head, if that's any consolation." "I suppose it is, on some level," said Angela, nodding. "You're ready for it, then?" "Yeah," said Sokka. "The clothes Ty Lee got for me will work for the occasion, I think. It'll be the first time I dress up all fancy, though, but I think I'll manage somehow." "You'd better," said Angela, sighing. "How about you? Are you ready for it?" asked Sokka. "Ready to turn, how many, is it?" 19. "Ha ha," Angela laughed sarcastically, at which he chuckled. "I was 19 when I caught you in the South Pole, you know." "Curious that you've become a nicer person at almost 22, then," said Sokka, smiling. "I admit I like the almost 22 Angela much better." "Are you certain of that?" asked Angela. "I actually disagree. Beating you up and stepping all over you in the snow wasn't half bad." "Sure thing," grumbled Sokka, and she smirked. "So you're really ready for it, then? Off to face those irritating noblemen?" "Well, more or less," said Angela, growing tense again. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Is there something else?" he asked. He sure hadn't expected Angela's problems to be threefold. "I suppose," said Angela, looking down at his legs. "Feeling any better yet?" "Oh, a little," said Sokka, but upon trying to stand up he ended up dropping on the couch again. Well, not that much better yet." "Huh." Sokka jumped when he felt Angela's hand on his leg. Blood began rushing to his face, and he was quite grateful that it had gone upwards instead of downwards. The last he needed was a mishap with his groin right now. "If you're not going to do it yourself you're leaving me no other choice," said Angela, somewhat embarrassed yet massaging his leg all the same. He had touched her inappropriately quite a few times now, and she had an excuse to return the favor now. It wasn't like he'd complain about it, anyways. "Well," said Sokka, gulping and failing to find any other word to respond to what she had just said. It seemed Song's devious plan had worked out after all. There is another issue," Angela said, her heart thumping in her chest as she tried to bring herself to say it. "As you said, I am about to turn 22, and every past Fire Nation princess has already been married long before they reach this particular age." Sokka frowned now. This didn't sound good. "My father, he often tells me I need to find a husband," said Angela, incapable of looking at Sokka as she spoke. "But he had never put that much pressure on me about it, despite it all. I've always been opposed to the idea of marrying before I take the throne, if I am to take it at all." "Yeah, I heard as much," said Sokka, dropping his gaze. "If that happened, you'd end up as Fire Lady and your husband would be Fire Lord, right?" "There's no record of a female Fire Lord in all of Fire Nation history," said Angela. "When you walk through the royal gallery, you'll only ever see portraits of men after men, and for a very long time I dreamt that my very own painting would make the difference one day. Marrying someone now would destroy those dreams, and all my hopes to improve the Fire Nation would vanish along with them. I trust myself to be capable of bringing real progress to my nation. But manipulating a husband into doing my bidding, as my father expects me to. I don't want to put the fate of my nation, of my people, in the hands of some incompetent puppet my father deems worthy of my hand. Not when I could do better by myself. Which is why you didn't want to marry Chan, said Sokka. Well, one of the many reasons, I guess. Indeed, muttered Azula. But, it seems my father thinks it's time I accept a suitor. And even though I tried to pull out of it, he didn't let me this time. He actually expects me to choose my future husband tomorrow. Something inside Sokka seemed to break upon this last confession as he looked at Azula in disbelief. She couldn't get married, she was too good for any man out there, he was completely certain of it. But if Oze expected her to marry someone now, if her father was commanding this, Azula would obey. That was how it always had been, right? Imagining another man with her made him clench his jaw. To think another would touch her, kiss her and make her his, it even caused him physical pain just to think of it. His chest had hurt him in the past for an array of reasons, but never as it did just now. He didn't want Azula to marry someone, he didn't want her to be with any random nobleman, especially since she didn't want that either. For, if she did, why would she be unable to hold his gaze now? Why did it seem it bothered her so much to tell him about this? The last thing he could have wanted was for Azula to marry someone she couldn't care less for. But how could he prevent it from happening when Fire Lord Oze was the one who insisted on it? And it wasn't as though Sokka had any right to beg Azula not to marry someone, he was just a slave, after all. And he had no right to be selfish when it came to her, of all people, especially when she had never been meant to belong with him. But thinking about it only made his chest ache more. Azula, married, clearly, she wasn't on board with the idea either. But what other choice did she have? Who are the guys trying to court you, though? Sokka asked, swallowing hard. Are they any good? Most of them aren't, muttered Azula. Remember Quan? How could I forget? Grunted Sokka, an eyebrow twitching at the memory of the man. Well, he would be one of them, said Azula, sighing. Sokka looked at her in disbelief. What? Hell, no. I mean, I have no idea if the other guys are any good, but just don't marry that one. Please, don't. I'm not going to marry Quan, of all people, Sokka, said Azula, with a weak smile. He sighed with relief at that. Well, good. You deserve better than that, he said, nodding before taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly. And, well, you just might find better. I mean, maybe the idea of husband hunting sounds awful, but who knows? Maybe it won't go so badly. What? Said Azula, finally looking at him with disbelief. Was he actually saying he didn't mind that she got married? Was he genuinely telling her that maybe this could end well? Why on earth would he do that? Didn't he have feelings for her, just as she did for him? I'm just saying, not all guys are bound to be awful, said Sokka, shrugging, avoiding her gaze while trying to sound supportive even if it was the last thing he wanted to do. He just wanted to hug her, to hold on to her, to tell her he wouldn't let anyone else take her, but he had no right. He couldn't make matters more difficult for her than they already were. You'd have some really bad luck if that were the case. Sokka, said Azula, at which he looked at her sideways. What? He muttered. Are you? She whispered, trying not to sound like she was really bothered by what he had just said. She knew she should be hoping to find an adequate husband in tomorrow's feast, just as he said. But the idea hadn't even crossed her mind until now. She didn't want to find a husband tomorrow. And she thought he'd know as much. Sokka looked back at her, finding the hurt in her eyes to be even more heart-wrenching than being told she was to accept a suitor tomorrow. Why was she looking at him like this? She had to get married, her father was commanding it, what did she expect him to do, tell her he couldn't fathom the idea of her being married to someone else? Because indeed, he couldn't fathom it. But what was he supposed to do, ask her if she wanted to fly off into infinity with him? Did she want him to ask her to give up all her responsibilities so that they could finally be together as they wanted to be? Because he couldn't do it. He knew how much the Fire Nation mattered to her. She had a place she belonged in, a life worth living. He didn't want to take that from her. He couldn't do it. So why was she looking at him like this? Didn't she realize her gaze could obliterate his determination completely? Are you trying to say it doesn't matter to you? Angela asked, despite herself. You don't care if I... Sokka dropped his head, incapable of looking into her eyes any longer. She had been right earlier, he was an honest man. Too honest to keep his thoughts to himself now, of all times. Whatever I think isn't important here, Angela, said Sokka, swallowing. I mean, I kind of had taken for granted that it was going to be the two of us, always. I had forgotten that you've got a lot of responsibilities and pressures and expectations to uphold. And I don't mean to get in the way of that by being a selfish prick. I've been selfish when it comes to you enough times by now, I think, so I won't be anymore. I'm not going to tell you not to marry someone. But I'm also not going to tell you to get married. Then what are you trying to tell me? Asked Angela, looking at him with mild despair, her hand gripping his leg a little tighter than intended. I guess I'm saying, said Sokka, sighing, that I'll accept whatever choice you make. I'll accept whatever man you choose, so long as I know you'll be happy with him. If you can guarantee you will choose whatever makes you happiest, then I'll be happy too. That's all I dare ask of you. Angela looked at him in disbelief. That was completely ridiculous. How could he ask for something like that? How could he act as though it was reasonable to tell her to make a choice she could be happy about, when the only choice that could fulfill those requirements was him? And he just happened to be the one man she could never have. Happiness isn't supposed to be a part of this, muttered Angela, dropping back on the couch. I can't picture any potential outcome where I won't end up miserable if I go through with what my father wants of me. So I doubt I can do as you ask. But Sokka, she said, looking at him and rubbing his leg again. Just forget it. Even if I did end up betrothed tomorrow, it doesn't mean I'm definitely getting married. I might just find a way out of it somehow. I've done it before, so it's really not the end of the world. No. I guess not, said Sokka, smiling a bit. I mean, even if you did end up getting married, you'd still be my sponsor. It's not like we wouldn't still be the best team out there, huh? Things don't have to change between us. I suppose not, said Angela, looking into his eyes again. That was a lie, though, and they both knew it. There was no way things wouldn't change between them. They weren't just a gladiator and a sponsor nowadays, they probably had never been. The forces of attraction in play between them had always been too powerful to resist. Just try to do as I asked, Angela, muttered Sokka, between gritted teeth. I really can't promise I won't butcher your husband if he reminds me in the slightest of Quan. I probably would like him better once you butcher him, though, said Angela, with the hint of a smile on her face. Sokka didn't know these noblemen as she did. The ones who were actual decent beings were mostly taken already, such was the case with General Tien, for instance. She probably would have chosen him, if he had been an option. He wasn't a bad man, but he had married a Ba Sing Se girl already. And all other men she could think of were nowhere near the standard Tien had set. And even then, Tien held no sway over her. He wasn't a man who could make her breath hitch, who could make her heart race in her chest just by looking into his eyes, much unlike the one who sat next to her on this couch. Huh? Said Sokka, smiling a little. And what happens once they realize I'm the one who murdered your husband? They'd marry you off to someone else, wouldn't they? As for me, well, you're really not careless enough to get caught, are you? Said Angela, teasingly, and Sokka actually laughed. You give me too much credit, he said, smiling at her. I can't say I'd be too thoughtful about the things I do when you're, what? She asked when he stopped talking. They hadn't noticed they had been inching closer to each other as they spoke. Her hand was still on his leg, and their breaths were mingling together. He said, forgetting completely about what they had been talking about. One of his hands found hers on his leg, and Angela looked down at the contact briefly before he called her name again. Angela. What? She whispered, her forehead against his. Why, that's the wrong leg. Knowing she had made a mistake had never mattered so little to Angela. She was a born perfectionist, the smallest errors would be catastrophic in her eyes, but this time it was completely irrelevant. This time she just couldn't care less. She moved in, a hand going to his cheek as she brought their lips together. Sokka's arms surrounded her waist to pull her closer. He had thought she would have rolled her eyes and pushed him away for pointing out that she had been massaging his right leg instead of the left, and for pointing it out so late, too. But it didn't seem to matter to her, for which he was beyond grateful. For all he knew, this was the last time he would be presented with the chance to kiss her. For all he knew, she would belong to another man starting tomorrow. But if he could be with her for now, if only for now. His lips moved against hers, now his hands caressed her face while hers went to his chest. He licked her lips softly and she allowed him entrance into her mouth without hesitation, caressing his torso and now running a hand over his left leg. His cramp was almost gone by now, for which he was grateful, and now there was a jolt of pleasure instead as he felt her hand stroking his thigh. His kiss was somewhat desperate, more so than usual, but Angela found herself matching his despair after a moment. Tomorrow should never come, she couldn't concede to marry another man when she only wanted to be with Sokka. It was out of the question. Only, it wasn't. Her father wasn't bound to take no for an answer this time. Time was running out for them, and they could do nothing but feel it slip away. They couldn't go any further than this either, no matter how much Angela wished they could. If she could only give herself to him now, she would do so without a second thought, but she couldn't do it, let alone when she was supposed to take a husband soon. And yet she couldn't pull away. She never wanted to pull away from him. Sokka's hand was on the back of her neck as he kissed her repeatedly, longingly. Angela leaned forward, pushing him down so he ended up on his back, lying across the couch while she climbed atop him, her lips still on his. He seemed to understand what she was asking for, though. And nothing would have made him happier than to comply. But all the same as it had been in Ember Island, they had to put a stop to this now. The desire was almost too powerful to resist, but they had no choice. Angela. He whispered against her, and to his surprise she decided to muffle his words by slipping her tongue into his mouth again. His hands were on her waist, and he thought he had to push her away now, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maybe it would be best if he stopped trying. Maybe he should just let this run its course and damn the consequences. It surprised Angela that his attempts to stop their passionate exchange would cease suddenly. His arms went around her, his fingers sliding through the strands of her dark hair, and his kiss was as heartfelt as it had been before his failure to slow them down. So, it would be up to her to stop this time, then? It was a saddening thought, yet at the same time it was somewhat satisfying as well. Knowing that Sokka didn't have the willpower to pull away anymore, knowing that his desire for her was beginning to overwhelm his rational thinking, was something she could rejoice in. Yet if she didn't interrupt their exchange now, she never would. No matter that she didn't want to end it at all, she had to. The consequences of reaching her wedding night without her maidenhood were too steep. Truth to be told, she probably could have dealt with the consequences that solely involved her. Being shamed for her recklessness was hardly a matter of concern anymore, not when being with Sokka promised to be worth the price she would have to pay for it. Granted, it would be a living hell, but she was sure she could endure it. What she couldn't endure, though, was the thought of Sokka being held accountable for the loss of her virginity. For there was simply no other man worth suspecting for said crime. Her father would guess as much, and he would execute Sokka on the spot for it. No matter how many times he claimed to be a merciful man, there was no way he would be merciful when it came to something like this. And even though she wanted nothing more than to continue losing herself in his kiss, in his caresses, in him, she forced herself to stop their exchange by biting quite hard on his lower lip. "Oh ow!" Sokka exclaimed, as they parted, panting. "What was that for?" Angela's chest heaved, and she looked at Sokka, her hands at either side of his face. She sighed and dropped atop him, her head on his shoulder. "You know what it was for," she muttered, closing her eyes and caressing his chest. "Heh," said Sokka, dropping his head back and sighing as well. "If you were so mad about massaging the wrong leg you could have said it, you didn't have to bite me for it." "I'll bite you if I feel like it," she muttered, as his arms surrounded her. "I get the message across with bites better than with words." Sokka chuckled a little and closed his eyes as well. One of his hands went to her nape as she nestled her head on the hollow of his shoulder. They could still be together for now, at the very least, and for that, Angela was grateful. If only time could stand still, if only she could stay with him and forget all about marriages and suitors. That would be the one and only way to fulfill Sokka's request, that was the only choice that would actually make her happy. But, just as it was for him, Sokka had never been meant to be an option for Angela. "So, that's it?" asked Song, looking at Ruishi with inquisitive eyes. "You think we ought to do anything else to it?" The captain looked at the fully assembled armor before shaking his head. It had taken a lot of effort, and it had been anything but easy, but it seemed they had finally reached the end of their forging ordeal. "The Gladiator can change and upgrade it all he wants later on," said the captain. "But I think this is the extent of what we should do for now. It looks good, though, don't you think?" asked Song, smiling at him. "I suppose," said the captain, nodding and looking out through the window. Dusk was already upon them. "We should take off, I believe." "Well, we don't need to rush much," said Song, smiling but complying. "I'm sure the princess is doing fine." "Heh," said the captain, his eyebrow twitching as they left the workshop together. If the princess was with the Gladiator, he rather doubted she would be just fine. A light breeze ran through the captain's hair as they walked down the streets. It wasn't every day that he could enjoy the wind like this, since he hadn't pulled up his hood and mask yet. Song glanced his way to find he was delighted by the breeze, and she smiled as they headed towards her house together. She had become quite used to his presence during the past few weeks, and even though they had always gotten along quite well, now she felt she could consider the captain a friend. "If you like the breeze so much, why do you wear that hood at most times?" asked Song. "Is it because you want to respect your uniform?" "Well, that, and also because I shouldn't take off my hood when the sun is up," said Ruishi, gulping. Song raised an eyebrow before she realized what she meant. She began chuckling and nodded in understanding. "I guess you are the palest person I know, Captain," she said, smiling at him. "Were you always like that?" "I never had much color," shrugged Ruishi. "But wearing thick layers of clothing every day only made me lose what little I had. I suppose it's quite ridiculous, a firebender who gets sunburned as easily as I do." "It's not ridiculous, considering your situation. It makes sense," said Song, shrugging. Said the captain, before clearing his throat. "You can call me Ruishi, if you want. It's my name." "Oh," said Song. She had heard Sokka call him by that name a few times now, but she didn't think she was allowed to be so casual with the captain. "Ruishi, then. It's a good name." "I suppose," said the captain, somewhat embarrassed by the compliment. "Not many people say as much. Others don't like it." "Well, hardly anyone knows my real name," the captain admitted. "Which means only a handful of people can say it's good." "Just your friends and family, I take it?" asked Song, biting her lower lip. "I suppose," said the captain, dropping his gaze. Song looked at him worriedly as they walked, wondering if she had said something wrong. The captain was suddenly distant, lost in thought. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "I just hadn't thought about my family in some time," he muttered. "I haven't seen any of my relatives ever since I joined the army." "Really? Wasn't that a long time ago?" said Song. "It was, but I chose this life after all," said Ruishi. "I decided to become a royal guard, and that means forsaking everything else in order to fulfill your duty. You cannot have any ties, not even with your fellow guards. You must be ready to give your life for the member of the family you were tasked to protect, and that person must become your absolute priority. It may not be easy at times, but it's what I chose. I guess, said Song, frowning. Even so, well. I suppose you had your reasons to want this, and I'm guessing you have no regrets about it. But, to give up on your family like that? On your life? Your humanity, even. My humanity? Asked the captain, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Well, said Song, her semblance darkening. It seems that giving up on your name, on sunlight, on your features, on your identity, is almost like giving up your humanity. Isn't it? I wouldn't say as much, of course not. I haven't relinquished my humanity, said Ruishi, frowning. Really? Asked Song, raising an eyebrow. I don't know if I should tell you this, but, before talking to you for the first time, I honestly didn't even think of Fire Nation soldiers as people. You, what? Said the captain, shocked. The only thing the Earth Kingdom people saw, when the soldiers arrived to attack the villages and cities, was a group of uniformed murderers, whispered Song. Men who had no consideration, no conscience, no heart, no family, no principles. That's the sort of person that should be capable of the massacres that the Fire Nation has committed so far. At least, that's what it seemed like to us. You honestly believed we were only killer machines? What else were we supposed to think? Asked Song, looking at him with earnest eyes. Your fellow soldiers and Fire Nation people may have bought into that talk about greatness and the sort, but to us, what the Fire Nation armies did was murder. And I don't care whether or not we were in a war, a death is a death, whether it's a civilian's death or a soldier's. Then the death of Fire Nation soldiers is wrong too? Asked Ruishi, frowning. Of course it is, said Song, surprising him with her response. The air nomads are gone, they have been gone for a long time. But I remember my father told me, when I was a little girl, that they believed all life was sacred. I don't know much more about their ideologies, but I believe that's true. Though I confess that, for a time, I didn't quite think so. You wanted the Fire Nation soldiers dead? Asked the captain, gritting his teeth. Since you thought they were mindless beings, in your eyes, it was as though we were lifeless. It used to be, muttered Song. My father was dragged away from our village by soldiers, after all. Ruishi's eyes widened at that. He looked at her with worry, realizing how much the memory still hurt her. And my mother was forced to become a slave all the same as I was, muttered Song. From what I know, she was taken to be a Sing Se, but I honestly don't know anything about my parents anymore, or about my neighbors, or my friends. For all I know, they might be dead by now. The Fire Nation took everything from you, muttered the captain, the unpleasant bite of guilt gnawing away at him as Song spoke. Indeed, said Song, nodding. But, when I met you, I realized I had been wrong about soldiers. I mean, surely some of them are genuinely bad. But that doesn't mean they all are, and it doesn't mean you're not human either. I don't know what I was expecting when you took off your hood for the first time in front of me, but when I realized you were just a man I felt stupid. Soldiers, plenty of you must have families too, friends and loved ones. And the Fire Nation soldiers that have died are victims of the violence, too. Do you truly believe so now? Asked the captain, frowning. Yeah. You're just a man who decided what sort of life he wished to lead. Said Song. And all people should be allowed the same decision. Just as you chose to spend your life protecting the princess, I think everyone deserves to choose what they want their lives to be like. I should have had a choice. I shouldn't have been forced into slavery. Nobody should have been. Deep down, Captain, deep down we're all human. Fire Nation, Earth Kingdom, Water Tribe, what makes one better than the other? Why should one nation want to take over the others when living peacefully is a much more wonderful solution? The captain looked at her with slight confusion and sighed, his hands on his hips as they approached the house. He had never really seen these matters under this light, and it ashamed him to only do so now. He hadn't taken part in the war against the Earth Kingdom, for even while he was an apprentice guard, he wasn't given the same duties in the front lines as regular soldiers. Nonetheless, the words of the girl beside him were knocking his world off balance. She wasn't physically strong, just as he had suspected when this dragon armor ordeal had begun, but she had a strong and gentle heart. She had more insight than she let on, and she was clearly wiser beyond her years, wise enough to make a man like him realize just how wrong the Fire Nation's actions had been during the last 100 years. I'm sorry about your family. And about your friends, muttered the captain. I can only hope they've found a kinder fate than what you fear they might have. Hopefully, said Song, giving him a weak smile. I mean, I got quite lucky. So did Sokka. Maybe my mom is in a better place than I expect her to be. Maybe a Ba Sing Se nobleman is enjoying her finest roast duck as we speak. They just might be, said Ruishi, nodding weakly as they finally reached the house. They climbed the steps up to the front door, and when Song swung it open they both heard something tumbling inside the house, followed by a complaint in Sokka's voice. What was that for? Song smiled and shook her head, assuming the pair had been fighting again, as ever. Even when they had all the time in the world for themselves, all they did was argue. Or at least, that's what it sounded like to her. Little did the girl know that the princess and the gladiator had fallen asleep together on the couch. The reason why Sokka had started up a new argument was because Azula, upon realizing they would have company soon, had panicked and pushed Sokka off the couch where she still sat, while Sokka glared at her from the floor. That wasn't fair, Sokka said, while Azula tried to act natural when Song and the captain entered the house. Captain? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, isn't that coincidental? Why is it the two of you decided to show up at the exact same moment? Well, it's... mumbled the captain, as Sokka's eyes widened as well. They had kept this secret from her for 5 weeks and they were going to spill it now? We happened into each other while he was on his way here, princess, said Song, smiling. We simply walked to the house together, there's nothing more to it. Right, said Azula, still looking at Ruishi with interest. That still doesn't explain why he's not wearing his hood and mask. Song was startled by that, and Ruishi blushed intensely upon Azula's remark. The princess continued to look at him with curiosity before standing up and sighing. Just put it on again, Captain, and let's go back to the palace, she said. I will be seeing you tomorrow, then, Sokka, make sure to look decent, if it's actually possible for you to do that. Who are you trying to fool? Asked Sokka, smirking. You know my handsome face will amaze everyone so much that they won't even care what I wear. Azula gave him a glacial glare before rolling her eyes and sighing, gesturing at the captain to follow her. Yet Sokka bolted up to his feet before they could march away. Azula! The princess turned around, and neither the captain nor Song missed on the fact that her face seemed softer now. As though she were expecting something from the gladiator. Sokka seemed at a loss for an instant. Clearly he wanted to say goodbye to Azula in a different fashion, but with two witnesses he didn't dare do anything other than smile at her and drop a hand on her shoulder. See you tomorrow, birthday girl, he stated with a grin. The softness on Azula's features faded away, replaced now by disappointment, it seemed. She rolled her eyes again and removed his hand from her shoulder before heading towards the door. The captain followed her, but not before shooting a warning glare at Sokka. Song seemed slightly amused by that, and the captain noticed as much. Azula had turned around, and thus she missed out on how he bowed ceremoniously in Song's direction. It may have been somewhat troubling on some levels, he muttered, surprising Song. But I deeply appreciated our conversation earlier. Thank you. You right, said Song, with a nervous smile. I suppose I'll see you around, Captain. The captain nodded before donning his mask and hood once more, and he followed Azula outside without another word, Song's gaze following him. And then you tease me about Azula, said Sokka, chuckling. Way to go, girl. Here I thought the man had no feelings. I didn't. That's not it, not at all. She exclaimed, blushing. Oh, sure it's not, said Sokka, chuckling. Well, no matter if it is or isn't, I'm off to the workshop now. Want to give me a hand moving the armor all the way here? Song's face fell upon that. Just when she had finally gotten home, when she meant to soak her feet in warm water, life really had its way of being unfair. She smiled weakly and complied, despite herself. They took off to the workshop before long, to fulfill the last stage of Angela's birthday present. "Hey, Zuko, catch." Zuko frowned and turned towards the voice that had called him just in time to see a small projectile flying towards him. He frowned as he caught it with a hand, and his single eyebrow rose as he looked at what Toph had tossed him. "A cookie," he muttered, looking at the earthbender with confusion. Toph huffed and her bangs moved when her breath grazed them. She shook her head in disappointment, crossing her arms over her chest. "Well, now I sure don't believe Iroh. That's the best kind of cookie you'll find in the Fire Nation, and you're just being the same old grumpko you always have been." "Believe my uncle?" muttered Zuko, looking at the man with inquisitive eyes. They were in a palace room Iroh frequented, the one where he often brewed his tea. He had asked Zuko to join him and Toph in it today, and he was currently chuckling at what Toph was saying. "Iroh told me you'd been in a better mood lately," said Toph. "And I wanted to see if he was just yanking my hair with that." "I did no such thing," stated Iroh. "I wouldn't yank a lady's hair, either figuratively or literally." "Well, good thing I'm not a lady, then," said Toph, smirking proudly. Iroh chuckled again. Zuko raised an eyebrow and nibbled on the cookie, which actually was good. Still, he wouldn't remark on it. It was one thing to be kind to his uncle, being nicer to someone who had irritated him since the moment he met her was a whole different story. Which was why he still hadn't acted upon most of what Mai had told him regarding Angela. His uncle had been more than happy about Zuko's change of demeanor. His sister would likely think him a fool for it. And if he suddenly walked up to her just to ask about her day, she would most likely twist their entire interaction to her liking just to make Zuko come off as an idiot. Because even if Mai was right, and Angela wasn't as bad as he'd always taken her to be, it didn't mean she didn't genuinely enjoy making his life more difficult. So, as Mai had told him, he needed to do something big. Something that wouldn't allow Angela to twist matters around, something that showed her that he wanted to try to improve their relationship. And Mai had said something that had given him an idea. He had pondered the matter over the last few weeks, and even though on some level he didn't want to do this, on another level he did. And considering that tomorrow would be Angela's birthday, it was his perfect opportunity to go forward with this plan. "Where are you going?" asked Iroh, when Zuko stood up suddenly. "Just to my room, for a bit," said Zuko, shrugging. "Enjoy the tea, uncle." "Oh, I shall," said Iroh, beaming as Zuko turned to leave the room. "Well, your loss. Now I'll eat all the cookies," Toph exclaimed happily while Iroh groaned. Zuko smiled, despite himself, and left them behind, arguing over the sweets. Once he arrived in his chambers he headed towards his weaponry closet. A pair of old Dao swords hung inside, along with his armor and other blades he had collected over time. But his attention went to the smallest of his weapons, a knife with a black hilt and a matching scabbard that he'd had in his possession for quite some time. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. This was the right thing to do. This was what he wanted to do, too. Maybe he was nervous about it, and yes, he feared this might not work at all, but he wasn't going to give up without a fight. The guards at the palace regarded him with a nod and allowed him entrance without a hitch. The place was decorated quite beautifully, Sokka noticed, as he walked towards the main building. He only hoped the feast wouldn't take too much time, he really wanted to give Angela her present today, as soon as possible. He was led through the palace hallways by a servant who was somewhat familiar. It was the same one who had found him food in a room in the palace during the day he had stayed here. He smiled at the boy, who only regarded him politely, more than he had on their first meeting. Being Angela's gladiator meant he had earned a lot more prestige and respect than he ever expected to receive. The room where the feast would be held was spacious and quite bright. There were several guests there already, and Sokka wasn't surprised when most eyes fell upon him as he crossed the doors. For a moment he felt at a loss for what to do, wondering if maybe he ought to herald his own arrival, but he was saved by the least expected person. "Ah, so this is the one, my lord," said a voice nearby, startling him. "The slave." "Indeed," said another voice, this time one that Sokka was familiar with. "This is my daughter's gladiator." Sokka turned towards the Fire Lord to find him speaking with a pair of noblemen, presumably siblings. Oze regarded him with cold eyes, and Sokka gulped before unwillingly bowing his head towards him. Paying respects to the man made him feel beyond uncomfortable. His build isn't the most adequate, is it? Asked one of the men. Why did your daughter choose him? Considering how efficient he has been as her fighter, said question ought to answer itself, declared Oze. My daughter has extraordinary insight, after all. Naturally, said the other man. A child born on the summer solstice, she is a true marvel, my lord. Without a doubt, she is the most prodigious firebender the Fire Nation has seen in millennia. It is so, said Oze, smirking proudly. Is he fed every day? Asked the first man again, looking at Sokka with curiosity. And he doesn't reek as badly as most slaves. He is fed every day, and I believe he must bathe on a regular basis as well, said Oze, while Sokka bit back the urge to snap. It really sickened him to be treated by them almost like a stray dog on the streets. My daughter wouldn't keep him as the filthy savage he used to be. And her generosity towards him has earned her his loyalty, hasn't it? Said the same man. It is what slaves should be like, truly. They should be obedient, doing their master's bidding without question as this one does. Upon that, Sokka smirked a little. Perhaps he was loyal to Azula, but that sure didn't mean he was obedient at all. These men knew absolutely nothing about him. Oh, indeed. Though in some regards he hardly makes the ideal slave, this one, said Oze, looking at Sokka with a raised eyebrow. Sokka looked back at him defiantly. Whatever do you mean by that? He said, surprising the others when he spoke to the Fire Lord directly. Why you, speak to the Fire Lord with respect. Exclaimed one of them. Don't bother. He is, after all, an uneducated savage, said Oze. An efficient uneducated savage, if I must say as much. Sokka lightened up noticeably upon hearing her voice. He turned around and did his best not to drop his jaw upon seeing Azula in such a get-up for the first time in his life. He had never seen Azula wearing a dress before. It was a red hanfu outfit with a golden collar and black cuffs, and the cloth was patterned with dragons. Her bangs still fell on either side of her face, while the rest of it was held back by an ornamental comb that was crowned by her royal hairpiece. Sokka swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming as he looked at her in amazement. She never failed to look beautiful, but right now she was breathtaking. I rather doubt his lack of education is of any importance, Azula said, looking at the men sternly. He's only meant to be a gladiator, after all. Princess! Exclaimed one of them. It is our greatest honor to attend your birthday feast. As it should be, she stated, with a sardonic smile. You arrived just on time, Azula, as ever, said Oze, approaching her and cutting off the two men from their conversation, at which they both walked away with disappointment. Are you prepared for the feast, then? I am, I believe, said Azula, nodding. Hearing people praise me to no end has never bothered me much, if I must be honest. There's no reason to be bothered by that, Azula, said Oze, smiling before pointing at Sokka with his thumb. Keep this one in line. He may have been allowed to attend the feast, but I refuse to suffer any problems caused by him. You can address me personally, you know. Said Sokka, but Oze ignored him. I shall, father, said Azula, nodding as Oze walked away, in order to speak to other noblemen nearby. Azula sighed and looked at Sokka with a raised eyebrow. He blushed a little at that and gave her a lopsided smile. You look great, he muttered, as he bit back all the compliments he would have wanted to give her. I know, said Azula, proudly, though she blushed a bit upon hearing him say as much. Haven't embarrassed yourself yet, have you? Well, I did talk directly to your dad, which seems to be some sort of affront against him all of a sudden, said Sokka, scratching his head clumsily. But other than that, let's try to keep your record as clean as it currently is, then, sighed Azula. And please behave yourself once the food is served. Try to eat like a normal human being. I'll do my best, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Say, once this is done. Ah, Azula. The princess frowned for a moment before conjuring a fake smile that couldn't have been meant for anyone other than her uncle, who was looking at Sokka in surprise now. Oh, we were allowed to bring our gladiators? He asked, stroking his beard. Ah, Toph will be upset over missing this. I highly doubt she's the type to enjoy social situations, said Angela. I'm certain soaking in mud must bring her more amusement than a feast. Ah, she might just be doing that indeed, said Iroh, at which Angela grimaced. He smiled again afterwards, dropping his hands on his belly. In any case, have a very happy birthday, my niece. I trust you shall enjoy this celebration thoroughly. I hope as much, said Angela, curtly. Although I doubt the same can be said about you. I suppose it shall be quite upsetting for you to join an event where there is no tea. No tea? Iroh exclaimed before entering a phase of denial. No, no, that cannot be right. I shall go speak to the cooks. That cannot be. Angela rolled her eyes as Iroh skulked away, and she sighed before turning towards Sokka again. Well, at the very least it was easy to fend him off, said Sokka, smiling a little. And see? I didn't even open my mouth. Indeed, seems like you're actually holding your tongue for once, said Angela, smiling back. Just carry on like this and this whole feast will go smoothly. More people approached to greet Angela, too many for Sokka to keep track of them. He stood next to her, simply hoping she wouldn't resort to saying anything too harsh about him just to please the nobleman, but so far she hadn't done as much. Some people asked questions about him, and Sokka kept from responding on most opportunities. He felt quite foolish, letting Angela speak for him when he could easily do it himself, but he did his best not to show his discomfort. Once the latest bootlicking nobleman was gone, a waiter carrying a tray with beverages appeared before them. Sokka eyed the drinks intently, his eyes alight with interest. I'd say these drinks are far too refined for you, said Angela, taking 2 glasses and handing one to Sokka. But you can take it as your reward for behaving so far, I guess. Thanks. Sokka squeaked, sipping his drink happily before his semblance darkened a little. So, when should we expect your suitors to start bugging you? They'll make themselves known while the feast progresses, said Angela, sighing. No need to hold your breath for such an unwanted matter to unfold it. Angela. The pair turned around to find an unexpected sight in the feast. Angela had been completely certain Zuko wouldn't bother showing up at all, but here he was. His clothes were darker than those most people were wearing, but he had tried his best to comb his messy hair properly. Angela raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. Did her father know Zuko had decided to attend the feast? Zuko, she said, her eyes as judgmental as ever as she regarded him coldly. Zuko swallowed and held back the urge to turn on his heels and leave. To what do we owe this surprise, I wonder? I just thought I'd come, said Zuko, shrugging. I mean, I am your brother, right? It's not like I'm forbidden from attending your birthday feast. Oh, said Angela, looking at him inquisitively. So all of a sudden you actually care about my birthday? Well, then, you owe me 10% if that's the case. What? Said Zuko, looking at her in disbelief. What's that supposed to mean? Well, you were out traveling through the world for 10 years, so I'd say you could have purchased souvenirs for me, said Angela, shrugging innocently. Yeah, very funny, grunted Zuko. If that's the case, you owe me 10 years worth of birthday presents too. Ah, well, see, there's the difference. You decided to care for my birthday. I did no such thing about yours, said Angela, smirking cruelly. Sokka grimaced at that, looking at Zuko warily. The prince seemed to be about to storm off, which just might have been Angela's intent anyways. She was eyeing her brother in the way she usually regarded him, challenging him to fall for her ruse, or to run away, as he usually did when she irritated him. Zuko took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead with a hand. He should have just given her the damn thing and been done with it already, but he could still do it now. No matter what nonsense she told him, he could do it. Look, I just wanted to. Aha. So, this is the famous Gladiator everyone talks about, isn't it? Zuko paled noticeably suddenly, and Angela turned around towards the new voice they had heard. Yet that wasn't the reason why Zuko's blood seemed to have frozen in his veins. The man who had spoken sported an army uniform, had dark hair, and he was looking at Sokka with keen eyes. And Fire Lord Oze stood next to him, nodding at his words. It is indeed, said Oze, smiling. And this is my daughter. I don't believe you have ever met. Oh, we haven't, said the man, bowing down elegantly towards Angela. I wish the happiest of birthdays to you, Princess. I am Lieutenant Zhen. It is a pleasure to meet you. Such a beautiful woman, it is a true wonder no man has claimed your hand yet. It would seem that will change eventually, though, said Angela, with a smile that didn't quite conceal her discomfort. Sokka's eyes narrowed at that. Was this guy one of the accursed suitors? Without a doubt, said Zhen, smiling. Ah, if only I weren't taken already I would be first in line to request your hand in marriage to your father. Angela smiled a little more sincerely after that, and Sokka released the breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. The princess kept smiling upon Zhen's remarks about how wonderful a princess she was, and while the man rambled, Angela realized her father had failed to acknowledge Zuko's presence yet again. Her brother stood frozen in spot, but he wasn't looking at his father anymore. Now his head was tilted, and he kept telling himself that this had been nothing but a mistake. Coming to this feast had been the worst idea he'd had in ages, for, again, he realized just how much he meant to his father. Again, he was less than an eyesore, again he wasn't worth noticing. It was almost as though he weren't there. Excuse me?" he whispered, though he didn't expect anyone would hear him as he turned around to leave the room immediately. "Zuko," Angela called out, and he stopped for a moment, without looking back. He didn't want to be in the same room as his father for another instant. "You were saying something, weren't you?" Zuko was surprised to discover Angela wanted to hear him out, but that wouldn't make him stay anyways. I'll tell you later," he muttered, walking away from them without another word. Both Zhen and Sokka watched him leave in slight confusion, while frowns appeared on both Oze and Angela's faces, though for very different reasons. It pleased Oze, despite his reaction, to see that Zuko had walked away. He wasn't needed here. Considering his track record, he would only ruin the entire event if he stayed. "Alas, you were saying?" asked Angela, turning towards Zhen again. That I've heard much about you," said the man. "And also about your gladiator, if I must say so, though he hardly looks like an interesting challenge for mine. Too short, too lanky." Sokka looked at the man in disbelief, incapable of holding his tongue upon that. Angela grimaced. "What do you mean, short and lanky? I'm taller than you." "You are indeed, and look at that, he speaks," said the man, chuckling. "That's more than can be said of mine, truly. In any case, it will still be some time before we collide in the arena, I'm sure. And who is this mysterious fighter of yours who would make mine look like a joke, I wonder?" asked Angela, raising her eyebrows. Sokka was very appreciative of her defensive attitude towards him. Combustion Man. Both Sokka and Angela looked at him in disbelief for an instant before they both reacted to his revelation. "What?" said Sokka, jumping back and almost dropping some of his drink. "Just a moment, I am certain Combustion Man's sponsor is Admiral Zhao," said Angela, frowning. "What do you possibly mean by saying it's you?" "Well, Admiral Zhao isn't here right now, is he?" said Zhen. "I'm his substitute sponsor. He requested the favor from me when he was sent up to the North Pole. I've sponsored Combustion Man for longer than he has, truth be told." "I see now," said Angela, frowning. "I trust we shall see our gladiators fight one another one day, then," said Zhen, smiling. "Even if by then the Admiral might be back already." "Most likely, he will be," said Oze, at which Angela stiffened. "The Admiral will return soon, or so he told me. In no time he shall be in the capital again." Well, I shall make good use of my time as a sponsor until then," sighed Zhen. "Oh, my lord. Princess." Someone else called then, and Oze smiled as another nobleman approached, this time one that wasn't such an unfamiliar face to Sokka, though it took him a moment to recognize him as Fire Fountain City's mayor. Why, Mayor Quan," said Oze, beaming as the man approached, smiling happily. "It is my pleasure to see you again. I trust my statue is back in place, as you reported." "Indeed it is, my lord. I guarantee it, said Quan, chuckling. Sokka stared at the man in horror upon that exchange, and he leaned down slightly towards Azula. Quan, he said. Isn't this Fire Fountain City's mayor? Yes, he is, replied Azula, sighing. But then that means. The look on the gladiator's face turned to that of utter disgust when the dreaded Governor Quan, son of Mayor Quan, also approached them with a proud smirk, and with a tall, burly, dark man next to him. And Governor Quan, said Oze, smiling at the younger man. It is a relief to know you could make it. My lord, I wouldn't have missed this feast for the world, said Quan, smirking unpleasantly, until he found Sokka with his eyes and his apparent delight dimmed. Oh, my. And what is that doing here? Why, that would be my daughter's Gladiator. I believed you knew him already. I do, my lord, Quan declared. Regrettably, I met him once before. Quite the charming savage your daughter has hired for the role of her Gladiator. But we should speak of more pleasant topics, should we not? It is her birthday indeed. Azula raised an eyebrow and she looked at Quan skeptically. Took you long enough to notice, she said, with her mocking smile again. Sokka actually grinned at that. Oh, do excuse me, said Quan, with a smile. It is such a special occasion, princess, and I meant to honor it through 2 gifts to you. Why, you can leave any gifts you brought over, said Azula, pointing at the place where the servants were placing the presents, but Quan laughed. No, I would much rather give them to you directly, he said, presenting Azula with a small box. She regarded it skeptically while she opened it, hoping Quan's enthusiasm would decrease if she showed little to no interest in his presents, which she did when she pulled a golden comb out of the box, embroidered with ostentatious jewels. I tasked one of our finest jewelry makers with its creation, said Quan, beaming. I'm certain it shall be the perfect complement to your natural beauty. Why, how thoughtful of you, said Azula, placing the comb in the box once more. For some reason she suspected that she would find 1,000 articles just like this one in the pile of gifts she would have to go through later. I'm most grateful, Governor Quan. But this isn't all, said Quan, smiling and now looking over at Oze. My lord, you have been aware of my intentions to court your daughter for quite some time. Sokka felt fury boiling in his stomach when the man uttered those words. Azula remained expressionless, wondering what Quan's next move would be. Indeed, said Oze, nodding. You have sent one too many letters about it. Well, my lord, said Quan, with a smirk. I mean to make my first engagement gift to your daughter today, if you'll allow me. Oze raised an eyebrow, surprised by how forward Quan was, yet he wasn't disapproving. He seemed pleased, rather, to see the man was so driven to obtain what he wanted. Naturally, though, the others' reactions were quite different. Sokka scowled and glared at the man, Zhen seemed slightly baffled by Quan's bold claim, and Quan's father gulped as he noticed the glare of pure hatred Azula was sending his son's way. Oh, said Oze. And what sort of gift is that? Why, no other than him, of course, said Quan, pointing at the man he had brought with him. Why, your first engagement present to me is a man? Asked Azula, raising her eyebrows. Your ideas for courting are quite unconventional, Governor Quan. The whole group laughed at her remark, though the governor only chuckled to cover his displeasure upon her response to his advance. Well, nobody knows of the princess's interest in the gladiator business as well as I do. I even stood by her during her gladiator's combat in jailing. But I do believe the princess is deserving of a more suitable fighter than the one she has at the moment. And thus you decided to bring a replacement for him, said Azula, looking over the man in question quickly. Considering it was Quan she was dealing with, surely this gladiator's strength was as shallow as he was. Sokka's eyes widened when he realized what the governor was trying to pull. Indeed, he had known for some time that the man was out to get him, but this was outrageous, to have him replaced, just like that? And to believe he could court Azula by doing so. Oh, he had despised people in his life, but he wasn't sure if he had ever hated anyone as he did Quan. He is a fine firebender, you can have your guards test him if you wish to, said Quan, smiling. It seems far more appropriate for a princess of your standing to have a firebender as your fighter, instead of some inferior and insolent water tribe non-bender. Heh, you want to see just how insolent I can? Sokka started, but Azula's arm darted out in front of him, keeping him from attacking Quan. Keep your mouth shut, she said between gritted teeth before looking at Quan again. Why, it's such a thoughtful present on your part, Governor, but did you bring along anything that guarantees that this new fighter is better than the one I currently sponsor? Why, Princess, please, said Quan, chuckling. It's just a matter of logic, I was certain you would be able to see it. He's a firebender. That alone should be. That alone is not enough, said Azula, curtly. My gladiator's first opponent in the Superior League was a firebender, and he defeated him with such ease that it was almost embarrassing to watch. Why am I supposed to believe yours is so much better? Because this one has been in the Gladiator League for some time now, and he occupied a very high position until recently, said Quan, proudly. Oh? And what happened recently? He, had to retire for a year over wounds he had sustained in the arena, said Quan, somewhat nervous when he mentioned this. His sponsor replaced him with another gladiator, and I bought him into my service after your last visit to Jailing. Is that so? Said Azula, raising an eyebrow. And, what fighter was responsible for the wounds that forced his retirement? That would be? Said Quan, looking at the man nervously. Who was it? Speak. It was Dragon Claw, sir, said the gladiator. A smile appeared on Azula's face upon that, a smile Sokka hoped to interpret as a good sign. Quan did otherwise. So, it's time to relinquish that useless fighter you've been sponsoring, Princess, said Quan, smiling awkwardly. This one is clearly a great improvement, and on top of it all, by accepting it. By accepting it, I accept your attempt to court me, said Azula. By accepting him, I would gain a fiancé and a better fighter. Why, exactly, Princess? I was certain you would. Said Quan, his eyes gleaming with joy when she said the words he wanted to hear, but Azula stopped him before he could get too enthusiastic. There's just one problem, said Azula, sighing. Your fighter truly is no match for mine. Everyone present looked at Azula, most of them with confusion, but Sokka did it with hope. Was she going to do what he thought she would do? Princess, how could you possibly think? Said Quan, snorting in disbelief. I think so because I can tell, Quan. I haven't made my way through this business blindly, even if you might believe otherwise, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. And even if I'm wrong, there's literally nothing to guarantee otherwise. How am I to believe your fighter is an improvement over mine by your word and nothing more? Why, Princess, I wouldn't lie. I'm not saying you're lying, Governor, said Azula. I'm saying you're jumping to conclusions, and I'm saying that I refuse to accept your gift without testing it out properly first. You mean? Said Quan, his eyes widening. Azula. Said Oze, looking at her with confusion. I mean I am challenging you, Quan, Azula declared, determination blazing in her eyes. Your gladiator against mine. Chapter 70, Azula's Birthday 4. The Grand Royal Dome had never faced a ruckus remotely similar to this one. Fights had been hastily rescheduled, the crowds were utterly bewildered, and the staff kept running back and forth, attempting to shed some light on the unexpected development that had brought on such confusion upon everyone in the arena. Some sponsors complained about the delay of their fights, others demanded explanations, and when those explanations were offered they fell silent instantly. There was no way they would dare contravene the Fire Lord's commands, even if it meant their fights would have to be delayed for a few hours. Azula's challenge to Quan had taken everyone in the celebration hall by surprise. Mutterings and questions had arisen instantly, for it seemed everyone was quite interested in witnessing the fight for the princess's hand in marriage. Without a doubt, it was the most intriguing happening to ever take place in all of the princess's birthday feasts. Oze didn't seem overly pleased with the developments though, which had worried Azula to a certain extent. Even so, he had been quick to smile and almost laugh about the situation. Well, it would seem my daughter wishes to test her every suitor herself in order to make sure she has found the right man, Oze had said, smirking, while Quan recoiled, uneasy over the developments. It might be that all men ought to overcome obstacles of the sort to earn the right to marry a woman. Be but my lord, said Quan, looking at him with a grimace that attempted to be derisive. What would a gladiator fight prove, for starters? It's only a game, after all. Ah, but a man worthy of my hand should be capable of keeping up with me, said Angela, eyebrows raised. Still, there's no need for you to accept this challenge if you don't believe you'll be up to the task. I do believe. I am more than capable, of course, said Quan, angrily. If I didn't believe my gladiator is better than yours I wouldn't have brought him here. And I am more than ready to prove it. Sure you are, said Angela, smiling. And thus? When should we hold this fight, Governor? I trust you'll be returning to your post in jailing once again in no time. I planned on leaving tomorrow, muttered Quan under his breath. Naturally, this challenge hadn't been part of his schemes. He had meant to leave the princess with the new gladiator, removing effectively the disrespectful fool who currently served as her fighter. He would return to jailing until Jose appointed a substitute for him as governor, and then he would have taken off to the capital again in order to marry the princess. Or so he had thought. How had he been foolish enough to forget how feisty this girl could be? It actually made him wonder if all the efforts he was putting into this courtship were worth his while. Is that so? Then we ought to make haste, said Angela, pretending Quan's quick departure troubled her greatly. Do you believe we could put the feast on hold for a few hours, father, while this matter is sorted out? It can be done, said Jose, looking around himself to find most people were staring at them, eyes wide while hoping to catch wind of what they were saying. Albeit I figure you shall require the Grand Royal Dome. It would be ideal, said Angela, nodding. Though I wonder if the staff will comply with allowing our gladiators to collide there today without any prior warning whatsoever. They will comply, said Jose, at which Angela was surprised. I rather doubt they would be as foolish as to refuse to cooperate with their Fire Lord. How long do you believe this fight should last? Angela glanced at Quan's gladiator before looking at the man himself. What time limit would you propose, Governor? Asked Angela. I usually lean towards 10 minutes, give or take. We could head to the arena and return to the palace within the hour, if only the governor complies. Wait, we actually will be doing this now. Quan exclaimed, shocked. How is that supposed to happen? Look at him. Can he fight without his weapons? With that, he pointed at Sokka. Angela raised an eyebrow, amazed by how desperate Quan was that he would grasp at any potential straws in hopes to keep his name in the suitor contest for a little longer. She looked at Sokka, who returned her gaze with determination. Well, that was a good sign. It seemed he wouldn't need half as much motivation as he had back when she had needed him to rid her of Chan. It's too bad you took your time to look decent today to no avail. She told Sokka. But as you can tell, we need you in your fighting gear immediately. Go home, get your weapons and armor. I'll meet you again in the Royal Dome. Gotcha, said Sokka, smiling and nodding. He took a moment to stare defiantly at Quan before leaving, hoping it would serve to trouble the man further. Grunted Quan, glaring at Sokka's back. How can you allow a slave to speak to you like this, princess? For one thing, he doesn't question me, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. And he doesn't ask me about the things I allow or don't allow. It's quite amusing when you think about it, for it seems that he knows his place much better than you know yours, Governor. Now, said Lieutenant Zhen, swallowing and trying to mediate between the pair while Quan stared at Angela, scandalized, and she gave him one of her trademark smiles. Jose could only grind his teeth while Mayor Quan tried to appease his son. There's no need for trouble here. We're all going to watch a fun fight, and that's what it's going to be, no more than that. So how about we all just enjoy the ride? Why, I believe I am enjoying it just fine as I am, said Angela, with a proud smile before turning to her father. Shall we, then? Jose wasn't too happy when he nodded towards Angela. She knew she was playing with fire here, and she knew she could get burned. Her brother had been burned literally by her father once, after all. Still, she wasn't Zuko. She had her own convictions, and she knew better than to cower in fear if worst came to worst. And she had played her cards in the most appropriate moment, too. It was one thing to speak out of turn in a war meeting, but this was only a social gathering. Contradicting her father's wishes wouldn't count as a slight against him under these circumstances. And indeed, even though he wasn't pleased by the developments, Jose had sent word to the Grand Royal Dome to inform them that they required the arena's installations for an unofficial fight between his daughter's Gladiator and another fighter. Most the feast's guests were quite excited about the happenings, for they wished to witness Sokka's skills as a fighter after meeting him just now, and they rejoiced in the opportunity to do so. A procession of sorts that hadn't been seen in a very long time took place as the Fire Lord, the Princess, and the noblemen were carried in palanquins through the city, all the way to the Grand Royal Dome. Most the people on the streets were rather confused by this, though several of them decided to tag along once the rumors reached them. A gladiator fight like no other would take place in the dome over the right to court Princess Azula. All in all, the Grand Royal Dome was currently facing the weirdest situation it ever had seen since its creation. Never before had the Fire Lord arrived with hardly any notice, in hopes to witness a fight that wasn't even supposed to take place today. And with him came a swarm of noblemen who were ridiculously demanding, complaining over the seating and declaring that the Royal Dome's accommodations were nowhere close to what they should be. Shoji watched the disaster unfold before him with a grimace. He had been tasked with explaining the situation to the sponsors of today's fights, and they had been most unwilling to believe him until the Fire Lord himself strode into the vestibule, heralded and escorted by his imperial guards. To Shoji's relief, the sight of their land's regent was enough to shut up the sponsors that had been threatening to get him fired for his incompetence. For once, he was more confused than relieved when his eyes fell upon Azula when she arrived, and he looked at her with wide eyes as she approached his counter, struggling not to ruin her dress as she walked as quickly as she could towards Shoji. "What's going on, Princess?" he asked, worried. "Is it true that you're challenging a former gladiator?" "It is, and I will need all the information I can get on him," said Azula, pointing at the man in question with her thumb. Quan and his fighter had entered the Grand Royal Dome behind her, and, unsurprisingly, Quan was already shouting at the slave, telling him to do his job and defeat his opponent before storming off up the stairs. "Huh, is that Blast of Death?" asked Shoji, surprised. "That's someone I thought I'd never see again." "Oh? And why is that?" asked Azula, raising her eyebrows. "Well, he wasn't a very effective fighter," said Shoji, shrugging. "He did make it quite high in the ranking, but he had almost lost as many times as he had won. He took some bad injuries against Dragonclaw once, and I hadn't heard from him again, at least not since I was told to remove him from the lists." "And how strong is this Dragonclaw?" asked Azula, folding her arms over her chest. "Where is he in the ranking?" "Right now?" "About 132, if I recall correctly," said Shoji, tapping his chin with his index finger. "Why?" "Huh," said Azula, smiling. "And Blast of Death fell against him." "Blast of Death is an odd fellow, honestly," said Shoji, shaking his head. "He's usually very methodic, but he's quick to despair when things don't go his way. He's a good firebender, not great, just good. He relies too much on his stances. It's something his opponents can exploit. Also, he might still be dealing with the consequences of the wound that took him out of the ranking. It was a pretty nasty blow to his right shoulder, I think. Or was it the left one?" "You're not sure which one it was?" asked Azula, frowning. "I'm sorry, it was a long time ago," said Shoji, shrugging and looking at her apologetically. "Indeed it was," said Azula, with a sigh. "Is there anything else I should know about?" "Azula." The princess felt as though the floor had been removed from underneath her feet when she heard her father call her name. His tone spoke of displeasure, and being the object towards which he directed said displeasure was anything but reassuring. Maybe she really was playing too much with her luck. "I need a word," Jose said, as she turned around to face him. "In private." "The royal balcony should do." "Of course," she said, as compliant as ever. Shoji had frozen behind his counter as he stared at the Fire Lord in utter awe and disbelief. Never had he dreamt to be this close to the man himself. Jose began moving towards the stairs, still escorted by his guards. Azula glanced at the young man one last time before following her father. "Send Sokka down to the standby room when he gets here," she told Shoji. I have something else to tend to at the moment, as you can see, so clearly I can't wait for him here. Oh, of course, princess, said Shoji, nodding hastily. Thanks for the information, as ever, Azula said, raising a hand in farewell. Good luck with the fight, he exclaimed as Azula followed the group of Imperial guards through the flights of stairs that would lead them to the royal balcony. The balcony in question was, without a doubt, the most luxurious of all locations in any arena of the superior Gladiator League. To Azula's relief, it seemed that, despite the short notice, the staff members had been able to dust the whole place before Oze's arrival. She was certain the Fire Lord wouldn't have taken well to finding the royal balcony in the state she had seen it not long ago, when she had looked for Sokka through the entire building after his fight against the Stingray. Oze ordered his men to stay outside, guarding the door, and he entered the balcony with his daughter treading behind him. He took a seat on the finest of the available armchairs, and he sighed deeply as he rubbed his forehead with his fingers. Azula didn't sit beside him, standing behind his chair instead, wary eyes upon her father's unusually slouched posture. The feeling of dread in the pit of her stomach increased with every passing moment. You do realize what a difficult position you're putting me in, Azula? He asked, turning his head towards her. I do, said Azula, dropping her gaze. I understand this isn't the way you intended the feast to develop, but... What an understatement, barked Oze, with a dry laugh. I just couldn't marry Quan, of all potential suitors I might have, said Azula, shaking her head. Excuse me for being so blunt, but I find the man to be completely deplorable. I cannot fathom wasting my life with a man such as him. All the same as you couldn't waste your life with a man such as Chan's son, said Oze, standing up again and looking at Azula with a raised eyebrow. Azula, this is becoming ridiculous. You have a responsibility as the Fire Nation's princess, and you'd do best to fulfill it already. It's been enough dilly-dallying. Choose a man and... Father, with all due respect, I will not comply with your wishes, Azula declared, firmly. Oze stared at her, disbelief in his features. He had raised Azula so she would become a strong girl who would get her way more often than not, who would bow to no one other than him. Was she refusing to bow down to him now as well? Was she truly defying his authority? And why is that? He asked, frowning. The way his eyebrows moved together slowly sent a chill down Azula's spine. He was definitely upset, but mostly it seemed he was disappointed. Ever since I was a girl you have brought me up with the notion that the Fire Nation should be my main priority, Azula spoke before beginning to recite words that startled Oze. My life I give to my country, with my hands I fight for Fire Lord Oze and our forefathers before him. With my mind I seek ways to better my country, and with my feet may our march of civilization continue. Isn't that the way of it, Father? Isn't this what I should devote my life to? I am the Fire Nation's princess, Father, and I'm certain there's still much more I can do for the Fire Nation other than taking a husband and making babies for him. Oze looked at Azula skeptically, not appreciating the derisive tone with which she had just spoken. For starters, I don't even want to be a mother, said Azula, looking at Oze with disbelief. It's an idea that has never even crossed my mind. I can't simply put down everything I've worked for only so I can abide by traditions. It's a waste, Father. It would be one. I have much to give to our nation, and a husband would only be a hindrance for me. And so you believe we ought to discard traditions? Asked Oze. You do realize traditions exist for a reason? You do realize that you're the strongest firebender to be born into the royal family in centuries? And yet you refuse to marry and perpetuate your legacy. I do, Father, for I am not ready to become a legacy just yet, Azula stated. It wasn't the same for you, for you would have still become Fire Lord regardless of having a spouse or not. In case you have forgotten, I was never meant to become Fire Lord, said Oze. And yet that never stopped you, did it? Asked Azula. What you were or weren't meant to become, it made no matter, did it? Oze froze upon that. Azula looked at him with determination, knowing her words had hit the right spot this time. You avoided being annulled, Father, said Azula. You found your chance and took it, and now you are the leader of our nation, as you should be for many years to come. And all the same as you, I refuse to throw away my life only to abide by stale traditions. You took the throne even when you were the second-born son, and I shall not marry any random suitor of mine unless he proves himself worthy. Isn't it convenient, even, father? This way you won't have some pathetic, mindless bootlicker as your son-in-law. So you say, said Jose, folding his arms over his chest. And you seem to believe gladiator fights are the way to prove your suitor's worth. I fail to understand your logic. A sponsor isn't just a person standing by the sidelines, waiting to pocket the money once the fight has ended, said Angela, shaking her head. A sponsor's job begins from the moment he selects his fighter. A sponsor has to keep said fighter as fit as possible. He must ensure his gladiator is strong enough to fight in the challenges issued against him. Any mistake by a sponsor could easily get his gladiator killed in the sand pit. And why is this relevant? Asked Jose, frowning. A sponsor who makes the proper choices will have a successful career. A sponsor who doesn't is bound to fall before the first obstacle. Careless sponsors who don't realize the importance of their own actions, who leave everything up to their gladiators and care only for the money, they cannot compare to those who actually devote themselves to the job. And that's exactly why it's relevant. Because I refuse to marry a man who fails to realize the importance of his role in the big picture. I refuse to marry a man who will gladly take his gladiator's triumphs as his own when he has done virtually nothing to help his fighter achieve those victories. Because those men will treat our nation in the exact same way they treat their gladiators. They're in it for the money, they're in it for the glory. But when worst comes to worst, they won't have a clue as to how to face serious challenges. They'll blame others for their failures, they'll shake away their responsibilities and run away from them at first notice. Jose stared at Angela in utter disbelief. To his surprise, what she was saying actually made sense. If somehow you effectively manage to name me your heir, my husband will follow you on the throne, said Angela. And I rather doubt you want one of the men I just described to become Fire Lord once you're gone. All our greatness, everything we have worked for, it'll go to waste in the wrong hands. And discovering whether or not their gladiators can beat yours shall prove if they are worthy or not. Asked Jose, frowning. Your gladiator isn't all that strong. Exactly, said Angela, with a smile. I didn't need a strong, overconfident, powerful bender as my gladiator. I chose a non-bender, a strong non-bender, perhaps, quite witty and inventive, yet when it comes to physical prowess he's often overwhelmed by his opponents. And he has already reached the top half of the ranking. He wouldn't have risen any higher than the 300th slot if he had been sponsored by anyone but me. Do you understand what I mean, father? Jose sighed and looked at Angela with troubled eyes. It wasn't an expression she had seen him show often, let alone because of her. So, if someone wants your hand in marriage, from here on out he will have to fight against you to obtain it. Will that be the way of it? Asked Jose. I believe it should be, said Angela, nodding. And if a man requests to marry you, and succeeds in his attempt to defeat your gladiator? Asked Jose, stepping towards her and looking at her firmly. Will you cease to resist and allow this man to be your husband? Angela swallowed hard. She sure didn't want to do that either, but she had little to no choice. All the same as it had been with Chan, she would only have one opportunity to rid herself of any suitors that attempted to court her. And one chance had been enough to defeat Chan, it should be enough for Quan and whoever came after him. Still, she knew Sokka wasn't undefeatable. As much as he had grown stronger, there were still 200 fighters above him, and there was no way of telling if he would have it in him to defeat them all. Yet she had no choice but to trust him. And nowadays she actually felt like trusting him. It wasn't as it had been during her situation with Chan, no, for Sokka had proved himself time after time. And if she was reading the signs right, which she deeply hoped she was, Sokka wouldn't want her to get married at all. She could trust he wouldn't mess things up, couldn't she? I will, father, said Angela, nodding. If a gladiator sponsored by one of my suitors were to beat my own, I would take said suitor as my husband. And that includes today's fight, of course, said Jose. If Quan's fighter defeats yours, you will accept him without question. I suppose. Said Angela, and it didn't escape Jose's notice how she had spoken the words with resentment. He sighed and turned towards his seat again, sinking in it and shaking his head. You know just how to make everything more difficult for your poor father, said Jose, at which Angela raised an eyebrow. I feel as though I had aged 10 years in a single day after everything you've said and done today. I'm sorry to hear that, said Angela, with a sympathetic smile. For what it's worth, you don't look 10 years older. I'd hope not, said Jose, sighing. Go to the sponsor's balcony, then, Angela. The sooner this is over, the faster we'll be back in the palace. I didn't eat much at breakfast, for I hoped to enjoy better the meals during your feast, and now I'm positively famished. I'll make sure it's over quickly, then, said Angela, bowing down even though Jose had his back towards her. Thank you for listening to what I had to say, father. It means more than I could possibly say. You should be glad I hold you in such high regards, Angela, said Jose. Not many people can oppose my will and get away with it. You really are quite fortunate. And I deeply cherish being so fortunate, said Angela. She knew more than enough about the sorts of things Jose was capable of when he was very displeased. I will see you when the fight is over, then. Be quick about it, said Jose, dismissing her. Truth to be told, Jose was intrigued by the upcoming fight, for he wished to see with his own eyes just how strong his daughter's gladiator was. He truly wondered if his reputation was well deserved, but at the same time, Angela's latest trick had made a mess of his plans. Even if his curiosity regarding the gladiator would be quenched, his daughter still had no intentions to marry, still no interest in bearing children. But perhaps she was right. Perhaps it would be for the best, in the long run. Sokka was struggling with the bindings of his left armguard when he heard footsteps approaching the standby room. He had arrived just a moment ago, after racing as quickly as he could through the city, and he was readying himself for his upcoming fight when he saw Angela entering the room. Hey! He said, smiling weakly and still panting after his intense race. Did you run all the way here? Asked Angela, grimacing. And all the way back home, too, said Sokka, wiping the sweat off his brow. I'm okay, though, I have more stamina than this. I should hope so, said Angela, sighing as she approached. To Sokka's surprise, she took his hand in hers and took upon the duty of tying up the laces of the armguard he was having trouble with. He smiled as she finished, and she looked at him when he dropped his hand, her eyes full of concern. Are you up for this? I know a fight that popped up out of nowhere might be troublesome for you, and considering your leg was cramped just yesterday. It was, but it's not anymore, so why worry? He said, smiling. Besides, it really doesn't matter whether or not I'm ready. I'm going to do this no matter what. And I'm going to win. Why, good to know you're so confident, said Angela. Unfortunately, his certainty wasn't particularly contagious. You should be able to beat your opponent. I've asked Shoji about him and he told me that he was removed from the ranking after a fight against Dragon Claw. Who's Dragon Claw? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. What does it matter? Said Angela. Dragon Claw isn't even in the top 100 fighters of the ranking and yet he defeated your current opponent, Blast of Death, giving him a bad injury that Shoji isn't even sure has healed yet. Taking into consideration that you defeated the Stingray, a man who was knocked out of the ranking by Combustion Man himself, I believe you have a good chance to win this time as well. He's not bound to be as strong as the Stingray was. He'd better not be, said Sokka, sighing and nodding. Anything else I should know about this guy? He's methodical, relies too much on his stances, Angela muttered. Then he's like most earthbenders, said Sokka, nodding. And I've been able to beat my fair share of earthbenders as of late. If his stances are a weakness of his, I should have an advantage of sorts. You should, but... muttered Angela, looking at him worriedly. I don't know if it's just my idea, but you look terrible. Well, isn't that nice of you, Sokka said sarcastically, an eyebrow twitching. That's definitely the best inspirational talk you've ever given me, you know. A little support would be. I'm just asking you if you really can do this, Angela interrupted him, at which Sokka looked at her with a small grimace. You weren't fighting at the best of your ability yesterday, and you don't look that much better today. If you can't beat this guy. If I can't beat this guy, you'll end up marrying Quan, grunted Sokka, frowning. And that's the last thing I'll have happen on my watch. I'm not going to lose. I can't lose. You'd better not, said Angela, sighing before stepping back and looking at the sand ring through the golden grid. She smiled weakly for a moment before turning towards Sokka again. It's quite a familiar situation, isn't it? I guess, said Sokka, with a smile as well. Just, with a different guy, and a different arena. And we're both very different from what we were back then, muttered Angela, turning towards the sand once more. So much had changed since their first fight in the Superior Gladiator League. Yeah. Both of us, said Sokka, smiling and moving towards her. As it was when we first became Gladiator and sponsor, once again my life happens to be in your hands, said Angela, looking at him worriedly. I hope I don't even need to ask you to take good care of it. I was going to do that even if you didn't tell me to, said Sokka, chuckling a little. Even back then I was set on beating the Spawn. Now I'm more determined than ever to kick this guy's butt. So, you're not going to ask for explanations today? Or claim I'm just bored and that I did all this because watching you die in the arena might be amusing? Asked Angela, with a smirk. Maybe I will, if you insist that I have to take a bath because, how was it? Dumping water on a filthy wolf will only turn the stench worse. He asked, trying to remember what she had said during the night he had stayed in the palace. Angela couldn't help but laugh at the memory. Well, she still would threaten to kill him if he dared say she wanted to bathe with him, but despite herself, she felt quite relieved as she remembered the beginning of their partnership. They had succeeded once when faced with this same hurdle, they could do it again. She was sure of it. Sokka was somewhat surprised at first when she extended a hand towards him, but soon enough he had smiled and grasped it with his own. You know what to do, she whispered. So, do it. You can trust me, he replied, holding back the urge to pull her in for a hug instead of just this handshake. I won't let you down today. I hope not, she replied, releasing his hand and stepping back. See you later, Sokka. He smiled as she left the room, her back towards him. He looked at the hand she had just shaken, and he told himself this wouldn't be the last time he would touch her. It wouldn't be the last time he held her hand. He refused to let that be the case. See you, Angela, he muttered, even though he knew she couldn't hear him anymore. After a short while, the golden grid was hoisted and Sokka was allowed inside the ring. He breathed deeply before stepping into the sand, and he looked at his surroundings in awe when he realized the arena was full beyond its capacity, because to all the noblemen who had decided to come watch his fight. His gaze moved over to the balconies to his left, and his throat felt dry when he caught sight of Oze on the royal balcony, sitting above everyone else in the building. Still, when he dropped his gaze a little, he found Angela sitting beside Quan. The sight of his sponsor was comforting, even when he already knew she would be there, for she always watched over him in his every fight. And it only made things better that she really looked absolutely breathtaking in that dress. He was forced to pay attention to the ring and stop staring at the princess when his opponent entered the arena. The opposite gladiator wore an armor that seemed too small for him, and Sokka could only raise an eyebrow as he studied the man with confusion. Clearly, Quan hadn't expected Angela's challenge, and thus he had gotten his gladiator the first second-hand armor he could find in the city. Considering the circumstances, it shouldn't be so hard to win. Or so thought Sokka before he suddenly was struck by the urge to yawn. Dang! He hadn't had proper sleep in a while. This fight might not to go as smoothly as he hoped it would. My public! Exclaimed the megaphone man, clearly trying too hard to put on a good show for the Fire Nation's leader. We have been honored with a surprise fight between our very renowned Blue Wolf and a former fighter of the ranking, Blast of Death. Do enjoy this showdown, for it is one of a kind and... A gesture from the royal balcony made the megaphone man fall quiet. It seemed Oze cared not for introductions and was telling him to get on with the matter already. Yes, let's start. The megaphone man exclaimed nervously, dropping the speaker once he was done talking, even forgetting to mention what the fight's time limit would be. Sokka looked up at him with a raised eyebrow momentarily before focusing on the fight. He looked at Blast of Death, who was trying to move towards Sokka and struggling with his armor to do so. Got some trouble there, pal? Sokka asked, stepping back cautiously. This one didn't seem to be as foolish as the Spawn, he'd have to be quite careful on how he went about this fight. You know, armor problems, groaned Blast of Death, moving his arms circularly. I'm almost considering shedding it, you know. Wait, why are we chit-chatting? I guess because you kind of look like you would be up for a conversation, said Sokka, but the opposite gladiator flung a flurry of fire at him, prompting him to jump back. Hey! No need to be so aggressive. Geez, you firebenders are so hot-headed. With that, Sokka started laughing, and Blast of Death looked at him in disbelief. Azula sighed heavily on her seat and brought a hand to her forehead. Seriously, you moron? Making stupid jokes now. She muttered to herself. Oh, come on. Hot-headed firebenders. It's a classic. Exclaimed Sokka. Sure it is. Said Blast of Death, rolling his eyes before shooting more fire towards Sokka. You seriously have no sense of humor, do you? Asked Sokka, narrowly evading the fire. Firebenders were strong, but they could burn out quite easily, Sokka thought. So long as he kept his opponent shooting fire constantly, everything should work out well by the time he managed a counter-attack. But he didn't realize his lingering exhaustion was making him slower. Blast of Death shot some blazes right after him, blazes that caught Sokka's boots and forced him to stop running from his rival order to stomp on the floor clumsily, trying to kill the flames while the crowd watched in amusement. Azula could scarcely hide her embarrassment. Do you see, Princess? Declared Quan, next to her, with a proud smirk. Clearly, my gladiator is superior. Yours, well, he's making a fool of himself, and if I must say so, of you as well. Given that he's your fighter, after all. Azula allowed her gaze to flicker towards Quan shortly. The man was smiling proudly, sitting back on his chair, no longer as nervous as he had been before. It seemed his insecurities had been erased once Sokka started to behave as he had. The blue wolf stomped hard on the ground, smacking his boots with his hands and glaring at Blast of Death once he was done with that. The firebender seemed more than pleased with himself. Those boots were pretty expensive, you know. Sokka exclaimed, irritable. Sure they were, said Blast of Death. It's gotta be real nice, being the princess's gladiator. You get everything you could ask for, though I really shouldn't even waste time imagining it. I'll find out for myself just how nice it is soon enough. Sokka stopped behaving as foolishly as he had so far. His eyes narrowed and his glare became harsher, something Blast of Death didn't ignore. Was this the moment when the blue wolf would start fighting seriously? You really want to be her gladiator, huh? He asked, between gritted teeth. Any gladiator in his right mind would dream of being her fighter, said Blast of Death. Why do you ask? Well, said Sokka, with a crooked smile. It's just going to remain a dream for you, pal. Because I am her gladiator. Not for long, said Blast of Death, smirking. We'll see about that, growled Sokka, and with a quick movement he whipped out his boomerang, flinging it at his opponent with more force and speed than usual. Blast of Death attempted to predict the weapon's trajectory and he sought to keep it from spinning by shooting fire at it, but he failed on his endeavor when the boomerang curved upwards. The blade of the weapon cut across Blast of Death's face, spraying the sand with blood and making the entire crowd gasp in amazement. Just a short moment ago he had been making ridiculous jokes, and now he was fighting to the best of his ability, rendering the firebender almost defenseless thanks to his quick moves. Sokka didn't stop at this, though. As soon as he had tossed his boomerang, he sprung towards his opponent, knife in hand. Blast of Death stumbled backwards, a hand on his face while he threw more fistfuls of fire towards Sokka. The blue wolf dodged the weak flames and caught his boomerang again before tossing both his weapons towards his opponent. His double attack didn't cause as much damage this time, but both weapons effectively cracked through the second-hand armor Blast of Death wore. The knife sank into his breastplate, the boomerang crashed against his armguard and split it in half. Sokka jumped back after that, glaring at his opponent as he waited for the comeback he was sure would arrive soon. Blast of Death swung his arms around erratically, to Sokka's surprise. Some flames erupted from his attacks, but they weren't powerful enough to threaten Sokka. The firebender wasn't holding a firm stance at the moment, he couldn't fight properly as he was. Sokka felt somewhat relieved by that, but he kept from attacking again while Blast of Death continued to unleash his flurry of desperate flames. For it was despair and nothing else that fueled his fire at the moment. And once he had tired himself out, once he had burned his energies down, Sokka's chance to deliver the finishing blow would have arrived. Sokka kept proper distance while Blast of Death kept losing himself in his fire. Eventually, though, the man seemed to stop his tantrum and he wiped his face clean with a sleeve before facing Sokka. The Blue Wolf had only given his opponent a gash on his cheekbone, which wasn't such a serious wound. Truthfully, Sokka wished he had delivered more damage than that. Blast of Death was panting when he removed the knife from his armor, and its tip was coated with blood. He tossed it right back at Sokka, blazes accompanying it, and Sokka had to move out of the way again. And while Sokka was distracted, his opponent took a firm stance before jumping and sending a wheel of fire towards him. Sokka grimaced and pulled out his club, swiping away some of the fire, but his clothes still got caught by some of the flames when they reached him. Again he had to roll on the ground to stiffen the fire, an activity he really shouldn't have gotten used to, but it seemed it was necessary whenever he fought against a firebender. Blast of Death sent fistfuls of fire now, and Sokka had to continue rolling on the sand to evade them. Despite his plans, it seemed his opponent hadn't tired himself out, whereas he was getting pretty tired. Why, of all times, did he have to fight for Azula's life when he was so exhausted? Nevertheless, he wouldn't give up here. He couldn't give up now. He gritted his teeth and lifted his hand towards his waist, picking the one bomb he had brought with him today. He also released Space Sword from its scabbard, and began drawing strategies quickly. If he tossed the bomb he would likely have a chance to attack his opponent, for smoke wasn't good for firebenders, the man would have trouble breathing, and no matter how steady the stance he took would be, he wouldn't manage to attack Sokka effectively because of that disadvantage. Betting his success on a single bomb wasn't exactly reassuring, but Sokka had no other choice. Not when he was being chased by blazes wherever he went. Now, he just had to be closer to his opponent in order to throw the bomb effectively, or else. Blast of Death stretched his arms out before sweeping them together in a loud clap, with a move Sokka had never seen before. A horizontal arch of fire was born after his movement, and Sokka had no choice but to duck to evade it. When he ducked, another fistful of fire awaited him and he had to jump quickly to keep from getting hurt by the attack. And that was when the now familiar shot of pain coursed through his left leg as painfully as it had during his training with Azula. Sokka kept from crying out in pain, but his eyes widened, and he dropped his sword before falling to the ground, his now free hand rubbing his thigh as he grimaced. Azula felt the color draining from her face. No, not now, why another leg cramp now, of all times? He had to get up, he simply had to. He needed to fight, he couldn't let this end here. Blast of Death was surprised by Sokka's fall, but he didn't seem to be about to offer a hand to pull his opponent back up. If the Blue Wolf was down, he would do his best to make good use of this opportunity. And Sokka knew his rival was about to knock him out for good. He didn't even need to lift his head to see it, yet he did anyways. And he witnessed in horror how Blast of Death was stepping towards him, an arm pulled back, threatening to end to this fight with one last fistful of fire. What could he do? What should he do? There was no choice left for him other than falling prey to another fist of fire, but he could only let himself fall before one person's fist of fire. He wasn't about to give that honor to anyone other than Azula. And Azula, he couldn't lose today. If he lost, she would marry Quan. If he lost, he wouldn't be her gladiator anymore. The price was too steep to afford it. By losing today he wouldn't lose a battle, he would lose her. And the horrifying thought of being torn from her side gave him the boost of adrenaline and creativity he didn't know he had in him. If it was to stay by her side for a little longer, he would do anything. Thus, he did what nobody expected him to do. Blast of Death roared as he delivered his finishing blow, and he would make note of never screaming again in battle after what happened next. For, if only he had kept his mouth shut, the consequences of this incident wouldn't have been as severe as they were. Sokka removed the latch from his smoke bomb in a quick motion, and proceeded to fling the small sphere towards his opponent, and the bomb so happened to fit perfectly inside Blast of Death's enormous mouth, who allowed himself a confused grimace when he felt the bomb passing through the arcs of his teeth. And then it detonated. Sokka found himself forgetting the pain on his leg when he saw the man stumble back, smoke pouring out of his nostrils and mouth. The bombshell dropped on the sand, still releasing some smoke, yet it seemed it had ejected most of it into Blast of Death's organism. Everyone in the arena was staring in sheer horror as Blast of Death stumbled and coughed uncontrollably. Quan whimpered next to Azula, but she was so aghast that she hardly even noticed him. Sokka himself seemed rather shocked by what he had done, for he was staring at his opponent in horror as the man dropped on the ground, his violent coughs shaking through his body in a way disturbing enough to send shivers down Sokka's spine. Everyone watched Blast of Death tensely as he arched his back and continued to cough. Sokka shuffled insecurely, his leg still hurting a little, but his attention was completely centered on his opponent. Was he supposed to do anything else after this? It seemed to him that Blast of Death was clearly unable to continue fighting after what had happened. And when the man dropped flat on his stomach, still coughing, Sokka glanced up towards the judge's balcony. "I really doubt he can keep going, you know," he said, waving at them. "Shouldn't you send medical support right away?" The men at the balcony were startled by the gladiator's suggestion, but they were quick to act when they realized Blast of Death wasn't about to stand up and fight. Sokka looked down at him, a grimace on his face as he wondered if the man would recover after what he had done. Smoke was quite harmful to begin with, but a smoke explosion within someone's mouth, it had been Sokka's last resort, and he had gone for it without thinking about the potential consequences it might have on his opponent. Now he couldn't keep the guilt at bay as he watched the staff members enter the ring hastily to pick up the shivering, coughing man and carry him outside the sand pit. "The winner is the Blue Wolf," exclaimed the megaphone man, who had almost forgotten his duty as he watched in utter disbelief the events that had unfolded below. The crowd only gave Sokka a polite clap, which hardly surprised him. It wasn't the first time he had given a fight an unexpected conclusion, but this was, without a doubt, the strangest of all the combats he had taken part in so far. Azula was still staring at Sokka in utter surprise when she digested what this meant. Whether or not he had ended the fight in a very shocking manner, Sokka had won. He had won again, even though for a moment she had actually thought this would be the end for them. She allowed herself a relieved smile, which soon turned into a smirk when she heard another whimper next to her. She looked at Quan and found him glaring at Sokka with scorn. "Well, that wasn't anything new. I suppose that settles it, then," said Azula, smiling and standing up. "Just as I said, your gladiator was no match for mine." "That cheater. That can't be in the rules," exclaimed Quan, standing as well and snarling down towards Sokka, who was limping towards the standby room, rubbing his leg as he did. "He can't be allowed to do that." "If he weren't allowed, why would they have declared my gladiator as the winner, I wonder?" asked Azula, pointing at the judge's balcony. "I am terribly sorry for the fate your gladiator has undergone. I do hope he survives. Yet it's your fault if he doesn't." "My fault?" exclaimed Quan, aghast. "Why, of course. You witnessed my gladiator's ruthlessness firsthand in Gladiator Rumble, didn't you?" asked Azula. "Or is it you forgot he cut off his opponent's hand instants before the fight ended?" Quan's already pale complexion became paler still. Azula could only smile as she watched him realize how thoughtless he had been. "If you want to rid me of my gladiator, you'll have to try harder than that," said Azula. "Though I rather doubt you can do any better than this, honestly. I do hope you enjoy the feast once you return to the palace, and that your trip back to Jailing goes smoothly. Oh, and please, do yourself a favor and try to find a wife whose pace you can actually keep up with, Governor." Quan's jaw dropped at her last jab, and Azula rejoiced upon the sight of her dumbfounded rival. Never before had she been happy to look upon the man, but seeing as this was bound to be one of the last times she'd lay eyes upon him. "I'm grateful for your gifts, but as you must have noticed, I'm not taking the slave," said Azula. "You can keep him if he's still some use to you, but I won't accept him. That should be all, I believe." With that, the princess left the sponsor's balcony, leaving behind a man who could only stare, aghast, at the spot where she had been standing moments ago. Unlike how it had been back in Jailing, this time around Quan actually felt helpless. He had aimed at marrying the princess since a long time ago. He was only a few years older than her, and since his first encounter with her when they were young, he had wondered what it might be like to become royalty by marrying her. Now, though, now all those dreams had been destroyed, cast into oblivion, both thanks to her gladiator and the princess's own ability to get away with everything she wanted. And on some level, he was actually relieved that his aspirations were smashed as they had been. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but the princess was right. She truly was too much for him. Sokka was resting against the wall, rubbing his leg in the standby room. To his relief, the pain was fading quicker than it had the day before. He sighed, telling himself to stop worrying about the fate of his opponent. Surely the man would be fine, even if the bomb's detonation had harmed him so badly. But his thoughts were brusquely interrupted when he heard someone approaching. He lifted his gaze, his heart drumming in his chest as he guessed who would be rushing to the standby room at such haste. His guess was spot on, of course. There she was, still radiant in her outfit of the day, but what made her most beautiful was the euphoric smile on her face. You did it, you idiot, you did it," she exclaimed as she strode towards him. "For a moment I could have sworn you were going to lose, but you..." Sokka ignored the pain on his leg as he moved towards her, meeting her halfway through the room. Azula found herself stopping on her tracks when she saw the emotions in his eyes. His azure eyes blazed with kindness, just as they had during that fateful night, but there was also relief. And there was a pure-hearted joy she wasn't sure she had ever seen in him until today. She had stopped talking as she looked at him, and he had closed the distance between them, placing his hands on her shoulders before leaning down on her, his lips pressing against hers. Azula froze momentarily before relaxing in his arms, a hand moving towards his neck before she kissed him back. It wasn't hard to understand what he was trying to convey through the kiss, for she felt just as elated as he did to know their time together wouldn't be cut short as they had feared it would. She shut her eyes tightly, amazed by the way he was kissing her. Even though he had claimed he would accept her marriage to another man as long as it made her happy, now she could feel just how unwilling he was to let her go. She had been quite hurt to think that it hadn't mattered to him, that he wouldn't have cared if she had married someone else. But this kiss said the exact opposite of that. The way he was embracing her, so intimately, so closely, she wanted nothing more than to keep feeling cherished by him as she did right now. She wanted to continue kissing him back, their hearts racing as they took such a dangerous risk. But eventually she did realize just how dangerous it was. Despite herself, yet again, Azula was forced to pull away, but he continued catching her lips with his, even when she sought to tell him they couldn't carry on like this. Sokka," she whispered, trying to keep herself from responding to his kisses. "Not now." Sokka breathed heavily, unwilling to part from her just yet. He couldn't control the bliss born out of being with her again when he had been afraid he would lose her. He had been determined not to let it happen, but the seed of doubt had been there all the same. The only way to fend it off, to make it disappear, was to make sure she wouldn't disappear, to make sure she was still here, that he could still be with her. "Anyone could come in here," Azula muttered, though her excuses almost felt foreign, as though someone other than her was saying them. She understood his despair all too well, and she didn't want to put a stop to this either, but alas, the conscience she hardly knew she had was speaking for her right now. Even so, even when he knew she was right, Sokka couldn't let go yet. He leaned down, his head dropping on her shoulder as his arms surrounded her tightly. For a moment he wondered if he might ruin her dress, but that thought was just a fleeting matter soon enough, for it seemed Azula didn't care about ruined dresses. She wouldn't have hugged him back if she did. Eventually she pulled away, against her better judgment. Or was it her better judgment that had compelled her to pull away? She didn't know, and she rather doubted she'd ever know. She gripped one of his hands with hers and pulled him out of the standby room, but she let go of him as soon as they entered the hallway. Sokka couldn't help but be slightly disappointed by that, but he voiced no complaints. As they walked together he realized just what big a risk they had just taken, but it really had been worth it. Just as any risk he could ever take would be worth it when it came to Azula. "You really should know better than to frighten me as you did," said Azula, glancing back at him to find him smiling weakly. "When you fell down I really thought that was the end of it. Is your leg any better now?" "It's still a little troublesome, but nothing I can't handle," he said. "But if you want to massage the wrong leg again, I seriously have no prob dash." "Shut up," Azula growled, at which he chuckled. I am very grateful to you yet again, and I owe you more than I could say, but I still will advise you not to push your luck with me, Gladiator. Fine, fine, said Sokka, still laughing under his breath while they climbed the steps towards the higher floors of the arena. Azula led Sokka to his medical check, where he was told his cramps would fade away in time so long as he had proper rest. The physicians also noted that he had sustained a few minor burns, and they treated them quickly. Once that was done, he was free to go. Azula had already guessed the vestibule would be quite crowded, but it took Sokka completely by surprise to find as many people speaking excitedly and turning to glance at him as though he were some sort of hero. He couldn't help but to raise an eyebrow and stare, dumbfounded, at all those who approached to speak to Azula about her gladiator's prowess. Some complimented his fighting style, others told her his wits were extraordinary, and all the while Azula accepted their words as gracefully as she could, hoping nobody would notice just how flustered and agitated she still was after Sokka's kiss just a while earlier. To Sokka's relief, neither Oze nor Quan were anywhere nearby. He didn't feel like dealing with either of them at the moment. He suspected the Fire Lord wouldn't be too happy about his triumph over Quan's fighter, and he sure didn't want to hear Quan whining about his loss either. Is this good enough to rid you of that asshole, though? He asked Azula, by the time they finally reached the building's doors. Will he quit pursuing you now? He'd better, said Azula, smiling proudly. And with this, we've set a standard from here onwards. Every man who means to become my suitor will have to bring a gladiator with him, and you will have to fight them. Huh? What? He asked, dumbfounded. It's the agreement I reached with my father, Azula explained, as they moved down the steps that led to the street. Sokka slowed down, though, and the princess's brow furrowed when she realized he was limping. You're really not feeling better, are you? Never mind, I can walk anyways, he said, with a smile. The palace isn't that far. Maybe you shouldn't attend an important event as the feast in your fighting gear, though, said Azula, smiling. Could you change again, Sokka? No, I can't, he said, looking irritated. What for? It'll be a pretty damn long walk all the way to. It doesn't have to be, said Azula, lifting her gaze to the skies. Sokka did the same to find a dragon descending upon them. Sokka greeted the creature enthusiastically while Azula smiled at her animal companion. Hey there, pal. Should I say it's your birthday too? He asked, patting the dragon's head when he landed before him. You could, maybe, said Azula, smiling. In any case, after what you did today, you're allowed to ride Xin Long back home and to the palace, but don't get used to flying solo, alright? It's not going to happen often. Huh? Wait, just me? Asked Sokka, surprised. I did bring my palanquin with me, so it's only fitting that I take it again while returning to the palace, she replied. Just be quick about it and get back to the palace soon. Now you really will be the main attraction in the feast, after all. Heh, attraction? Said Sokka, rolling his eyes before smiling when an idea touched his mind. Well, I'm thinking being an attraction might just be fun if I get to attract a particular Fire Nation princess. Oh, for crying out loud, don't twist my words to your liking. That's not what I was saying. Azula exclaimed, as Sokka approached Xin Long and made for climbing his saddle, chuckling again. But it's too much fun to do it, he said, smiling at her as he sat on the front seat on the saddle. He felt a surge of pride upon acknowledging that she was actually giving him leave to do this today. She was letting him fly the dragon on his own. That gesture spoke lengths of what today's events had meant for her. Say, thanks for lending me your dragon. It's just because your leg is useless, said Azula. Else I'd never allow it. I figured as much, said Sokka, chuckling. So, once we're neatly dressed up we've got to go back to the palace, then. Naturally, said Azula, nodding before patting Xin Long's snout. Be as quick about it as you can be. Sure thing, said Sokka, smiling proudly at her before taking the reins and shaking them slightly. Let's go, Xin Long. Azula watched them leave with a grin. She figured witnesses might find her gesture of allowing her gladiator to ride her dragon quite odd, but, in turn, she found she didn't mind so much. There was just one thing that made her frown with confusion, and it wasn't related to the public's opinion of her. What exactly did he mean by we? She asked herself, before deciding it wasn't worth pondering. Surely it was merely another of Sokka's countless antics. So she sighed, shook her head and headed towards her palanquin, where her royal procession waited for her. She was forced to wait inside the immobile palanquin for a few minutes until Oze had finally appeared, so that they could head towards the palace in the exact way they had set out of it. Angela found she didn't mind the delay, though. She was quite glad that the curtains were drawn, for she was sure she had the most ridiculous smile on her face at the moment. She was rid of Quan, and she had found a way to keep suitors at bay for the time being, despite it hadn't been easy, and that she had almost thought things would end badly for her. Everything in her life was falling into place. And she was beyond delighted over it. The feast continued as soon as both Angela and her father returned to the venue. Most the noblemen returned to the palace right behind them, though Angela failed to see Quan by the time she was back in the feast's hall. She couldn't help but smirk, imagining he would be too embarrassed to show himself in front of the rest of the noblemen after his failure earlier. People congratulated her now for her success in the arena, and now most the ones who had been on the fence about Sokka were complimenting her on his skills, even though she suspected some of those compliments were hollow. It didn't matter much to her that they wouldn't praise Sokka wholeheartedly, though, for it seemed they knew better than to put down her Gladiator after watching him succeed in battle earlier. And said Gladiator hadn't reappeared at the palace yet, which made Angela somewhat anxious, despite herself. Had he decided to ditch the celebration? It seemed unlikely, considering he hadn't gotten anything to eat yet. And Sokka wasn't one to run away from free meals, something she knew all too well. She sent a thought Xin Long's way, asking if Sokka had changed again or not, but the dragon seemed to be busy with something and he ignored her completely. He was probably hunting bugs again, Angela guessed, for she could see he was still in Sokka's backyard. The feast carried on without another inconvenience after the sudden interruption over the challenge between Angela and Quan. Young noblemen approached Angela constantly through the evening, all of them eager to talk with her and congratulate her for her birthday. She responded to their enthusiastic approaches with disbelieving smirks and dry sarcasm, and most of them failed to understand she was mocking them. She knew these were more of the fabled suitors her father had found for her, and each one seemed blander than the next. For what felt like hours on end, they all came to speak to her, trying to make conversation up until the subject of gladiator fights was breached, and by then they would ask if she meant to proceed with the rest of her suitors by challenging them to gladiator fights before allowing them the chance to court her. Angela's lively and positive answer to said question would stir their nerves without fail. She couldn't keep from smirking widely every time they walked away, disappointed, after discovering she wouldn't be easy prey for any of them. She had just turned down one who seemed particularly appalled by the idea of so much as looking for a gladiator to fight against hers when she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Is it true? You just had a fight with Quan." "Why, I wish that were the case," said Angela, turning around to regard her brother again as naturally as possible. "Fighting him directly would have been quite amusing, I believe." "You would have reduced him to a pile of charred bones, though," said Zuko, raising an eyebrow. "He's not even a bender, and he was never any good at fighting, if I recall correctly." "He seems to think he's very good at scheming, oddly enough," said Angela. "But he went against the wrong opponent if he really believed as much. You should have come watch." Tearing apart Quan's pride was most entertaining. "Yeah. I guess so," said Zuko, with a grimace. He could easily picture his sister directing that very same sentence towards him instead. "Good to know you've enjoyed yourself, then." "Still. You had something to say earlier," said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. "What did you want from me?" "Why would I want something from you?" asked Zuko, frowning. "Well, why else would you seek me out?" Angela replied, looking at him matter-of-factly. Zuko stared at her in surprise. Angela genuinely believed he would only ever approach her for a purpose. She actually thought he only interacted with her to achieve his own ends. The realization sat just as badly with him as being drenched in cold water. He did believe Angela enjoyed teasing and mocking him more than any younger sister should, but he had never realized that, just as he would reach his own conclusions about his sister, she would reach hers about him. And hers said that he would only bother coming to her when he needed something from her. And if he thought about it for a moment, that had been true up to date. But only up to date. He was determined to change that today, so long as she would let him. "What is it, Zuko?" Angela asked, growing slightly exasperated when he remained silent for too long a moment. "I just have something for you, is all," he said, sighing as he felt the heat rising in his face. Angela frowned when she noticed his cheeks had reddened. "You have something? What?" she repeated, in utter disbelief. Zuko slid a hand into his pocket, and he took an object out of it. He extended it towards Angela, who frowned before letting him place the object on her palm. "Happy birthday," he muttered, under his breath. Angela's eyes widened when she looked at what he had just given her. Her mouth opened slightly as she regarded the dagger with utter confusion. It was the very dagger from all those years ago, a dagger she hadn't looked upon in ages. She unsheathed it, blinking as she read the inscription on the blade, "Never give up without a fight." What had gotten into Zuko? Why had he suddenly given her this? Had he genuinely gifted her his knife? What the? "Zuko, what is the meaning of?" She started, raising her eyes, to find he wasn't standing before her anymore. He had known she would refuse to accept this if he waited for her response, so he had lost himself in the crowd before she could ask him if he had left his wits back in Ember Island. She glanced around her, hoping he might still be nearby, but she failed to find Zuko with her gaze. This was beyond ridiculous, this was wrong, by all accounts. Zuko wasn't the sort of person to give other people gifts out of the goodwill of his heart. She had only been teasing him earlier when she said he owed her 10 presents. She had never expected him to actually give her something. Why had he done it? What was the purpose of this apparent gift? It had to be a trick of sorts, it couldn't be real. Zuko had never been the kind older brother who shared his treasures with his younger sister. She recalled having taken this very dagger from his possession a few times after he received it from their uncle, and he would always make a ruckus over how she had stolen it from him. Their mother would berate Angela when she took it from Zuko, and the young princess had frequently acted as though she hadn't really cared about the dagger. It wasn't all that great a blade anyways. She had thought it was great, though. From the moment she had received a generic doll and her brother had gotten this meaningful dagger with such extraordinary history behind it, she had been irritated and had wondered if maybe Ba Sing Se's general hadn't had another weapon that Iroh could have sent to her. Eventually, though, she stopped caring for the dagger. She stopped caring over who had it or which present she had gotten, because one day she would have the keepsakes from the battles she fought herself. She didn't want hand-me-downs from her uncle, she didn't need them. She hadn't thought about this dagger in a long time. It was why she was as surprised as she was by this sudden gesture of her brother's. Why was Zuko giving this to her? Was it that he didn't care for blades anymore, and he had decided to give her his scrapes? That seemed logical, maybe. Or perhaps he was giving this to her because he was asking for a truce, after the things Sokka had told him in Ember Island. No, that was downright stupid. It was Zuko, after all. If anything, this had to be a ploy to make her believe he was trying to get along with her, when in fact he was only hoping to beat her once she was down. There could be no other explanation to this sudden ridiculous turn of events. "Hey!" Angela was startled when she heard Sokka's voice. She turned to find him dressed in his elegant clothes again, though he looked even more tired now. Still, there was a self-satisfied look on his face that made her raise an eyebrow as she tucked the dagger into her sash. "Why, look who has dressed up properly again," she said, smiling weakly. "How is your leg feeling?" "It hurts less," he said, grinning. "I snuck some food on my way through the crowd too, so I'm feeling a lot better about life now." "Which was to be expected from you," said Angela, shaking her head but smirking nonetheless. "You're lucky there was still anything left, the feast is pretty much over by now." "Heh, if it's almost over then, do you think your presence here is absolutely necessary right now?" Sokka asked, moving closer to her as though he were conveying some sort of secret to her. His behavior made her raise an eyebrow. "Well, it is my birthday feast, so I ought to be here until the end, don't you think?" she said, raising her eyebrows. "So, you can't take some time off?" he asked, grimacing. "I kind of have something to show you." Now you as well? Muttered Angela, raising an eyebrow. Huh. And nothing, it's nothing, she said, shaking her head. She scanned the crowd, and found most guests left in the hall weren't bound to notice her absence if she took off now. Her father was currently speaking with a crowd of noblemen who had gathered around him, and the guests who weren't with him were either chatting amongst themselves or eating ravenously. Well, I suppose I won't be missed for the time being, said Angela, shrugging. What do you want, though? You're about to find out, he said, smiling before leading her outside. Angela made a point to let a guard know she would be leaving the celebration briefly, in case her father asked for her. The man let her go without a hitch, and soon enough she was walking with Sokka through the palace halls as he led her to the dragon refuge. She had been rather busy keeping up with her discouraged suitors to pay much attention to what Xian Long had been up to. It wasn't until Sokka had brought her here that she started to pay attention to the information he was feeding her through their mental bond, and she frowned in confusion when she realized Sokka had done something to Xian Long that the dragon seemed to find quite amusing. Sokka, she said, looking at him as they entered the refuge. What exactly did you do to? She fell silent when Xian Long groaned at her as a greeting, and her eyes opened wide as she took in the sight before them. Her dragon had been clad in a magnificent dark armor with silver linings. Sokka snickered as he enjoyed the look of utter disbelief on her face. Angela approached Xian Long to ask him about this unexpected surprise. The dragon replied by saying that Sokka hadn't only dressed himself when he had gotten home. What is? What did you do, Sokka? She asked, looking at him in amazement. How did you? Well, can't you tell? He asked, chuckling. I made armor for your pet. My. Angela instantly wanted to retort at that, but she held back as she turned to stare at the dragon again. This is completely crazy. I hadn't heard about a dragon who wore armor before. No wonder you guys got them all killed, then, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. A dragon needs proper protection. At least, I think so, and if he's your partner, you should give him some nice clothes and armor to keep him from getting all filthy as he did the other day, right? Angela found herself smiling in approval upon that last statement, and she looked at him in disbelief again. So, you're saying you built this, how did you do it? She asked, as she walked around Xian Long, who was more than happy to parade his new outfit in front of his rider. This is definitely new. It wasn't easy, but I asked the captain to take Xian Long's measurements, and then I had both him and Song helping me out in the workshop. The captain and Song? So, this is what you were hiding, said Angela, smiling as she ran a hand over the metal plates that covered the dragon's neck. The reason why you were so sneaky, why she kept vanishing suddenly for no apparent reason. You were crafting this. Yeah, actually, said Sokka, smiling proudly. When did you do it, though? You had so many fights, and we were constantly training. Well, the reason why I'm so tired, is because I used to work at night, said Sokka, smiling awkwardly now. I spent most the night getting this done, trying to keep you off my trail. Then this is why? For real? Asked Angela, looking at him in disbelief. Well, yeah. I just figured this would be a useful present for you, so the efforts and exhaustion would be worth it, he said. But I kind of blew out my budget for the month by paying the blacksmith both for letting me use his supplies and for building the armor in his workshop. I'm thinking you and Song could live off today's leftovers for a whole month, probably, said Angela, smiling. Still, considering everything you did, I'm perfectly willing to give you some money. Loyalty should be rewarded. You think this is some display of loyalty? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. The fact that you took time out of your life to build something like this without even being asked to do so says as much, said Angela, smiling at him. You really didn't have to do this, Sokka. Yeah, sure, he said, chuckling. Just say you like it and stop being so stubborn, girl. It's a gift, it doesn't matter whether or not I had to do it. A gift for me or for Xian, I wonder. Said Angela, smiling as the dragon touched her forehead with his own. Well, I figured it counted for both. Sokka muttered, while she walked towards the saddle that stood amongst the metal plates. Off for a trip now, are you? Don't you have to get back to your feast? They probably can make do without me for now, said Angela, settling on the saddle. In the meantime, I'll make sure he can fly with me on his back, and... Sokka found himself smiling happily when she extended a hand towards him, just as she had when they had found Xianlong for the first time. You're coming along too, she said, beaming back as she helped him up the saddle. The flight was rather comfortable, even though Xianlong was still adjusting to the armor. The dragon took the armor to be clothes instead of a protection device, and he kept saying as much to Angela. She chuckled and patted his neck as they coursed through the sky, congratulating him on not being naked anymore. They touched down by the edge of the capital's crater, and Sokka and Angela climbed off Xianlong's saddle. The princess fixed the dragon's armor and made sure it wasn't bothering him, for Xianlong made a point of saying that the joint plates around his paws were somewhat tight. Eh? Really? Asked Sokka, grimacing as he sat down on the ground, glancing at Angela and Xianlong worriedly after she conveyed the creature's thoughts to Sokka. Oops. Well, I can upgrade the armor later on anyways. I could add so many things to it, you know? Maybe something like a ball of spikes dangling on his tail end. Do you want to turn Xianlong into a killer machine? Asked Angela, raising her eyebrows and making Sokka blush. And no, I just thought it would be cool, is all he said, rubbing the back of his neck with a hand. Xianlong decided to prance around the crater. Chasing insects had always been a predilection of his. Angela smiled and watched him before dropping next to Sokka, who was startled when she sat beside him. Is it okay for you to sit on the ground when you're dressed like that? He asked, nervously. Angela sighed. Maybe not. And that's why I don't wear dresses often. It's pointless to wear something elegant when it's going to be so impractical. Heh, well, it suits you anyways, he said, smiling. I think my armor suits me better, replied Angela, already wishing she could change out of these clothes into more comfortable ones. Something was prodding at her waist, and she frowned for a moment before realizing it was Zuko's dagger. Or, maybe it was her dagger now. She removed it from where she had placed it, and Sokka stared at her in confusion when he saw the weapon. What's that? You brought me all this way to kill me with that thing? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Why, of course I did, why else would I fly you all the way here? Angela said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Seriously, Sokka, I wouldn't need a tiny knife to kill you. It's what I thought, he said, chuckling. I'm pretty sure you'd do it with your fire. Ah, yes, with my blue fire. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't mind getting killed by it, would you? Said Angela, at which Sokka blushed again. You're never going to let that one go, are you? Well, why should I? She asked, smiling at him. What's the knife for, though? Sokka asked again. Did you have it just in case you had to kill Quan? Slaying Quan wouldn't have ended all too well for me, you know, asked Angela. I actually didn't have this knife until just a while ago. In truth. Zuko gave it to me. Huh? Zuko? Asked Sokka, frowning. Wait, is this why he was trying to talk to you? He wanted to give this to you. Apparently so, said Angela, looking at the dagger with a frown. Odd that he'd give you a dagger just like that, said Sokka, tapping his chin. Is there anything special about it? Angela handed the weapon to him, and Sokka unsheathed it as she started to explain the dagger's story to him. That knife was given to him as a present by my uncle. It was a very meaningful gift, as you can see, both for what it says and for how my uncle came to possess it. What it says? Said Sokka, frowning as he looked at the weapon. I'm pretty sure made in Earth Kingdom isn't something remotely extraordinary. On the other side of the blade, you blockhead, Angela growled, and Sokka turned the weapon around to read the actual inscription he had been referring to. Oh. Never give up without a fight, said Sokka, nodding. Your uncle got this for him. Yeah, after defeating the general who was in charge with the defense of Ba Sing Se's outer wall, Angela explained. He took said weapon from him, and sent it to Zuko, while I got a doll. A common, regular doll he probably didn't even buy himself. Hence, I was always envious, I guess. I didn't think Zuko could appreciate the gift half as much as I could, thus I kept taking it from him when he least expected it until it stopped being funny. I'd almost forgotten about this dagger's existence until today. Zuko gave this to you, then? As a present for your birthday? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Well, that's interesting. It's weird, muttered Azula, sighing before taking the dagger from him and slipping it into her sash again. I can't figure out why he did it. Though I suspect it might have been because of what you told him. Which would be a good thing, right? Said Sokka. If he actually listened to what I said, maybe he'll start being a better brother to you. Ha. Sure thing, said Azula, rolling her eyes. You honestly think Zuko wants to make any efforts to be a good brother, after all this time? It's too much work, and for all he knows, he'll get no reward for it. You know, by judging his intentions as harshly as you're doing right now, you're treating him in the same way he treats you, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Well, most unlike Zuko, I'm not trying to convince people I'm a good person, said Azula, shrugging. I don't need to be a good sibling to make peace with my conscience. The fact that you know it should disturb your conscience is a good sign already, said Sokka, smiling proudly and earning himself a glare from Azula. Come on, you don't really want to tell me, of all people, that you're a bad person. Not after everything, Azula. It depends on what's your definition of bad person, I guess, she retorted, and Sokka laughed. Sure thing, he said, smiling. But still. I think you can give Zuko a chance. What's the worst that could happen? Azula frowned and looked at him sideways. Truth to be told, she had no idea what the answer to that question was. She was proud to be stronger and better than her brother at everything she put her mind to. So, what did she have to fear from him? In any case, though, meaningful dagger and all, I guess I still must have been the one who gave you the best birthday present, huh? Sokka declared, his head held high. Oh? So sure of yourself, aren't you? Said Azula, looking at him with interest now. Well, at the very least, I'm the one who almost literally broke a leg for your present's sake, so for that alone I deserve some praise, he said, folding his arms over his chest. Azula let out a weak laugh. Is that so? She asked, smiling as she looked at him. Truly, he had done much more for her the last few days than she could have ever expected from him. It seemed he would always find new ways to surprise her, new ways to amaze her. I guess I should cut you some slack. She muttered, nodding. Despite that unfortunate leg cramp, you did behave yourself quite well today, gave me an unexpected present and helped me keep my freedom yet again. Ah, well, you know. Said Sokka, smiling proudly. It's just what I had to do, don't think that much of it. Oh, sure, don't think much of it, you say. Said Azula, narrowing her eyes as he laughed loudly. You're pretty much begging for praise and compliments, Sokka. What gave you that idea? He asked, trying to sound sarcastic, but he couldn't keep himself from laughing as she looked at him with disapproval, shaking her head even though she was smiling at him. You're incorrigible, you know, she muttered, and he seemed pleased to hear her remind him of it. I will say, you turned this particular birthday of mine into a most memorable day. Well, considering you're the one who decided to challenge Quan out of the blue. Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Must I remind you that you expressly demanded I wouldn't marry him, of all people? She said, looking at him with the same expression he bore on his face. Sokka laughed again. Heh, well, I can hardly believe I'm such a big influence on your life, princess. He said, looking at her sideways. You have no idea. Azula muttered, sighing, and lifting her head when a gentle breeze blew towards them. Sokka stared at her, as ever mesmerized by her beauty. The sunset in the horizon colored the landscape before him, tinging everything with shades of gold. The entire world was a sight to behold, but none of it was in the slightest as breathtaking as she was. So. I suppose we've entered a cycle now, considering you gave me a birthday present out of the blue, said Azula. When's your birthday? Sokka was startled by that sudden question. He straightened up and looked at Azula with confusion, and she raised her eyebrows, glancing towards him. Sokka gave her a weak smile and waved a hand carelessly, as to give it no importance. Nah, don't worry about it. It passed us by a few months ago, he said, shrugging. And it's not like you've got to do anything for me just because I did something for you. That's not how it should work. Well, maybe that's not the real reason why I'd do it, said Angela, disappointed to hear she had missed the right date. It's fine, really, said Sokka, smiling at her and shrugging. I doubt people give their slaves any presents, so it's not like you had to. Sokka. He turned his head towards her just a notch, but her hand on his chin managed to move it to the right angle for her to kiss his lips softly. Sokka's eyes widened at that. It didn't matter how many times he had kissed her by now, every single time it happened he felt as though the world around him would become a blur, for all he could think was real was her. And even after all this time, he could hardly believe Angela would kiss him as she was doing now. He closed his eyes and grasped her shoulders gently as he responded. His hands caressed her arms while hers slid up to the back of his neck, bringing him closer as she shifted her body towards his. So now we can do this, then? He asked playfully, smiling at her when she pulled away momentarily. Angela could only smile as well before leaning in again, their lips joining once more. As their tongues met, Angela continued to move closer to him. Sokka's arms surrounded her, and she allowed herself to be enveloped by him. Never had she felt as willing to belong to him as much as she did now. She wanted to thank him for everything, to show him just how deep her feelings for him were. Sokka seemed to have lost all inhibitions after their exchange the previous day, and he returned her affections hungrily, though not as desperately as he had back in the standby room. Even so, he was daring, far more daring than Angela had expected him to be. His lips left hers and moved down to her neck, and she gasped when he kissed her exposed skin. Not often did she wear clothes that showed cleavage, and he had decided to take advantage of her dressing choices for today. She couldn't say the fact bothered her in the slightest. She slid her hands through his hair and hugged him tightly when his mouth stopped kissing her skin. Holding her in this tight embrace was starting to make him dizzy, but not in a bad way. "Happy belated birthday, Sokka," Angela whispered, kissing the top of his head. Sokka lifted his head and looked at her with a crooked smile, which she kissed off his face as his arms surrounded her even more tightly. Angela dropped her head on his shoulder, feeling his furious heartbeat drumming along hers. His embrace was intimate, full of desire, which brought a smile to Angela's face. For it was her that he desired, it was her. Unlike all those who wanted titles, money, fame, or glory, Sokka didn't care about any of those things. All he really wanted was her. She hugged him as well, caressing his back as he moved his head down to find her lips with his once more. Angela closed her eyes and returned the kisses, unable to get enough of this exchange. All the same as he wanted her, she wanted him, nobody other than him. The rest of her father's noblemen were fated to end in the same way Quan had, one way or another. She couldn't belong to anyone else, she didn't want to belong in anyone else's arms. For there was a man who had conquered her heart without hardly meaning to, and she couldn't be happier about it. He was the only man she wanted, he was the right one for her, she had no doubts of it. And today, more than ever, she was grateful to have him by her side. Today, more than ever, she was glad she had fallen in love with him. Check the description for the links to the author.